Well, it certainly took a little while for that to come down off the screen. But what's going on, everybody? Glad to see you all back here at the clubhouse. I know it's been a long time. Damn, does it feel good to be back. And that's purposely why that intro is so long, so that we can come straight in off the bat, saying all those beautiful swear words you all like to hear, but we can't say them until 8 seconds in. So, well, new intro for you guys tonight. Hope you really enjoyed it. It was an amazing, fun thing to make. I love that total retro TV feel to the whole thing. And honestly, man, it's just fun to be back live with you guys. So thank you all for being here. So you may have had fun playing with your friends and toys growing up, and in today's day and age, we have just as much fun talking about them. It'll be a long discussion tonight that often goes into the wee hours of the morning, featuring a charismatic, rotating cast of legends from across the Awesomeverse. This is the Clubhouse, where friends gather to share their passion, insights, and even some critique. So grab your favorite drink and let's get into it and enjoy. Joining us tonight, we have an amazing cast of legends. We've got Corey from Make Shape Create, Lawrence, a punk with toys. My buddy's Customs is here, displaying that beautiful desk of amazing stuff. We have Ed from Axion Figs. We have the Thanos Copter in the house. We got the Brick Something chilling with us, as well as Joe G. And that's just the beginning of tonight's panel. You guys have no idea who will else show up tonight, because even I don't know who's going to be here later tonight. We really have no clue most of the time. That's one of the things that makes the clubhouse so fun. It's like, Pee-wee's Playhouse. Just somebody's going to randomly knock on the door, and I'm going to be like, all right, come on, let's go. How are you guys feeling tonight?
Doing good, brother.
I'm good.
Great.
After that intro, though, I really expected it to fade into like a bunch of teenagers dancing.
Well, they got rules
dancing over here.
Filming. Yeah, I was going to say, I was dancing back behind here. You couldn't see it, but it was happening. I freaking loved making the intro. That was a lot of fun.
It looks great. I love
Good
it.
Intro.
Thank you, guys. All right, so I've been starring up the names in the chat, getting ready to say hello to all these amazing people here. Man, I forgot how quickly the freaking chat can just start popping off on these nights. But see, everybody's figured it out. Nobody shows up like right at the beginning of the start, because they all know we're going to be about like 15, 20, 30, 40 minutes late. So they don't start trolling in until like a little bit after we're supposed to be live, which is beautiful. It's like a tradition here. All right. Unreused joining the house saying, welcome back, Oz. It is good to be back, brother. We've got Ray Black here saying, Ozman, Fat Red Foo with the Oz chant. Appreciate you, brother. Skydro Walker in the house saying, let's go. Welcome back, Oz. Good to see you, brother. You did a couple lives on IG earlier. I was trying to pop in and catch them when I could, but I was stuck working this morning. We got the amazing Masterversal Toy Hunter Eldor here with us. One of the Aarons of ToyTube, Aaron the Toy Enhancer. Good to see you, brother. Does great live streams on Tuesday nights. Go check him out. We've got Carol as well. K-Roll. Nolan is here. That means we are officially ToyTube. It's a badge of honor. We've got Cobweb Collector Shane Brayla. What's going on, Shane? Good to have you, brother. And we've got Wraith Mace here, also rocking a patch that he sent this way on the beanie, which is really cool. It's awesome. It's Velcro, so I can just pop it off, pop it back on. It's a beautiful thing. And I've got extras too, but I picked this one to pop on just because it's the most visible against the dark beanie. So if I ever get a light beanie, I might switch it up to go one of the darker ones, and I can't get it right because I'm on camera to pop it back the proper angle. Okay, whatever. It's going to stay like that.
Is that the glow in the dark one?
No, it doesn't glow in the dark. Or does
Are you sure?
If it does, it's really bad at it. Hold on. Now you've got me curious, because I didn't.
Monk, don't sidetrack when he's saying
I
hi
love
to the
that.
chat.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Love it.
That looks like the glow in the dark one.
No, mine's not glow in the dark, or if it's glow in the dark, it's the worst glow in the dark ever because it doesn't even supercharge.
Yeah, then it's not.
He give you the glow in the dark. That's all. He didn't like you that much.
Oh, now there's a glow in the dark one. All right, let me know how much that one is, because I'm gonna have to buy it. I gotta get a glow in the dark patch.
Oh, it's not the glow in the dark one, he said.
Okay, all right. I'm going to need a glow-in-the-dark one. We have Ken from Toy Connections who wrote that wonderful intro spiel that I just went through, and it was awesome. I wish I'd practiced it a little. We've got Gaz here as well, and I'm sure there's more now because I started all those and then I went to the starred chat. Now I'm sure there's a ton
From
more.
someone who used to write Toy Frenzy intros, you never practice shit.
Nope, I don't. That's
Busted.
great because you know what? It's all real and natural. We've got highly articulated here. Adam, what's up, brother? Saying the teenagers that would have danced to that are now in their 40s. That's right. And when they dance, it sounds like a rattle. All right. We've got Robert's Infinite Realm saying, hey, guys, just stopping by. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. We've got Bobby in the chat saying, hey, Oz and people. The Duchess of Darkness as well. What's going on, guys? So glad to see you here. All right. Oh, hold on a sec. Only had a few of those left. Okay. Order more. Got it. All right. So I see a glow-in-the-dark badge in the future because that's one of those things we were talking about. I wanted to get this whole room reset by the time I was going to go live again. That did not happen. But I was waiting for some stuff to show up today, and that's in this box. So I'm going to open this up real quick, and we can all take a wonderful look at some of that stuff I was waiting to come in. Some of the guys already know what it is that I was waiting for.
I got a
a
rock.
whole stuff. Oh, you got a rock? You got that rock on.
I got a rock too.
I got paper.
My rock,
He
my
wins.
rock has a nice silver butt
You know what?
because I ain't showing off those orange cheeks.
This is the one time that Origami Ninja from the Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, they were the foot soldiers. They were called Origami Ninjas. It's one of those times those Origami Ninjas are going to keep those little rock-ons all over the place. All right. So I was waiting for these. These are some moss mats that are going to go down on some shelves. Black light strips. These bad boys are going to be going across one of these shelves for my glow-in-the-dark cemetery, thanks to all those amazing headstones that Ed spent like 3 hours one night. And that's where all of those came from.
Who's going in the cemetery? Which figs? Horseman or?
Well, it's going to be a mix. We're going to have a glow-in-the-dark figure obscura headless horseman. We are going to have a blue Hagnon in there. So there are going to be some legions and figure obscura represented. There's going to be a Jada Toys Booberry hanging out in there, all glow-in-the-dark looking spiffy.
That's awesome.
Not only that, we're going to have some very special heroes of the shelf. We're going to have the amazing glow-in-the-dark plasma series slimed Ghostbusters fighting off all these other glow-in-the-dark terrors that are going to be popping up on that shelf. So once that cemetery gets fully set up, Ghostbusters are going to go in and do some work since they will all be in scale. And as I find other cool, more glow-in-the-dark stuff to add to that shelf, probably like some glow-in-the-dark skeleton warriors that are hanging around out there. Those are going to be jumped in. So, yeah.
But I have a question for your the black light. Is it also a UV light?
Yes.
So my question is, because I thought about that too, but since it's a UV light, will it cause damage to the figures?
We're going to find out. Over time, I will take a look.
Because that was
And
my
we will
fear. I was going to do that with my glow-in-the-dark shelf too. So listen, I literally shine my flashlight at the end of the night because I'm such a loser that I just want to see the.
You want to see them glow.
Hey, real quick. By loser, you mean winner, right? Because that's absolutely a winner move, I gotta say. Come on now.
I always have my glow in
He's
the
such a
dark
loser. He's
Modi on
winning
my
it loose.
desk.
Sorry to
But I
interrupt,
just-
Lawrence. You're saying.
I just wonder, like, if a UV light will cause damage to the figures, like a regular, like the sun.
I think the worst it could do is fade the colors.
Yeah, but that, I mean,
Right.
that.
If
We
they're glow in the
will.
dark and black, they're probably not going to have too much of a problem with it.
Yeah, but I have other things that are in there too. That's what does worry me.
Yeah.
I'll let Oz be the scapegoat.
I'll test it.
Oz is
I'll
the
have to
guinea
pick
pig.
up a second set. Yeah, I'll have to pick up second sets of all these.
So
Yeah,
when we
yeah.
were buying those mats, I was talking about like the different options. So like Dollar Tree had these like table runners. They're like 3 feet long.
Wow.
Pretty decent little grass, $5. And then I got this one. It's like 3x5, little less details.
See, that's
basically
even
cheap AstroTurf.
that's
right.
For 20, and then for $1.25 a piece at the 99-cent store, they have like these grass plates. I use these a lot, but they come in like a bunch of different styles.
I have a bunch of those grass plates. Those look good.
Oh, see, that would be fun to put up. Yeah.
So
They're great for backdrops.
All right.
They're pretty handy. They're pretty cool. So yeah, there's a bunch of the different little terrain options.
Very cool. Yeah, because I want different stuff for it. Like the backdrop's going to be that beautiful fold-out art from Nate Barge. Like that's going to be the back of the cemetery.
Nice.
But there's going to be the headstones that Ed made, and I'm going to put those with the little turf moss mat things. I kind of like the moss mat over the grass mat textures. And, you know, then I was even mentioning about buying some, like, you know, just a little cheap glow-in-the-dark paint and putting some splats on some of the headstones so it'll pop up when the black light is on. So that'll be a pretty cool shelf.
Yeah. The problem with you using that backdrop, which is really nice, is all the glow-in-the-dark stuff on the other side.
I know.
Like it's a catch-22 because
I'm torn because of that, you know? Like I want to have that on the part that's glowing.
And that glows better than the figure.
Oh, time to buy a second one just for the box.
If you do the right odds, you could
Yep.
just have it so you could flip it back and forth depending on what mood you're in.
Corey will tell you, I almost bought a second one today while we were at Eternity of Dreams. I was eyeing it up. And, you know, then like later, we were discussing like, he was saying it was 20% off sale. And I was like, no way, you can't do 20% off Mythic Legions because they're guaranteed prices with the vendors. And it was like, no, that they're 20% off, which made me make my big box purchase or big box opening tonight. I had to get this guy. He's been staring me in the face for weeks. And I'm like, I want him. He's coming. He's here. So I finally have a Rakagor, the blue dragon, to go next to Scourge, my green dragon.
That's awesome. Do you mind backing up a little bit? You're saying at that shop, Eternity Dreams, they were just offering it for 20% off, like
20% off everything in the store.
Oh, everything.
Except for
got it.
Except
so they're
for
eating
Eternia, and
sure.
What was the one other thing, Corey? That there was? It was Eternia and one other thing.
I don't remember the other thing, but to be fair, I mean, Eternia was $1,200, so it'd been $200 off.
Right? Yeah. Would have been easy. All right. So as more people have funneled in tonight, I also want to say hello to all these other amazing people who are here. And we've got the beautiful Dawning of a Decade saying hello. Hit that like, fellow Clubhouse members. That's right. Please hit that like, folks. We appreciate it here, and it helps the algorithm. I've been off for a couple of weeks. I haven't been doing this, so I'm a little down right now. All the extra likes, the shares, everybody who shared this today. Like, there was at a certain point later today when I went through and I realized how many people added this to their stories and everything that I was back tonight. And, like, I got to tell you, no matter what you can say or what you can do on YouTube, when you've got over a dozen other people sharing that you're live, that you're coming back live tonight, just like it makes you feel special. It makes you feel like you made it, even when you only have 385 subscribers. So thank you all to everybody who shared. Look at that beastly. Oh, your Minotaur came in as looking gorgeous, Brick.
Finally got to open it up.
Nice.
It was inspired by Thanos.
I was tempted to get that one just because the ball and chain looks really, really cool. But I like I like this one a little bit better. They're both really cool though.
The layout there. God,
I'll
those
open that one
Minotaurs
next.
look gorgeous.
Yeah, super fun.
All right, now we got Tony's Figs saying, "What's happening, heroes? What's going on, Tony? I just saw your logo up." And Tony is actually posting content on his channel now. If you're not already subscribed to Tony's Figs, make sure you go over to his channel and subscribe right now. Do it now. And
Hold on, I got that link.
thank you, bud. I appreciate it, brother. Terrence St. John saying hello, Clubhouse cohorts. Ooh, I like that. Clubhouse cohorts. A little alliteration. We've got TJC saying good morning all over from the UK. Only just got home at 3 a.m. after an awesome weekend. Got to meet Sergeant Slaughter and his daughter Kelly. My boy has loved every minute of it. That's just one of those childhood dreams, man. Like when you're sitting there and you watch these superstars and then you get a chance to go meet them. Ooh, you showing off some beautiful black art there? Let's see that. Let's see the back of the box. God, it looks good.
Oh, what a!
You're on mute,
great.
brother. You're on mute.
Oh, I was saying the one I had out earlier was the vintage, so that I could compare them, because I know everybody was showing like the rump. It sticks through. Doesn't do it on the vintage quite as much. I mean, you get the cut, but
yeah.
Let's go.
How cool is this toy? He turns into a fucking rock. Great action feature. Turn into a rock. It's always been my joke.
Kind of reminds you of the movie Big with Tom Hanks, where he has the transformer that turns into a building.
He's like, it turns into a building.
Yep.
What kind of fun is that? Yeah, Thomas H. Hennessy saying, what's up? What's going on, Thomas? Crusty old bro. Hey, everyone.
We do have transformers that turn into cities. Just saying.
It's
Metroplex.
Totally there we go. There we go. But see, they were big enough that you could put your other toys on them, so they kind of still served a purpose. That freaking building transformer and Big was stupid lame.
Yeah. On
Dennis, have you put on the hooves on these guys yet? I'm about to do.
Yeah, that's how I have him. That's with the hooves.
Stands okay?
It stands okay. It takes a little bit of work, but
he's probably pretty top heavy, yeah.
Yeah, he is.
All right.
But
here goes.
You can get him to stand. It's just it takes a little bit of positioning.
Very, very cool. Turkish Murphy is in the house as well. He's coming in over from Punk's channel. We got Deep South 7 here chilling. Good to see you, brother. Thank you. Down South 7.
Deep South,
Down South 7 is better. Yeah, well, Deep South has other connotations. Down South 7.
Either way, it sounds like he's sleeping with his cousin.
Oh,
damn!
Straight hitting him with it.
Well, there goes that subscriber, Lawrence.
Lawrence don't care. He's so big these days. He just casts them off. Like, whatever.
I have Tony on just so I can boot some of them.
Right? Yeah, he gets brand new people showing up to his channel trying to make a joke, and then they just like, yep, you're gone.
Lawrence, did Wood Bunny ever hit you up for that oil boy position?
No. No, I'm here. Don't you see me here?
Okay.
I'd be here. I could do that. Yeah, listen, I want to say thank you for letting me fill in and do your channel, do your show for a day. But you never respond. You never told me if you felt I did a decent job or not.
He didn't want
I want to give a huge shout out to you, Lawrence. Thank you for hosting last week. I appreciate it. As you guys know, when I take some time off, Aaron and Ed normally fill in the shoes and pick it up for me. And then last week, both Aaron and Ed were busy, and they had been doing a beautiful job the 2 weeks prior to Lawrence taking it last week. And, you know, Ed and Aaron both were saying that last week they couldn't make it. And it was like, oh, no. And I was like, well, do I come back early? Bud was stepping up, and he was going to take over the show. And I was like, all right, that's what's up. You know, Bud's trying to fill in. And then Lawrence comes in and he goes, hey, man, you want me to take over? And I was like, dude, that would be great. Now, that's not to say that Bud could not handle doing a live stream. Bud could definitely do it. The difference is...
Let's face it, by the end of that stream, I would be pants down, leaned over on the front lawn, The house would be on
With his
fire.
phone on fire because his phone.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, my
the
phone would be on
would
fire.
Set the house on fire.
Yep.
It would be a molten pile of slag. Guys, when we do these Saturday night streams, when Bud dips out for a while, that's because his phone that he uses gets so hot that if you were to touch it, it would start to melt. So,
Literally, the glue on the back of the phone where the back casing is like glued to it separates. It becomes a sticky mess. Yeah.
You should put a fan behind it or something.
Yeah, like right now I have it on the lowest bright setting. Hopefully that'll help.
it
I
should
can't
help
see
a little
shit.
bit.
You guys are all kind of dark and blurry, but you know.
That's okay. That's
my
the way I
normal.
I just want to make sure that you were happy because that last hour we
Well,
we really
gonna
got
say-
into a topic we normally
Yeah.
discuss.
Oh, nice. I love that.
Yeah.
That's a good tease. I gotta go watch it.
oh man,
Yeah.
you should have seen it. I watched it all. I watched it the next day. Mind you, that's
I,
Could you give us
I-
more of a tease, Lawrence, of what was
she's
covered?
there was-
all right.
plenty of teasing.
Oh, that's cool.
I just know that I laughed when I finally showed the person we had been discussing. If you watch, Cobb had his head down and totally missed it.
Oh.
He was looking at his phone, and then I finally flashed the picture, her Instagram, and then he looked up and he was like, "Whoa, what I miss?"
Okay. It was that kind of clubhouse. Huh.
It was
at
certainly
Clubhouse.
clubhouses get wild. Let's just put it that way. No matter whose channel they're on, they get pretty wild. I like
can-
Lawrence's pitch to the whole thing. He goes, "You know my Friday night punks pits? It's like that, but we do it in the public where everybody can see."
Pretty much. I mean,
Yeah, I mean it's really kind of how it goes. What do we got here, Thanos? What you got? Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, love that guy. That guy's hot.
Yeah.
He was on the
Sam.
Legion shop a while back and he came in. So
I can confirm that you can put that guy on one leg and have him stand for a while. And then I can equally confirm that this guy falls after about 30 seconds. So if you watch that back and you notice my scared face, that's because I had a Minotaur fall.
this one took a dive from decently high and didn't break anything. So I was like, "Yay!"
All good, nothing fell. Just but if he falls on you, it's pretty deadly. I don't know. I actually hurt myself on some of these spikes holding.
Oh
them,
yeah.
looking up.
I popped his shoulder out and I was trying to put it back on without taking the shoulder blade off. I was like, nah, I better take that off.
right. You want to treat your toys right.
you know,
Treat
Brooke,
my hands right.
it's funny that you mentioned it. Do you have any NECA figures where you have to like push something in? Everything on those things are sharp
Firm.
as a razor blade.
Yeah.
A lot of
The
those gargoyles, like they have certain weapons and stuff or blast effects. And you
So-
try and push those things in.
you know all the spines on the back of the Queen Xenomorph.
Yeah.
So on the big Queen, you've got to put all of those in,
Ooh.
and that sucks.
Oh man.
Yeah. By the time you're done, like 2 of them, you just want to stop. She looks so terrible without having them all in. Now, I will say they are easier to pop out after you put them in because I popped them all out before putting her in her box and putting her away. But oh man, it's
This is my latest NECA figure. Nothing super sharp or anything like that. My biggest
except for them
concern-
horns.
That's an awesome.
Yeah, no, they're there. Yeah, no, actually, they don't feel so great, but but they're softish. But this guy comes with like a ridiculous amount of gear. So cool.
Yeah.
2 different heads. My biggest concern with NECA still are some of like the little tiny connection, like the little pegs.
Mhm.
I've had a couple break off, but those are older ones, like some old Flash Gordon ones I have. But damn good figure, man. I love this guy. This guy's awesome.
Yeah,
Elkhorn.
their Dungeons and Dragons figures are friggin' stunning. And
There you
now
go.
we got the new repaints too coming. Oh look,
You see.
perfectly sized, scaled well.
Yeah, he's screwed.
You killed my brother
Anyway.
for your helmet.
He's a dwarf. He can take a beating.
I haven't been here for about a month either, but I just wanted to be able to step in and welcome back, Oz. Say hello to everybody in the clubhouse. I'm gonna go see Dune 2 for the second time because I had a great time yesterday.
Go enjoy
So,
it, Brick.
Absolutely. So may thy knife chip and shatter. Bless the maker and all those awesome Dune sayings. You guys have fun. I might catch in after if you. What am I saying? You guys are going to be here till like
We'll be here well after Dune.
All right, guys. Have a good
I
show.
know Dune's a long, or at least the first one was long ass. So it might
2
not-
hours, 45 minutes is what this is.
Hey, you know
and
what?
I
The
love
original
every
Dune.
single minute. Because
When you come back, we should be right around the topic of food or maybe some, some Kama Sutra or something. Who knows?
okay,
We'll have Adam tell us where we'll be at the time.
Yeah.
all right. Maybe look at some dudes this time if that to even it out from last week. No,
No,
We can do that. We can do that.
I'm down.
I'll see you
There.
guys later. Good night.
So I got this Assassin's Creed figure today, NECA.
Okay, NECA
So-
Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, so when I was doing the review, I actually had to heat up the hand to get it off one of them. So then I was trying to push it back in. Normally, once you pop it out, it's fine. But he has these little
His hidden
blades that one's a hook, one is a sharp blade, and I had the sharp blade over here, and I was trying to push it in, and I'm like, yeah, I'm taking that thing out because there's no way that if I leave it there and I'm trying to push it in, my hand's not going right through that.
Yeah.
Because everything, I mean, there's not a lot of sharp things on this, but all the blades are sharp. But
Right.
that was just like in the perfect spot that it would have gone right through my finger and you would have started seeing blood, and I would have been so stubborn not to stop the video.
How do you
So-
like the figure?
It looks really good. The arms, because of where they put the gauntlet, they should have cut them shorter. They get very little articulation, and it's a problem. Like the legs have double knee joints, but I mean the arms. Honestly, that's as far as it will bend up.
Wow.
I mean, there's nothing. And all they had to do was cut it a little bit shorter. You would not have noticed. It wouldn't have been a big deal. Sculpt wise, I think it looks really nice. I know nothing about Assassin's Creed. I just remember when I was doing my show and I had this on there because it was NECA. I just remember thinking it was really nice. And then I saw Sergeant Red's post it, so I went and got it. What I like about it's only $30 because it doesn't have a flap on it. It's just the open window. So it's just an open window. He's got 5 extra hands. So not even like sets of hands, just 5 extra hands. And then, all the different blades in the crossbow. And obviously a hand for the specific crossbow. But I mean, I like the figure for how he looks. But he doesn't fit with anything. Like you can't really put him with Mythic Legions because he's too big.
Yeah, he's too tall.
I was gonna try and do a picture with He-Man.
Gargoyle Hunter. Gargoyle
Was
Hunter.
that- Oh, I didn't think about my gargoyles. They're all downstairs.
Hey, there you go.
But I was gonna do a picture with He-Man, and I'm like, oh, that He-Man, that 40th anniversary, the SDCC. He's like way. He's like huge. I'm like, all right, he's not gonna work. So I got a nice picture with the Headless Horseman, and I think with the AWOC figures they'll work. But other than that, I mean, I like the figure. I mean, the detail on him is extremely nice. And again, for $30, but I'm looking. I'm like, I'm not a designer, but I can tell if you would have just cut the gauntlet a little bit shorter, he could have had more of a range of motion and
More range. Yeah.
yeah. They're not meant to be. We know they're not toys for kids to play with, but
Right.
we do like to display them, and people like to do photography with it. And even on the back of the box, because sometimes NECA gets them in some really good poses that you're like, I can't do that. Even on the back, you're like, yeah, you didn't either.
I don't think those are the actual figures. Those are test shots they pinned together.
Yeah, but on the back of this, his arms are like you got a cast
All kinds of posed.
So,
Joe, you've joined the show and you've been pretty quiet this whole time, brother. What did you pick up? What do you got this week?
Well, the Horseman in stock sale started last week, and I went a little crazy, as I knew I would. I can't help myself. So I picked up another all-in for the reinforcements too. Funny story with that too. I wanted to get enough Valiant Knights because the backstory for the character is that they can be with any good faction because they're like good mercenaries basically. So I wanted to pick up enough to display one with each faction. So I logged on, I grabbed 4 of them with my all-in and checked out, and I snagged the 4. So I'm getting to that, Terrence. Hold on. So I was excited because I got the 4 that I needed to fill out my ranks. So on a couple different shows, I was getting in the chat like, hey, I got 4. Yeah, I'm excited. Well, it turns out that a lot of people didn't get any and that they sold out really fast. So I was an accidental jerk in a couple shows.
You're fine.
I had no idea.
You're fine.
No, I had no idea that they sold out fast and that people didn't get some. So
You're such a jerk. No, you're such a jerk.
I have one coming my way. And thank you to special brother, patron of the channel, freaking John Emerald Knight Photos. Yeah, he messaged me up like shortly after the sale hit. He's like, "You got a Valiant Knight coming." I was like, "Yes."
That's awesome.
I didn't see Joe
That is
sending
awesome.
you any.
Well,
Yet.
Yeah.
there we go. There's yet.
Of them all.
Yeah.
You know,
I got a question, Joe. This guy doesn't have a
Sure.
boom boom hole, but he's got a tail. What am I doing wrong?
It's got a cover over it. Thanos, if you lift up that butt flap, you'll see there's a plug with a little cover, and you pull that off and it plugs in there.
It comes with a butt plug.
I don't see a butt plug.
Yeah, it's right there. Look at the seam on tilt the figure towards me a little more. The crotch.
Joe wants to see that crotch.
There's a seam right there that you'll see right at the. I'm pointing. Of course, you can't see where
I
I'm
see
pointing.
it. I see it.
Yeah, grab that seam and pull on it a little bit, and you'll see that it's a plug that fills the boom boom hole.
Boy, Joe's turning this show into X-rated. You pull the seam at the crotch, fill the boom boom hole.
And he's really got that butt plug in there.
You must have
Real
missed
tight.
last week.
And they're tight. Demon booty. So
I wonder if I should warm him up.
Thank you, Lawrence. Reminding all those folks, hit that like button. Listen to Lawrence. Listen to Dawning of a Decade. Hit that like button, folks. You know, guys, sometimes the show gets a little crazy, brother.
Got his
crazy.
butt plug out.
There you
There
go.
it
It
is.
was in there real good.
That's quite the plug, too, man. Wow. You
Yeah.
can take it.
That's what happens when you leave it in for too long and you don't lube it up again.
So I thought it was something kind of neat.
Oz, how do you
Oh,
know?
go ahead.
How do I know what?
Sorry, I was just gonna say after my initial order,
How
then
do
I
you
was
know
on,
that? That was pretty detailed. That you know what happens with.
I used to have a toy room. That was a very different kind of toy room.
We don't ask questions like that, Lawrence. You might not want to know the answer.
Lawrence has now just had a new idea for a whole nother Thursday with a friend episode.
Hey, if I can get Wood Bunny on, I'll probably have my channel demonetized and ruined by the time I'm done, but it'll all be worth it.
All right. Well, now that died down the stream.
all right.
Why are you guys so?
Wait,
Honestly, I mean it, dude. Why are so many of? I'm not saying all of you guys, but it seemed like when we got to that topic, like, are toy people like scared of like hot girls or something? Honest to God, like so many people seem to shy away and like run away like little school kids that were like scared to talk about a hot girl.
I think it's just
We're
mostly
not
that.
scared to talk about hot girls. We're just
We're not scared of them, we're intimidated by 'em.
respectful, you know.
So, like, there's a couple.
You know, you
Most
certainly
toy
want
guys
to be
are afraid of hot girls, Lawrence. It's not about talking about them.
So here's the man himself. Aaron, I was giving you a shout out earlier for you and Ed for taking over for a couple of weeks. Appreciate it, brother. I'm glad to have you in the chat. And you know where to find us if you want to jump on, brother, because we'd love to have you join us tonight. And let's see. Matthew Madsen, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. He says, and if anybody's wondering why he has the channel member, that's because he's over in Lawrence's chat. I don't have channel membership. Don't ask. He said, I've had 2 figures break this week. My Mezco Snake Eyes and my Mythic Legions Arazak. So pissed. Fragile joints and Mythic Legions was frozen. Ooh, oh, that's rough. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, bad news. Got to worm them joints.
Always. Definitely have to do it. We also have the other YouTube Clubhouse. We have Zazel's Clubhouse joining us. What's going on, Zazel? Glad to have you here, brother. Good to see you. Thank you for showing up. Zazel has completely revamped his to do a Clubhouse. It's not the same as this Clubhouse. This is just a segment that is on my channel. Whereas now Zazel is doing all sorts of Clubhouse themed things. They talk about games, comics, X-Men. Him and Gaz were recently just talking about Toy Biz X-Men. This is great. Definitely go check it out if you guys haven't. JMax77 jumping in saying, greetings, guys. What's going on, JMax? Good to see you, brother. Ooh, here we go. We got Well Hung Banana Hammock saying, so excited for Oz coming back. Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you for joining us tonight. We've got Crash here saying, what's going on, guys? Lawrence, my brother, good to see you. The Man Collects saying, what's up, everyone? What's going on? Man, it certainly does feel good to be back. Appreciate seeing everybody. I want you guys to know I've missed you, too. I haven't been watching a lot of the lives as they were live. I was watching replays, trying to get other stuff done. So thank you all. Really appreciate being here tonight.
Can I show you guys what my 15-year-old got at Sergeant Red's today?
Show us.
So she wanted to get this. So when kids at school piss her off, she can send them a picture of this pear that says, grow a pear. So this is what
grow a pear.
This is what a 15-year-old girl saw and wanted to get.
Now I just want to have like a pocket full of pear seeds.
From,
I want to carry around a pocket full of pear seeds and just chuck them at people's.
She brought it in. She's like, why don't you show this to your friends?
There you go. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. She'll be doing her own Toy Tube channel one day.
She had no Funko Pops. She could do it.
Hey, there you go. Channel's dedicated to Pops, man. Pops get lots of views because they're really, really popular with everybody.
Yeah, they do. And
hey, we got a question here for Bud. Bud, are you going to be replacing your beautiful Lords of Power Merman with the new Filmation Merman?
No. That head sculpt is off a bit.
Everybody hating on that head. I think it looks good.
It's
right?
Squeezed together a little too much. I don't know. But I do like that it comes with a spear. And I do like the pearl. I say no now, but the second I get one of them, I'll probably get the rest.
so
Yeah, Thundar.
all the people that hate the Filmation Merman,
I don't know.
What?
I was gonna say I thought a lot of people really liked it. I didn't realize so many people were hating on it. I mean, I think it's a gorgeous looking merman.
I was hearing people say they hate it, and then on my stream on Monday when I was talking about it, mentioning how people didn't like it, I forget one of the guys has the Filmation merman as his avatar, and he's like, I think it looks just like me. And when I had it his comment highlighted, I was looking at it like, yeah, you're right. It looks it looks dead on. So I don't know why. I heard a lot of people saying they didn't like it, and I don't understand why.
I think it's because they went with like a goofier like facial expression. Then
Was he ever serious in Filmation?
No.
Well, I mean, most of Filmation was pretty campy, right? Like, let's just face it. That was kind of how it was because it was a cartoon of its time, and it was campy, and that's fine. So I do have a couple other things that I'm going to show off as I'm going to open here tonight. You guys may remember before I took my big break, I had managed to grab the Fright Features Venkman. Well, now I have the rest of the set. I've got Winston, Ray, Egon, all here. So I'm going to be opening these guys up tonight. And thank you to the legend on the screen next to me here, Corey from Make Shape Create. He traveled all the way to Texas, guys, just for me to pick up the Spud.
That's
So
the only reason I went to Texas was just
only reason
I had no idea it was there, but that's why I went.
No other reason. Totally went there, and he got, this wonderful Spud. So today, part of the reason I was at Eternia Dreams was because I was going to meet up with Corey and pick up this beautiful Slimer that we're going to play with tonight. And Corey, you got some stuff. Like, normally when you join the lives, you're normally working on something.
Well,
but tonight, well, clearly you've been going on tonight and you've been working on some stuff. We've all seen it. However, you have quite a bit to show off tonight that you're going to be opening some DC stuff.
Yep. I got some stuff when I was out. I got some I'm actually working on retrofitting my Zodiac that I got this weekend or this week right now. But yeah, I'm still working on stuff. Even when I'm not even filming a video and I'm still working on stuff. Like, I can't help myself.
Oh, Down South says he finally found the Turtles of Grayskull He-Man today. While we were at Eternia Dreams, they had all of Wave 1. I have seen most of Wave 1 at Targets now. I've seen Man-at-Arms, I've seen Leo, I've seen Donnie. I had not seen He-Man at any of them. Clearly, he is the most popular figure out of those. And they also had Beastman from Wave 2. I passed on those because I wanted to get a Rakagor. So, speaking of that gorgeous Wave 1 He-Man, there he is. And Bud, I gotta say, I really like that you're giving him the CGI sword because it kind of does look like a mutated power sword. And
I don't get why he doesn't have a power sword.
Yeah,
right?
that's weird.
They don't tell why. And obviously this mace, like the sword didn't turn into that.
No, clearly.
Unless it did, they just didn't tell us, but yeah. I had to paint that up.
Damn, you painted all that detail? That's awesome, bud.
Yep. Added some chains to him.
So what's going on with the Rock On?
Is it just not good?
So you definitely have to work him a bit. Mine was a bit stiff, but eventually when I did flex him enough, he folds up enough, but it could have been a little better.
I don't know. It feels like this is the new one, and then this is the vintage one. Like the vintage one actually like folds up, like all the sides line up.
Yeah. For mine, there's a gap in the back of the legs that don't fold fully. I don't know if it's just the way the parts were glued on. Because it's obviously the plates are glued to the legs instead of like all one sculpted piece.
when your shitty gimmick doesn't gimmick properly.
Speaking of Rock On, I did find out something kind of cool, and I actually I was watching Pixel Dan's video on it. So the waist and the arms don't connect with other Motu origin male figures.
Oh, so
And I
there's
was like,
no...
that was weird because you can't pop and swap.
He's smaller.
But
Yeah.
he does peg in the arms and waist with female characters.
Huh.
The head is still male only, but
Look at the Evelyn.
so she's really tiny. Like she is tiny. But
Oh, wow.
on the alternate side, if you want your Rock On to have some sexy legs,
I love all my rocks to have sexy legs.
and in fact, he's going, "Where'd my dick?"
I hate when that happens.
All right.
But yeah, so I found out that, and I had to test it out. Now to switch it back because it looks ridiculous.
Well,
Just because the proportions are weird.
we like ridiculous, though.
I've seen a couple people complain that he's shorter than the other characters.
I didn't know he was shorter.
The vintage ones are shorter than the normal characters. Like,
Yeah,
so like
I never had him, so
The
I
main
was a little
reason
shocked
that
when I
he-
saw.
Yeah, the main reason he is shorter than the other figures is because the top of his rock, because it like goes around the head sculpt, is the same height as the other figures.
Yep.
So that they can fit in the packaging.
So I wonder if they also did it this way. I'm kind of wondering if they're going to do the Granita, I think her name is.
yeah.
Grenada.
Figure?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can pop and swap at least the arms and the waist with Rock On and Stone Dar. Because I don't get why they would use the female pegs. Because, I mean, yeah, he is smaller, but I mean, everything should still fit.
Rob, you have a good night, brother, and definitely we'll get you on sometime for sure. Anybody can just hit me up, and I certainly do not mind shooting the link out. We got space tonight if anybody wants to jump in, hang out with us. Certainly, I know we're certainly hopefully a little bit later tonight. The Drinks will be joining us again because they've got some more He-Mans to open.
I got him all done. Didn't take long.
Nice. Yeah, I love the
Swap
fact that
the loincloth.
Yeah.
I had to totally cut it off the one, so he looks weird now. But
but if Masterverse isn't your thing and you're just buying it for the armor for Origins.
I wish the Masterverse were a little more pop and swap so you didn't have to cut stuff off of them like that to use the pieces.
So this is also one of my favorite childhood toys. Like, I'm realizing now when I bought all of these that these were definitely the Ghostbuster toys I had were more the Fright features. Never had any of the regular ones. It was the whole team was just Fright features.
Speaking of Ghostbusters,
Mine were definitely
you
the
like that
original
tape
ones.
I posted in the chat earlier.
Yes. Yeah, that was great. I'll never forget one time when Ziggy and I were out going to toy hunting that I figured, there must have been a haunting at the one Target we stopped at because, there was an Ecto 1, not a real good Ecto 1, but anybody who, basically they had an old station wagon. It still had like the wood paneling, but they were trying to paint it up white and they slapped the stickers on it and had some stuff on the top. They spent all the money on the sound system so that they could blare the theme as they were going through the parking lot, which was great. Absolutely fantastic. I loved it. But yeah, that target's
I've
on. So.
I have a random Instagram incoming call from Anthony Tony Romo.
Yeah, so do I.
The toy. Oh, okay. Everyone else got that?
Clearly an idiot.
Tony, you're watching. Stop
Money
butt
obviously
dialing
butt
Toy
dialed
Network.
again.
Stop.
I was just like, why is he calling me?
I don't know. Maybe he thought he was asking if you asked him if he speaks English.
Uh,
He wants to yell at you too.
Only kind of.
So,
Nihongo Yoko Hanasamasan.
so I got this Mezco Snake Eyes in this week,
Okay.
Yeah, what you think?
and I'm kind of like messing around with it here. And so, like, they have this hand so you can put all the throwing stars in it or the throwing knives. So I'm like messing around with it, and I got him like with the Uzi here, kind of making it look like he's about to throw the Chinese, the throwing star. Don't want to insult anyone, right? While I shoot an Uzi, and as I'm doing it, I'm thinking, why would anyone need to use a throwing star if you're already firing a fully automatic Uzi? What is what is the one throwing star going to do that the Uzi hasn't? So,
Well,
just kinda messing around with it.
when you're shooting at an enemy in front of you, you can throw the stars at the enemies coming up behind you.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I guess
Snake Eyes, dude. Does it matter?
he's got a pistol. It probably works better than the throwing star.
But couldn't the throwing stars be like for stealth when you don't want to fire a gun in a? He is a ninja.
But myself and
That's
almost every
shameful,
single
Corey.
reviewer
Snake
picture
Eyes
that I've
is not a
seen.
ninja. He's a commando.
Oh,
Well,
aren't
this
they
is,
supposed to be quiet too?
but what I'm saying is like myself included, and like every single reviewer and figure or picture that I've seen of this, some like they almost all have him shooting and getting ready to throw the throwing star. And I'm thinking, why would you be doing that? You're already firing a fully automatic weapon with bullets. Is the throwing star just going to be the nail in the coffin, the one thing that's going to take the bad guy out, take Cobra out?
Well, you know the saying, two in the head, one in the chest, right? So that way he can just do 2 in the head, a star in the chest.
He's got a
Maybe
lot
the
of throwing
stars
stars.
like his signature.
What?
Maybe the throwing star is like his signature. Like I did this.
Oh, like
Yeah.
like when
Instead of a
people
Z like
find-
Zoro, he has a throwing star.
Throwing stars. Yes.
when people find the Batarang and they know Batman's been the one that's done it.
That's right. On all Snake Eyes throwing stars, he has a snake eye carved into it, so everybody knows it's his calling card.
It's his. It's his.
That's why it was so easy to frame him. That's why it was There's nothing like putting your logo on all the things that you use to kill people, and it's kind of like, well, this is an easy way to frame them. Like I love those. I love those shows where like that's how they determine someone is doing it, and there's always like one detective that's like, but they've never done anything like this in the past 15 years. Why all of a sudden would they kill innocent people? And it's like, wow, no one else can figure out that they're being framed.
I just know like have you met people?
It doesn't take much to snap.
One of the best.
Yeah, but if you're already killing a bunch of bad guys, why do you have to say?
That's true.
I love that Winston's fright feature is to go full out in the bleh. A little exorcist action going on.
That's what they need is a projectile vomit action feature.
Oh, we just got to get the super action stuff vomit pack, right? They've got one. I'm
The
pretty sure. I've
slime,
seen
the
it.
slime will work for that.
There you go. See? It'll all work. So his is always like, I felt was like the weird capture thing. Because like, okay, you got that cavity down at the bottom. But like the way he catches the ghost is it sits on top. He didn't catch anything. He's just sitting there taking a rest. Like, also, they're trying to tangibly grab something that is supposedly intangible and go through walls. But that's why they got like the little blaster part on the side there.
Hey, Oz, do you ever watch Corridor Digital?
No, no.
I do.
They literally just put out they do like behind the scenes, like they're FX artists, and so they do like the FX artists react or whatever. And they just did Ghostbusters. Did you know Simon was actually called Onion Head?
Yes, that I did know. And yet it's funny, he was called Onion Head, and everybody called it, like, I guess it was because of the real Ghostbusters cartoon where they started calling him the Spud. It's Reverse Flash.
He looks
that
really good.
Flash is, yeah. His face is really good.
Yes, it is. This is perfect. I even like that, like, he won't stand up straight. No matter what you do, he's just like in a permanent cock. That didn't sound right, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Kind of like my bars on the sprinting pose.
No matter what you do, it won't lay straight.
That's how you can get him in a running pose, and that's how he's supposed to be set.
So here we go. Gaz has the perfect answer to the gun versus, shuriken and throwing knives. When you run out of ammo, you got to have the backups. Yeah. And the stars, technically, as you run past the body, you just pick up that again and use it again.
Yes, I agree with that. But what I was saying is that like everyone that's posted them and made a shot always looks like they're shooting and throwing at the same time.
Throwing the star.
Myself included. So.
Well, because it just looks cool. And really, that's what
it was just as I was doing it, and like as I was doing it right now, I was like, this is really stupid because I'd have the pistol out in the other hand. But
right.
I'm not throwing shade at anyone because I was literally doing it at the time that it came.
Ain't that the truth? We all do it because it looks freaking cool. At the end of the day, that's all that matters. It just looks cool. All right, so 2 out of my 3 new Fray features done, and I've still got Venkman on the desk here with his little capture hook. What did I do with his ghosts? I was playing around with those the other day. See, because what I do is on the rare moment I have downtime between calls, I tend to play with toys here at my desk, which I've had all of the stretchy Ectotech ghosts that I've been playing with lately. But I was also playing with his ghost because just something about that translucent blue plastic that came with that ghost. Something about it always just, I loved it, even as a kid. Now I can't find what I did with it. So I got that new Mezco roadblock. I don't see what all the hype was about it, though. I'm just joking. It's the world's smallest figure. I want everybody to stop and look at me like, wait, Oz bought a Mezco G.I. Joe? He doesn't collect G.I. Joe like that.
Honestly, the Mezco roadblock is on a small buck. He should be bigger than what he is, so you're not off that much.
Yeah, not by much.
Okay, that's a pretty cool way to pose him. I'm sorry. That's a pretty cool looking figure.
Nice. See, we got to have some McFarlane love every now and again.
Like, I don't have a problem with them. It's just some of the sculpts are just wonky.
Yeah. I love all the figures I got, mainly because I did paint them up a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a little bit of shade thrown, but like someone pointed out and I didn't know. So that new wave that was like $40 a figure, the Earth 2 Superman, which is like kind of the Silver Age older one.
Yeah.
If you lift up the back of his cape, the back of his belt isn't even painted.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that's supposed to be a $40 exclusive figure.
Yeah.
And his temples aren't even painted.
Don't you
They're
know?
lightly dry brushed. he should have Doctor Strange style, like silver streaks
But the
on his
$40 price tag
temples.
because of the two soft goods capes. That's why all the figures
That's
are
a good figure too. That I haven't got.
That one's cool.
Yeah, I got that one, and then I got
Oh, yeah, I've seen him a lot this year.
Oh,
I
I
want
want
his
that one.
scythe. So good. Black
Wait,
Lantern.
who is that? Thanos?
Necron.
Necron,
Oh man, nice sweet ass looking figure.
It says
leader of the Black Lanterns, which are basically Death Lanterns.
Yeah. Now we got some Joker action going on up there.
Atrocitus.
Oh, nice.
Like that figure, I was so bummed that one of his pack-ins wasn't Dex.
Oh yeah.
Like, why give us that figure and not give us his cat?
I just want to show appreciation to Lawrence for showing us his best side.
That's his best side.
Must have an itch back there. He's scratching it pretty hard.
You should see a doctor
What's
about
going
that.
on, Mike? Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Joe, have you opened up any figures this evening?
I was playing. I got a Planetary Dog Toys order in. So let's see if I can get it. To
Hold on. Getting you
Hold
the
on.
full screen here.
Oh man, look at that.
If you guys are not following Planetary Dog Toys on IG, you need to go. If you guys like that Veteran Williams figure, you need to be following Planetary Dog Toys.
Yeah.
Got a couple cool skull pup pauldrons to go. I'm gonna do a barbarian customs. So
That's a good one.
Oh, those are nice too. Damn.
Yeah, I actually got the Gladiator Legion builder just because I wanted that other shoulder pauldron. You know, the little skull on it.
So
got him a while
Saba's closing his shop. Every month he's gonna be retiring a group of head sculpts until they're all gone. Until everything is gone, and then he's closing down the shop. I think that he's gonna pursue, just making action figures.
Well, he has
so
been...
of course I have FOMO now because he has so much cool stuff that I've never gotten. That
right, like now I really feel like I need to be paying attention.
Yeah, once a month I'm going to be placing an order to make sure I get all the stuff that I want to get before the shop disappears.
Well, like I was sad I didn't jump in on his werewolf stuff before he had retired that. Because he had the new deal worked out with Fury Planet where they've kind of got that, or is it just them or somebody else using his sculpt for the werewolves? I can't remember. Pretty sure it was just them with the Veteran Williams figure, of course.
Yeah, I think it was just them for that one, but he's doing a lot of action figures right now, but he's got a ton of cool stuff. Got this little cool cat skull with the articulated jaw. It's kind of neat. It's really hard to get my crappy webcam to focus, but I mean that's
well, Joe, you could have upgraded your webcam if you weren't busy trying to hoard all the Valiant Knights.
I can do both. I actually ordered a new webcam today, so
I was gonna say you've been popping up on a lot of streams now, man.
Yeah, things have been going well. I'm still not sure why anybody invites me, but I'm not busy, so I'll hop on.
Because we all love you. I know you were doing some Let's Go Off-World. Saw you on there and doing some other Legions, which is always amazing because, I'm sorry, the Mythic Legions community, especially the Cabal, is just one of the best communities out there by far.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Well, Off-World last week, not this last one, but the week before, that's what started the problem with the Relic Guard Templars from Mythic Legions. Because Curtis asked the question, as a completist, do you have to get 12 of them? Because there's 12 in the story. And
Yes.
so I was like, yeah, you know, I would like to, but I don't know. And then I felt like he was challenging my completist mentality. So,
You know how Kirk likes to
I'm
stir
up
the
to
pot.
10
That's what
ordered. So I'm up to 10. And let's be honest, I wanted them. But if I can make it Curtis's fault, I'll just blame Curtis. So it's
Well,
all
you know, that's now you've got the scapegoat for it. Is all. That's all there is to it. You just got the
Right,
scapegoat.
exactly.
Like it's. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
let's face it, right? I would have gotten a Rakagor regardless, but the reason I have him right now, it's all Corey's fault.
Oh, darn it, Corey.
He took us down to go see that amazing, amazing Eternian Dream. You know, we were trying to catch Alan. He wasn't there today, but, you know, it's all good. And then with that kind of a deal, you can't beat it, right? 20% off the retail price, and I don't have to pay for anybody's shipping. Like, it's really hard to beat that kind of a deal.
Yeah.
And this, mind you, this is after I've passed on some things, because right now they're doing the in-stock sale still. They still have inventory of some items, some things that I want that I've passed on because I was like, no, I've already kind of spent some. And then I was like, I went in there and I saw this guy and I just couldn't say no. I wanted to, and I was trying to.
He's a quality
fair, I
figure.
wasn't a good influence.
So for right now, the tie is safe, and some of you may know where that joke's coming from. But it's a very real joke because even as a kid, this tie on Egon, as part of his freight features that pops up, like breaks real easy. Now, I don't like that, though. It seems that he's a little stiff, and the tie doesn't pop out quite right. But, yeah. So I do have all of my childhood Ghostbusters team now, and I'm kind of proud of that because, again, I definitely had all 4 of these as a kid, and I was so ungrateful for them because they weren't the core real Ghostbusters team. Like, they didn't have the proton packs or anything like that, and that's just kind of D-bag I was as a kid. Not grateful.
Ghostbusters got to have proton packs.
Right, I had all these great Fright Features toys, and I was like, but they're not the original ones. I still played. I played the hell out of these guys when I was a kid. Like, you know, there's definitely no doubt there. But so they've still got like a lot of the Legion builders, and they're down to $26. So for people who are looking, you can go pick up different Legions builders up there right now, $26. I actually also picked up the Half Giant. And I picked up the Ogre accessory pack because we all know I like my big beefy ones. And
it's really cool. 5x8 bars.
Yeah. Right. I'm excited getting him in. Now, they like others that they still have up there. It's like I want to get a couple Vampire Phalanx.
The Mestro standard version still up.
Standard version?
Yeah, Demistros.
He doesn't translucent head. So
I know, but he still looks really cool. Like, I would be okay without. Well, I mean, I'd still want the translucent head, but if it was between that and not having them.
They've still got Varg. They've still got how do you pronounce his name, Joe? Debalcus? I'm talking about all the different vampires they still got.
The Sobolus? Yeah, the vampire ogre, the Sobolus.
Yeah, which it's like I almost was thinking about picking them up today, but again, I can get them technically cheaper right now if I wanted to through that. I don't know. I really shouldn't.
He's cool.
Thanos is talking right now, and he's muted again.
Sorry. I mute when I crinkle plastic. I've been on mute for a while then. Damn.
I didn't realize that you were talking through some of those parts because I didn't realize you were on mute. But just now while you were leaning back, I saw you were like talking, and I'm like, I can't.
He said so many wonderful, great things too that we just missed.
It's all out of there. I probably said like
all the nice things to Lawrence that he'll never hear.
I was just saying Varg is like probably one of my favorite out of any of the Mythic Legions I picked up. Like I really like that figure.
See, I want the Desalibus. How is it, Joe? Just pronounce it one more time for me.
I
Desalibus.
call him the big guy.
Yeah, I want him, and I want the Varg because to me, again, like everybody knows, I'm a big fan of Age of Apocalypse X-Men and how you had Sabretooth with Wild Child on the chain, and that's what I want to do with those two. You have him,
Nice.
and then the Varg on the chain.
I really
And
dig
not-
that centaur guy.
Not that I'm trying to get anybody to spend more money, but Max Bird has an awesome leather jacket with pauldrons for Desalibus that makes him so much more metal. It looks like a heavy metal ogre vampire. It's a really, really cool.
Max Bird has
set.
some really, really good cloaks.
Yes.
All right, I need.
I was checking out the stuff he had for Spawn.
I gotta start selling off my collection so I can buy more Mythic Legions like tonight. Anybody want to buy something? I'll sell something.
I'll
find
take that Mezco roadblock you got, Oz.
You got it, brother. You got it. I'll
Prepare
sell
to
it
be
to you for the
burned.
Mezco price though, so I can actually afford some Mythic
All right.
Legions.
$125. It's mine.
All right.
So I did something kind of cool.
Divine Joe Figure Factory. What's going on, brother? Glad you could make it tonight. Good to see you here. So
I had a
just
bunch of
getting back from
this white netting material. It was like a bag that held something. And I cut the tip of it off.
Ouch.
Oh, nice.
So now my web store is shooting out
Cool.
some
That's
web from his hand.
That's cool.
Cool.
Thomas Kelshaw coming in. What's going on, brother? Good. Good to see you. Glad to have you here. And Ray Mitch just saying he was just watching LeBron James. Ooh. And he's got a happy face after it. Ooh. Starting to pick fights. Smiling. Oh, Matt, that is Bud on occasion because, his family's doing stuff around him on a Saturday night. So it's not always. But as you can see, Bud will mute, between talking, keeping it down to a minimum. So Down South 7 saying that I might be proud of you. You picked up several figures. I am proud of you. There's no might about it. I appreciate you. I'm glad that I helped influence that in some way. I appreciate, honestly, I can enjoy being a pusher or a shill for Mythic Legions just because they are so good. Like, they are really, really good. And that's not to say that they don't have QC issues, because they do. Some of their products will have a QC issue here and there. It's just the rule of numbers, right? Like, nothing's going to be perfect 100% of the time. It's not going to happen. Yeah. But overall numbers, their QC issues are quite low. And
they're really responsive too. If you have any problems with your figures, including breakage, if you contact customer service, they'll get back to you and help you with your figures. They don't leave you hanging or not respond. They have really good customer service.
The caveat with that is that's when you order from them. I will say that my sister had an experience with her retail exclusive Headless Horseman, and where the leg snapped, like straight out of the package, the leg snapped, and she wrote back to the 4 Horsemen, but we all know that was a retail exclusive. So
they don't carry
they
stock.
definitely, they don't have stock of that. She had to contact the retailer that she had ordered from to get a replacement, and she did. She got a replacement, fortunately. So that wasn't it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But I will say that sometimes they can't be, because right here, Adam is throwing out there a mention it. 4 Horsemen doesn't want to ship him parts to Canada.
Oh.
No, just what you were saying about how your sister had to contact the retailer. I had a broken Joe, and when and it came from BBTS. When I contacted BBTS, I said, hey, who should I contact? They're like, you need to contact us. So it's not just Four Horsemen that do it like that. If you order from Entertainment Earth, Four Horse, Hella Dope Toys, BBTS, or whatever, you're supposed to contact them, and then it's their job to contact the retailer. It's kind of stupid, I understand, but Valaverse did it to me also. And I'm thinking, well, it can only come from you. But I do understand. It's disappointing, though.
Right. I mean, it sucks you got to go through the extra channel, but it makes sense. You bought it from the retailer, and the retailer is going to be the one to replace it. It just, it really, really does make sense. And
I had a few issues from toys I got from BBTS, but they've been really good every time I've contacted them.
And the reason why retailers do that is because they hope that whoever you contact or whoever you purchase it from doesn't do their due diligence to contact, or to send it back, because both the BBTS the Valaverse figure that broke and the Hasbro figure that broke, they just gave me a credit. Now, the Mezco Bishop that broke when I was doing a review with my buddies, they made him send that back because it's, $100 plus figure.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times they'll make you send it back, and that's understandable too.
Yeah.
They don't want people just writing in saying they got a broken one and getting freebie stuff.
Yeah.
And that's just, honestly, it's not like you got the wrong pizza from the pizza joint, so when the new pizza showed up, they told you just go ahead and keep the other one. They can't take that other one back and give it to somebody else. And most of the time, you're not going to be able to sell a broken toy either. But, they do things with claims. What's going on, Wraith Mace? Good to have you here, brother.
What is up, guys? Yeah! Just watch LeBron James lose. Yeah.
There we go.
I'm sorry. That made me laugh.
Sorry. For anybody on the stream, I do not like LeBron James at all. I grew up watching Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time. Sorry.
You know what?
Hey,
no. It's not even about that. It's that this guy has the Chosen One tattooed on his back. He refers to himself as the king, and then he says, when I retire, I don't want one of those retirement ceremonies where every city gives me something.
Him say that, right?
I'm just not good with people, looking at me. Really? Because you take your talents to South Beach? All you do is about you. And then that guy is such a two-faced guy.
Dude, I can go on and on about why I don't like LeBron James, and I completely agree with you, Lawrence, 100%. There's so many other things about it, but I don't want to take this nice stream down to that level. So how's everybody doing today?
I stopped caring about sports late 90s. So 90s, I can probably name a lot of stars, but anything new, I'm just like, who?
For me, the 90s basketball NBA was like watching superheroes play, right?
Yeah.
You watch NBA on NBC.
I wasn't even really that big of a fan.
Saturday, you hear Marv Albert.
80s through the 90s was
correct.
To me the peak. Because you had the legends started off the 90s that then, started to retire as the stars of the 90s took over. But by the time we get to the 2000s, I'm out on basketball. I stopped watching.
Yep. So
I think I had one N64 basketball game, so most of my knowledge came through that. And the only other thing I noticed is everyone either wore a Bulls jacket or Charlottesville.
The starter jackets, remember that?
Yeah, it was like
starters.
Charlottesville Hornets, I think, because
the Charlotte
teal,
Hornets.
white, and purple.
Purple and teal, yeah.
Look,
everyone wore it. I was just like, okay.
Yep.
That color scheme has lasted me through the ages because I still rock those colors, just not the team necessarily.
Nice.
So Corey's showing off a Origins Batman here. And is that Origin Soups down there?
Mm-hmm.
He thought
Origin.
this comes out tomorrow. The video for him comes out tomorrow on my channel, 10 a.m. Superman's next week, followed by Wonder Woman.
All right, so we're getting some Origins Justice League, folks.
I'm
Definitely.
curious on what the head is like, if it's made or if it's from a different figure.
For Batman?
Yeah,
I go through all of it in the video. You just gotta watch the
cool.
Hey,
There we go.
I'll definitely watch it. Like, I would
Oz,
love to see blue caped Batman with the gray suit, like the blue and
I
gray.
was so in
all-time
between
favorite.
whether I was going to do the black or the blue one. And the only reason I settled on doing the black was because the crotch piece was already black, and it was going to be easier to dye the boots black than paint them blue.
Oh, true.
So that's the only reason I went with black, other than the blue. Because in all reality, the blue version is my favorite all-time comic book Batman. That's the reason I got that Superpowers one. That's the reason I got that new one that just came out in McFarlane a few waves ago. Like that is.
There's an old school Kenner one where it was like dark blue and dark gray, and that was my favorite toy.
I like the one that's like the cyan blue or whatever.
Yeah,
that one. So, but yeah. So this.
Sorry, Wraith, go ahead.
If you don't subscribe, Make Shape Create on YouTube.
Didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're good.
Wraith Mace.
No, I just wanted to say to Oz. So, right before I jumped in, I heard you saying that you want to expand your Mythic Legions collection, and I'm actually going to be selling off about half of mine. So, if you want, I can give you a quick listing of what I'm going to be getting rid of, and you can tell me if you're interested. Because I'm going to be selling them to John from Geek Dad Life. About half of most of my classified, and about half of my Mythic Legions. So,
all right, yeah, just shoot me what you got that you're not selling him, and we'll talk about it. Yeah,
sure.
So next up on this list of opening tonight, I'm going to open up my Slimer. We're getting to the cheeky portion of the stream, folks. Actually, you know what? Before I do this, though, because I had Thomas's comment up here saying, I remember when kids collected the extra drawstring clamps. Do you guys remember that too? Like, you know, with the starter jackets, like people just started having like lines of the clamps down the drawstring for the hoods.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Totally remember that.
Nope.
Look, I mentioned cheeks, and as soon as I did, Kayla jumped into the chat. Kayla, definitely, if you want to jump on tonight, we got plenty of room. Hit me up. And she's saying, you know, just popping in to say hi. Welcome back. Miss y'all. Definitely miss you too, Kayla. Thank you for being here. Them cheeky cheeks.
I will say this. In 10th grade, I bought a UNLV Running Rebels starter jacket because I wanted a black jacket. And I remember the substitute teacher coming up to me and talking about it. And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And he was like, your jacket. It's the Running Rebels. Great basketball team. I'm like, I bought it because it was a black jacket.
I like the color.
I still have that jacket today. It is the most comfortable jacket you will ever have. The sleeves were completely torn. The zipper was destroyed, and my ex-girlfriend, she hated it. Oddly enough, then my kid's mother hated it too, but my ex-girlfriend, she couldn't stand it because it was destroyed. And the pockets were ripped, and her mom was a seamstress. And she's like, well, let me give it to my mom and see if she can fix it. I'm like, well, whatever, if she can. Comes back. Cuffs are perfect. She had sewn the inside. New zipper. I'm like, this is better than ever. Thank you. Now I never have to. Now I never have to get rid of it.
You know, so like I grew out of my Charlotte Hornets starter coat, right? And finally, when I was going to finally get another one, it was a Christmas present from a friend's mom got me a starter jacket. And it was the San Jose Sharks because it was the teal. It wasn't the purple, though. It was the teal and black. Now, I'm a hockey fan, but I'm not a Sharks hockey fan at all. So I was like, oh, but now like, and they're expensive coats, so like you can't just not wear it.
My dad.
I
made
was only a hockey fan because of freaking Mighty Ducks films.
My dad made a comment about being pissed that I spent $130 on a heavy jacket and that I never get my use out of it. I think after the 10 years I had it, it was okay. You know, I finally got my use out of it. Again, this was 10th grade, so 92. I bought it, and I still have it. I wore it up to about 10 years ago all the time. And then finally it was like, this comes out on special occasions.
Now I'm probably aging myself here, but Oz might have had one of these. So a very popular 90s jacket where the chest part was like jeans material, and the arms were like denim. Or no, not denim, khaki. So it was like the chest was blue, and the sleeves are both tan. Yeah. Okay. I loved that style jacket so much. I wore it all the time.
Well, that doesn't really age you, bud.
Well, I mean, we're 90s kids.
I was
right.
I don't want to say you guys were older, but I mean, you guys are older.
I know what you were trying to go with there, bud. You're trying to say we're old.
Hey, you know what? That purple and orange Phoenix Suns, that was a damn good coloration too. I'm not gonna lie.
You want to talk about aging somebody? I was in high school and Ocean Pacific was cool, so that's how old I am.
So, Crusty Old Crow definitely had a pair of Doc Martens. My sister had a pair of Doc Martens. Love the fact that they came with a lifetime guarantee. And even though you can't buy Doc Martens like that anymore, somehow you can still honor the lifetime guarantee, which is crazy. But yeah, had Doc Martens, had bomber coat. You know, it's funny. My sister had a Miami Hurricanes starter jacket with the green and the orange. And then she also had the bomber coat to match too, because that was like the other color of the bomber jacket. You get the black and the orange, or you get the green and the orange. And Carol definitely had both of those. She had the bomber jacket and the starter coat.
Yeah, the starter coats were huge back in the day, dude. You walk into any store, and then going to school, everybody had the starter jacket.
Yes. Yeah, everybody. Like, you had to have the starter coat.
So as a punk rocker, you might imagine I didn't follow the trends. But you guys remember Triple Fat Gooses, right?
Yes.
Well, Thanos, you grew up in California, so you have no idea what a Triple Fat Goose is. But it is a heavy jacket made out of goose feathers.
Yes.
And
Puff.
every popular person had to have one.
The super puff jacket.
Yes. And a buddy of mine had one. And he wasn't a punk rocker or anything. He was actually someone I met in high school. Good friend of mine. And I would always make jokes. And I just remember one day he goes, I don't give a shit what you guys say. This is the warmest fucking jacket you'll ever have. And I'm like, all right, dude, I have nothing. like you are actually wearing it because you're cold. And you're like, this keeps you warm. Like, there's nothing more that I can say.
Yeah, dude, you're by Detroit, right? So you have the Michigan lakes and everything with that awesome winter weather.
Right?
We get very little snow, but man, does it get cold.
Yeah.
Back when it used to get cold here in Maryland, yeah. Like that kind of jacket was what you needed. Now I just go out there with a hoodie.
It hasn't been cold here in so long.
We'll get like a couple of days where it's cold, and that's it. That's all you get in Maryland.
It was 73 here, record high, I think Wednesday, and then it was 23 the next day, with a high of 29. Right. Well, okay, that's all. That's why we're always sick here in Michigan. Why not? But other people are.
I believe Monday it was in like 65. Tuesday it went down to 27, and then Wednesday it went up to like close to 70.
Yeah, Yeah, it's been a little crazy like that. I woke up last night. Oh, well, Adam's here showing off, bringing in the sweet effects. But yeah, definitely. Like, you know, it was like 23 degrees yesterday morning when I woke up, and then like this morning it was like 50, 60 out.
We had a
lot of rain.
tornado touchdown not far from here yesterday. Threw some debris and bent some school gates about a couple miles that way. Calm as hell over here, though.
We had an earthquake here in Maryland once. It knocked over a launcher.
Wow.
Corey will tell you that's a true story.
To be fair, I was at work the last time we had like an actual like earthquake, and it was like middle of the day, and it's the first time I'd ever remember experiencing one. And like I remember looking up, I worked at a warehouse, and like the warehouse doors were going like this. I'm like, what the fuck did I smoke? Because I had no idea what was going on. And then it's like, oh my god, it's an earthquake. I'm like, oh good. I thought I lost it. Like, what the hell? Because it lasted like 2 seconds. That was done. That was it.
I think it was maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago on a Toy Kind of Mood. You know, Travis is in California. They had a small earthquake while they were on the air.
Oh, geez.
But, you know, people in California, unless if it's a big one, they just keep going. Like,
I'm in California. I've never felt an earthquake. Like, I've seen stuff shake, but I've never actually felt one.
Yeah. I think a few things like fell and he checked it, and because him and KJ are both there. So,
well,
yeah, we thought we had an earthquake here a couple years back, but apparently an entire house, the whole house, blew up and shook the freaking town. And my stepdad, being the freaking wise ass that he was, thought I fell out of bed because I was in the room above him.
So, when that earthquake. Bud, did you fall out of bed?
What? Oh, no.
You didn't answer if you actually did fall out of bed, though.
Oh, no, I didn't fall out of bed. A house blew up across town.
Well, I know, but I thought you might have fallen out of bed also.
Like, they went on vacation and some, like, gas was left on, and there was pretty much just a crater left.
It was a leak.
It was a gas leak, I guess.
I just want to say hi to Adam and highly articulated. Awesome streams this week, dude. Arakagor is badass. Awesome paint, right, dude? Amazing. I love that figure.
We'll be opening him up next. Adam's got.
I just want to say you can take Wraith Mace's patch off your head, because I just realized he came in and just blew you out with his neon wraith in the back.
Right?
One more week. So next Friday, 10 o'clock, I'm going to start the channel. I'm going to do a stream. And everybody who kind of follows me on any kind of social media, I'm going to start blasting social media a bit to tell everybody know I'm going to start. So it's going to be my first stream. I have some things planned. So it should be fun.
Wraith, what kind of lights are those in your background that kind of look like candles?
Literally, they're literally fluorescent, or they're light bulbs that mimic candles.
That is cool.
I thought you were gonna say they're candles.
They're
the way he started was literally. That's where I thought it was going to.
Yep.
What is this newfangled technology? They're literally candles.
Literally candles.
Amazing.
So.
Also, I'm going to be ordering. I contacted the vendor that I work with for the patches, so I'm going to work with them. I'll get another order in. I got one for down south. I got to send over one, and then I'll send you another. I'll send you a glow in the dark one. And anybody that wants a patch, let me know now, because once the stream starts, I'm just going to start. That'll be kind of like my little thing that I give out during streams and stuff. So.
Very cool. I was definitely happy to get this random package one day. And I go out there and I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting anything. And I saw who it was, and I was like, oh, okay. Open it up. Bam, patches. I was like, they just got the one Velcro piece. Is that going to work? And then I slapped it onto my beanie, and I was like, it's perfect.
Yep. And the quality is good, right?
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Totally. Yeah.
The company
Yeah, I'm
I
digging
use
it.
is a company called, if anybody's interested, it's called the Patch Panel, and they're a great bunch of people. They've been doing and sponsoring me for since 2015. So they have, if anybody's interested in getting like custom patch made, you can reach out to them and find out.
Well, I definitely will.
Look
'cause I
at this
wouldn't mind
little Smody.
first patches.
Oh, awesome.
That's almost as big as my Mezco roadblock.
Yeah.
No,
This guy was kind of hard to paint. But I
those
did it.
patches are great, Wraith. Like, they're great.
Really?
Like, not what I was expecting with a patch. I'm like, is it an iron-on?
No, hell no, dude. Because I play. So here's the thing: when I was getting them and using them, I hand them out during paintball games. You can imagine you can't have a fabric patch during paintball; it's going to get ruined. So we had to have the rubber ones, and then they let me know. They're like, "Hey, do you want one that's like glow in the dark? It would work really good with your white." I was like, "Yeah." The only problem was I didn't realize is we would do night games, and I would be walking around, and you can see me behind a tree with my damn wreath patches because I have this huge symbol on my chest and on my shoulder pads, and they're like, "I think he's over there."
Terrible idea, but amazing at the same time, right?
Yes.
No, but the quality, I don't know. If you watch my reviews, they stick right back to my the sound panels.
That's perfect. Yeah, they won't lose that Velcro, the grip backing, so they won't fall
Right.
apart.
Yeah, because I was a little worried, like when I was leaving the house with the beanie on, that it might just come off, you know?
Nope.
And no, this thing has been on here since I put it on. The first time I took it off was tonight when I just pulled it off for the stream. It has been on here for a couple of weeks now, and it doesn't fall off. It definitely does not fall off. So thank you so much for sending me some. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And like I said, if anybody else on the stream wants one, just message me on Instagram, Wraith Mace. Give me your address, and I'll shoot you out one.
Gotta promote each other. So, Adam, last time
Yes,
you were
sir.
with us, you were opening up all kinds of He-Mans. And we're just going to refer to it as He-Mans because that's what everybody calls it. We're not going to call it Motu. We're going to call it He-Mans. And what do you have tonight?
Got any
On my desk
more
right
those
now,
He-Mans?
I've got a whole bunch of basically all the Mythic Legions that I opened this week live have just been sat on my desk, and so I'm just heating them all up and like loosening up those joints so that I can avoid the breakage that everybody seems to be complaining about. And I'll be perfectly honest, I've been like terrified because of all the posts, people talking about all the damage that they've had. These are the exact same as every other Mythic Legion
They're
figure I've
overblown,
ever had.
It's overblown. People are just. I feel like they're manhandling them. It's the weirdest thing.
Well, I mean, I've got on one side I've got a kettle, on the other side I've got a cake, like a bread tin, which is what I do with all of them. I've never had an issue, and these don't seem, like I said, any worse than any I've had before. So I don't know. It seems. Could it be that people are just handling their figures wrong, and
It's cold
sort of
too. It's cold when they're being. Everybody's getting them cold. You know.
Yeah. You got to wonder how many of those people are new to Mythic Legions too.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, some of them aren't, but you also have to wonder how many of those people are just ham-handed people that just don't like. Oh, I heated it up. I'm like, well, what did you do? Well, I put it under tap water for like 30 seconds. It's like that's not.
No, dude.
It's like
You just got to be. I give it a little spit.
Dude, I have a space heater underneath my desk, right? And I stick my figure next to my space heater at high. Let it sit there for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then I pull him out. And he's like, "Well, a bit gummy." I'm like, "All right, now I can touch and I can pull you apart." Just like I did. Did you get the tail on yet for a rocket core?
I got it on, but it wasn't on there as securely as I wanted, so I took it back off and I'll put it back on.
Okay.
But I'll use. But I've got a full-on heat gun that I'll use for that.
So the same thing. The only problem with the heat gun that I found is the space heater gets hot enough, and it's not too hot that it hits the entire figure, and it will go through everything. So it will heat the inside of the figure, and you don't have to worry about overheating it. And then I pull it apart, like he just pulls right apart.
I'm only doing that with a Rakagor because I've seen the like waist joint break.
Right.
Normally I would pull it apart at the waist joint and put it together, but because he's got soft goods, I don't want to heat him up in the water, so the heat gun was sort of the next best thing. Normally I always use hot water.
Yeah. Yeah, the soft goods.
I have a little electric tea kettle here on my desk that I always have full of water.
Yes, that's what I got too, right here.
This guy moved beautifully
Yep,
without
same.
anything up.
Oh, Matt, what Mythic Legion broke on you?
So did these orcs. Like they just moved right out of the box,
which is nice.
Yeah.
It's also that X-Ray or Zezray. They're beautiful figures. Those guys are doing such good stuff.
Dude, a Rakagor is insane, dude. The colors on that, dude. Oh my god.
Well, see, I picked up Scourge at PowerCon when they were doing the pre-sale. So I was like one of the first people to get this particular figure. He'd been on pre-order with Poxus forever at that point, but hadn't come in yet, right? So like the first in hands of this dragon style figure we were getting was Scourge. And the only issue I have had with Scourge since I picked him up is this foot. It pops out real easy. And you just heard it there where there was an audible pop. Normally there's no audible pop and it just kind of will pop out. But considering he's going to be standing on that on display, that's not an issue. It's really not an issue. I'm not going to have this guy standing on one leg. He might be standing on a figure at some point like that. But either way, I got my Dragon Boys now, so I'm really, really excited.
Joe and Thanos, you guys do Cosmic Legions?
Yeah. I have a couple. I have two.
Do these wings separate? Like the two?
I don't know
those ones.
They
like
do
that's
not.
one piece, right? It's glued together.
That's one piece. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
This
if you
is
force
my
them, they
only
will
Cosmic.
Yeah, that's why I didn't.
This is my only Cosmic. And this I got from the Four Horsemen convention in Jersey. I think I paid $60 for it. You gotta go to the convention for your figures, man. And this my daughter literally just comes into my room, grabs it, and runs away with it. And she's 2, and it literally almost weighs as much as she does.
That's my kids with the Rakagor already.
Oh, my son, 6-year-old. I'm like, oh, please don't break him. Please don't break him.
Right?
Yeah, my kids are old. If they touch my legions, I'll break their fingers.
Yeah, but they're old enough. At least then it wouldn't be. It's just regular assault. It's not like you're endangering a child when you break their fingers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, they're old. They're old.
So apparently it was Matt's Arazak figure was the one that broke on him, which sucks.
That's the demon one, right?
Right, yeah. Wait, is that the demon one?
I thought that was the evil.
Apparently?
That's an evil wizard.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
You said apparently, like maybe he's lying. My moderators do not lie.
Excuse me. I didn't mean to imply anything like that. If Matt says his figure broke, his figure broke. The man collects like most lines out there, and he definitely knows how to handle his toys with care. So
I appreciate Lawrence having our backs. Thank you, Lawrence.
Exactly. I have all my mods backs. Although Ed usually disappears halfway through a show and shows up a little bit late, but whatever.
just wait until I start going live at the
These
same
past-
time as
this
you,
past
Lawrence,
month
and then
has been a
Ed's
rough
doing
month.
shows with me.
He's already jumped on shows.
Yeah.
though. But I guess
that's
I
true.
guess
I
what
was
I
gonna do
pay
that
them.
too.
Well, Wraith is already going up at 10 on Fridays, and that's when I do Punk's Pit. So.
Oh shit. Okay, never mind. I apologize.
No, dude, no.
You go live when it works for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's
Listen,
just what it is.
you already know that. Listen, first off, that's like a members only once a month, maybe twice a month. There is no way not to step on people's toes when you're doing lives.
Right. Listen.
You know what? I never realized I said it that much until you guys started pointing it out.
Look,
But
you're not as bad as Craig. If anybody watches Toy Anxiety, the man says listen 20 times in the amount of time that Lawrence posts live.
I don't even know why I say it. I'm on the show alone. Of course, you guys are listening to what I have to say for some odd reason. It's not like I have to like compete for someone else. I need you to shut up and listen. All right, it's me alone. But no, like Punk's Pit is just listen. God damn you. It's the members only. It's like once a month. We do 5 hours, 4 or 5
Yeah,
hours.
dude. The last one was the reason why I'm saying, "Oh shoot," is not because it's because I want to join it. I want to join the talk.
That's what kind of disappointed me because I'm like, damn it! Like you're really like you showed up out of nowhere. Tony and I actually were just going through. He's like, when did he show up? I'm like, he just came out of nowhere, and he just had this presence of like he had been doing streams forever. But Aaron, the toy enhancer, he goes live on Tuesdays, and he was saying, he's like, does anyone else go? And I was like, someone else said it too. I said, well, Ed does, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna have to talk to him. I'm like, listen, I know there it is. The point is, you're always stepping on someone's toes. There's too many people now, and you get to know too many people. There's no way that your lives aren't going to coincide with someone else's. As long as you don't go live on Monday at 9 p.m., we're all good.
Or Sunday at all, because apparently I just stream all day. Saturday, not Sunday. I mean, everybody goes live on Sunday, so good luck not stepping on anybody's toes on Sunday. The busiest day in ToyTube.
When I picked Thursday, I didn't realize it was such a bad day. It seems like there's a lot of just no one that I really watch, but it seems like Thursday is.
That has become a more recent thing because when we started doing Toy Frenzy, we were doing Toy Frenzies like right now, Saturday nights. And Skelly has kids, has a family, want to do more family time on the weekends. Totally understood. So, like, we sat down and we thought about what day of the week to go live instead, and we came up with Thursdays. And it was like, okay, that's a good day. Now, that was like, maybe 2 months after we started doing live streams together for Toy Frenzy. So we were only like 8 episodes in, and we're changing the whole time. And at that time, I was going live Monday nights, but like, nobody knew who I was outside of the Toy Frenzy community and a couple people on Mega J's channel. So then I moved to Saturday nights because there wasn't really anything going on Saturdays. And it was like, all right, well, this was like the perfect toy slot. But then like there were other streams going on Saturdays that, basically ran the same time, but it was whatever. Now Thursdays have become such a popular night because I don't think everybody not everybody watches Toy Frenzy. Most people watch Lawrence on Mondays, and after 3 hours of hearing him ramble on Mondays, nobody wants to listen to him more on Thursday.
I agree with that.
So, like, people just didn't realize there were these streams on Thursdays, and now, like, there's, like, I was telling the guys, like, while I took my couple of weeks off, I was like, man, my phone gets blown up on Thursday nights now with a lot of streams out of nowhere. But there is just literally no day of the week that you can pick where there's not another channel going live. It really is. But totally had that jacket. Okay. Sorry, I'm just realizing Bud sent me a picture of the jacket he was talking about. And it's like that letter coat, the jock letter coat.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
Letterman's jacket without all the football crap on it.
Without the
but
letters,
then,
right?
YouTube, I mean, the lives are fun if there's an active chat. If not, you just watch what you like after the replay.
Yep.
But now, if the chat's active, it takes away from watching something live. That's where the issue comes when there's two people going up against each other. So, but there's no way to avoid it. I mean, I'm not going to say listen.
Yeah, you pick a time that works with your schedule and go with it. The people
Listen,
who will
Ray,
want to watch will.
Friday's going to work just fine. Just listen. It's going to work just fine Friday.
Yeah. Like I said, I'll start at 10. I like to go for about 3 hours or until I can't talk anymore. So should be fun.
Trying to keep
Sometimes
that on
3 hours is really easy and you're just ready to keep going. And then there are other times at an hour and a half in, you're looking going, oh, shit. There is no way I'm going to make it. And I know everyone's like, you don't have to go 3 hours. But that's what, I mean, that's how I've programmed, that's how I programmed the stream after, a few months into it. And we've been doing it, for 3 hours for about a year now. But,
Look, if I
never
count the times Lawrence said, I don't know if I'm going to make it 3 hours. And next thing you know, it's 3.5. And he's like, I really got to go to bed. I got to get up in the morning.
Some of those days I think I should stay awake.
I never intended for the clubhouse thing to be like 6 hours a night, 8 hours a night. It became kind of a running joke that it was happening more and more frequently. After a while, I was just like, what the hell with it? Like, that's just how long the streams are. They're 6, 7, 8, 9, 12 hours. That's what it is.
Are you going 12 hours tonight?
I mean, I'm just making it back. I've had 3 weeks. I got the energy to go all through Sunday.
So to answer Todd C really quick. So the live is going to be, it'll be an introduction to people really quickly about what 40K is, Warhammer 40K, and introduce a little bit of the Grey Knights, and then immediately into Joy Toy Grey Knights. I'm going to do a bunch of just show and reviews of the figures that I have, and I have about 10 to unbox. I'm not going to do them all, but I'll do most of them. And then I have like Blood Angels I have to open. I'm not going to do it that night. I have Custodies. I have, oh God, I have a whole bunch, dude. As you can tell, that's why I'm selling off like part of my Mythic and some of my Joes.
Mike, as we were saying, literally look at any day of the week. The bad times, like the worst times I will say is probably Sunday, but if that's what works for your schedule, then that's when you go live. You just got a lot of other people going live on Sundays.
Tuesday is no better. Toy Anxiety is still doing very well.
Yeah, Toy Anxiety does well. And then again, we've got Aaron the Toy Enhancer goes live. Ed goes live Tuesdays. I mean, it's just really, there's no day of the week you can't go live. What's going on, Hyperdelic? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. We can't avoid one another. You pick a time, works for you, and you do it. And that's all there is to it.
And
I agree. I agree with Matt saying ASMR. It's gross. Sorry, I was eating an apple.
I have to say, for I'll ask Matthew. Like, who else is going live on Mondays? And he'll film me. I'm so focused. I don't look at any other streams on Mondays. It's like I have enough to think about with my own. I'm not worried about who else is on there. But I will say this: around 10:30, 11, it starts dropping now, which is odd because it's the exact opposite. Because before we get in G.I. Joe talk and start getting people would start showing up, where when I used to talk Masterverse or Master of the Universe, it was the instant drop. Now it's that and McFarlane is like the highlight. And I know it's not because people like how awesome the McFarlane figures are.
People love McFarlane.
I love him too.
Okay. So one thing that I am clearly noticing a big difference on right out the package between the two, Scourge's mouth, and again, this is probably just like one of those things where it's probably like mine. Scourge's mouth, he does not stay closed. It drops open a little bit, and then it gets stiff as it opens wider. So, like, his mouth kind of has this always, like, permanent little open. Whereas Arachagor's, that's a solid shut. Like, it's not dropping at all. And that's great. Like, I kind of like the fact that he can keep his mouth fully shut. Whereas Scourge doesn't have that. I will also say that the paint apps on Arachagor versus Scourge are like 1,000 times better.
Dude, isn't it crazy? The blue on the back. Oh my goodness.
Well, like in the lighting in my room right here, it almost looks like that purple. Like this is very, very close to like a Charlotte Hornet Shrek.
Yeah, you're right. It looks
Actually,
like
I jokingly said when when the Swarm Tracers came out, and I think it was Hella Dope posted the picture of it. It looked very blue and purple, and I immediately sent him I sent them a picture of the Charlotte Hornets logo next to the Swarm Tracer. I was like, man, those new Charlotte Hornets toys are really kind of neat. Because that's what it looked like. I really did. All right, so I've got a question here. Did anyone get anything from the in-stock sale? I haven't had any updates on my order since I placed it. So, yeah, Joe bought out all the Valiant Knights, so if you're wondering why you couldn't get it.
I picked up the Waltor, the Mythic one, not the Cosmic one.
You should email customer service and ask them where your order is. That'll help.
I'm just waiting patiently. It'll come in.
Well, I just ordered mine Friday, so I figure.
Well, I actually have an answer to the last container of the Plexus wave came in. So even though the in-stock sale went up, they were shipping out the rest of the Plexus wave before they started on that. And they're saying that it can take up to 4 weeks because they just got back from Zolocon also. So
yeah,
they said it could take up to 4 weeks to get everything sold from the in-stock sale. Not to mention the numbers on this in-stock sale have been huge. I really expected a lot more to sell out a lot faster. I think they got a lot of product.
I want to pick up a couple of more I want to pick up some Vampire Phalanx, but at the same time, I don't want to spend any more money right now.
Bud says he's trying to get in.
He's in. I got him in. I added him back.
I'm like, yeah, okay.
I was sitting there for a whole minute. I was just like, let me add.
Bud.
Let me add.
– Sorry, Bud.
I'm not.
It's okay. Fuck you.
Oh. Matt's got something to say about the foosh. We air grievances here. It's okay, Matt.
Matt has a lot to say about that. Matthew. I'm sorry, Matthew. He doesn't like being called Matt.
Oh, Matthew. This is a safe space. You can air your grievances.
Oh, he airs it every time we talk about it.
Yeah, I will say that, everything that I've ordered from the Four Horsemen tends to come pretty quickly, provided it's not pre-order. Like when it's something that's in stock, like I tend to get it pretty fast.
Yeah, mine. Anytime I order from Four Horsemen, it literally is here within like a day or so. Like when I ordered the Headless Horseman, that thing literally came like within like 8 hours.
Right. Now, I know Adam has all kinds of other challenges getting Four Horsemen stuff. And that's honestly one of these reasons that I do like having Adam on here, because we all glow about the Four Horsemen. We shill for the Four Horsemen like hardcore on these streams. And Adam will make you pause and think for a moment. Actually, look at some stuff. But that's good because he also, as you can see, he has plenty of Four Horsemen stuff. It's not like he's not a
Too
fan
many.
of the product. Well, yeah, as we were talking the other night.
Somebody was like, "How many do you have?" And I was like, "Let me count them." And I was like, "Oh, this was a bad idea."
A very bad idea.
Dude, I'm like I'm going to scale back some of my collection. I'm like, oh, I think I have like a box of Four Horsemen stuff. And I'm like, oh my god, I have like 4 suitcases of figures that I haven't opened. I'm like, oh my god.
I look at mine and I think the same thing. I'm gonna scale back up a little bit. I'll get rid of a few, and then I'm like, okay, I'll get rid of
That's right.
There's none like there isn't one where I'm like, I don't want that one. Like literally, there's nothing. There's no easy one to just like get rid of. If I had to get rid of any, I'd have to get rid of like a faction of figures because it would be like weird to get rid of like, one of my Leodicius figures. And then I'd be like, oh, but I don't have that character now. You know what I mean? Like some of the army builders I could get rid of, but I've only got about a half a dozen army builders. Everything else is like a named character.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. So what I'm doing is I'm going to get rid of all my dwarfs, all of my goblins who have a ridiculous amount of orcs, goblins.
Oh, Wraith, I need goblins.
Yeah, I'm going to get rid of King
No,
Goblin.
I don't, but I want them.
Dude, I have all
the King
ones.
Goblin. That's one I want so bad.
Dude, I'm going to
He's
get
so
rid
cool.
of. I'm going to keep the vampires and some of my human characters and some of the demon characters. But the rest, like the smaller scale ones, it's an easy, like that's how I'm going to scale back. I'm be like, all right, here's like 80 figures I can offload.
But like what Adam said, I don't know if Adam's how I am, where he says, he looks at things that he wants to get rid of, but he doesn't know what to do. I've often looked and like, all right, well, all the classify that's coming. I know that I got to start scaling back and getting rid of some stuff, but I know a lot of people have no problem just turning around selling their stuff. Ed is a perfect example. But for me, it's like everything that I bought is stuff I wanted.
Yeah.
So when I look to like I want to get rid of it, it's like I didn't buy that because it was the cool new thing. I bought it because maybe it was cool and new, but I liked it. And it's like I don't want to get rid of anything because almost everything I bought is I liked.
I'm not an impulse buyer, so it's really hard to like get rid of something that I like took the time to like think about whether or not I wanted it in the first place, where I was going to put it in my collection, put it on the shelf, did all the whole thing, and then I'm like, okay, well now I have it. Why would I want to get rid of it? So it's really just, but I do fall out of love with stuff too. Like Marvel Legends, I'm just not buying them anymore, and there's like, do I need the X Factor team? It's cool, but I mean, it's like I had a few X Factor comics, but it was like Generation X and the X-Men. Like those are the 2 teams that I really want. So it's sort of like I could probably get rid of stuff like that, but it's hard because, like I said, you sort of curate the collection, and then it's like the venue doesn't get any bigger as the collection grows. So that's the predicament for me.
I like that term, and then the other thing becomes like when you look at what you want to get rid of, you look on eBay at how much they're selling for, and you're like, is it even worth my time? I'd rather just put it in a box and put it in a corner. So
right,
dude, I'm in the same boat. Like I have all my G.I. Joe classified that I bought over the past year, and they're just in the packages. And I have my Hiss. I bought the HasLab, and I bought the Fire Team, and I bought a T-shirt for the Hiss off of the Hasbro's. I haven't touched it, and I'm like,
and now you're gonna just have to buy. You got to buy more for your Hiss that just got announced this week. That will probably sit in a box for another year.
You know what I'm probably going to do, and I'm going to kick myself for it because I promised my wife I'd pull back, is I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to keep the Hiss. I'm going to keep the Fire Team, and then I'm going to just buy stuff that looks like that, and that's going to be my Joe's, and then keep my vintage stuff. And I'm like, ugh, I'm already going back on what I said to my wife. She's gonna kick my ass.
Look,
So
I said at the end of last year I was going to scale back on everything else because I was going to focus more on Mythic, Cosmic, and Figure Obscure, right? Like that was my goal for 2024. And then I immediately turned around the next week and went out hunting for the new Ghostbusters stuff. It was just like immediately what I did. Now, I justified it to myself too by saying, like, all right, the Freight Features figures, they're only like $15 a piece. So I spent $60 to get all 4 of the Freight Features. And those kind of went with the other Kenner Classics that I'd already completed. I wanted to get all the new Ghostbusters for the new movie. They're $10. So I was like, it's not like I'm spending a whole lot more. I'm just not scaling back everything immediately. But I've also completed both of those lines. So now there's nothing left. Last piece that I really, really wanted out of the new line was this. And again, thank you, Corey. I got to put some fresh batteries in it because these batteries are definitely dead. He's got a switch on the bottom with different modes. One is like that store, like try me mode. The other one is like the full on mode. And yeah, his batteries are just dead. So I'll have to open them up and put some new batteries in them. So we'll have a Slimer probably farting and belching next week on stream. Why not?
I didn't even realize it was battery operated to look for one where the battery wasn't dead. I didn't read it that much. You just told me that's the one you wanted, so I just grabbed one that looked like it was in good condition. The box was good, and like
everything else.
I literally looked at Jess and was like, I don't know if he's an inbox collector or not. I'm pretty sure he takes everything out, but I'd rather get him one that's in a good box just in case. And because like the first one was trash, and of course everyone, handles it. But like on downsizing toys, though, like I'm relatively new to this, but the only thing I could relate it to is if I wanted to download like my comic book collection. Like I collected comics for 35 years, and I couldn't just get rid. Oh, let me just get rid of half of those. Which half do I get? Which one? I wanted all of those books. Like I read all of those stories. Like which ones do I get rid of? Like the only way I would get rid of them is if I was going to go to a store and sell all of them. Otherwise, you're not selling like part of it. I'm gonna go. Let me sell the '90s Batman, or let me sell the 2000 Justice League, but I'll keep the rest. You're not gonna do that. You're either gonna sell them all, or you're not gonna sell any of them. Otherwise, just put them in a box, put them in the corner, make them into a table.
Yeah, really. Like, not much else to do about that. So, Down South is asking if I've got the new Ecto one. I do not have the new Ecto one. This is the one from Afterlife. It is the same exact toy that just came out for the new movie. The only difference is that the red stripe does not continue all the way down the hood. The new one does that. It's got a red stripe that continues down the rest of the hood, all the way down the front fender. And the new one comes with, like, the gun that I have on the top here sits inside the door on this one, also sits inside the door on the new one. And instead, what you can plug in the top is this one has that kind of RC drone trap. The new one comes with a flying drone trap. That's the only difference. And then the new one also comes with the Ectotech Slimer, not that one that I was just holding up, but basically their stretchy plastic Slimer that I already got with this guy already came with what's his name? Trevor. So already got it. I can't see spending $30 on a toy that I already own, and I'd basically be spending $30 for a drone trap. But if it ever goes on clearance, that's a different story. because we all know how we like to play clearance chicken around here, and how many
There's
of us
no
have been
way
like,
I'll. There's no way I'll ever get this toy ever. But if it goes on clearance,
yeah,
What
yeah,
collector
oh,
would
for
ever
$5,
buy something? What collector would ever buy something that's almost the exact same of something they already have?
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
The
Said
funny
Speaking
thing
of which,
nobody
if you
ever.
guys come across, if any of you guys come across those Masterverse or Origins at Ollie's or Five Below or whatever the other stores you guys have, chances are I don't have them. Message me. I'll probably take them if you find them.
it would probably be easier for you to send us a list of what you do have, and we'll look for everything else.
Oh, my
He
list,
sent me
my
I've gotta
my want
update
list
the
is way longer than it should be. So
That's what I'm saying. It'll probably be easier to say, I have these 10.
Well, that's
Look
the
for
thing. We've
other
got to go back.
70.
Let me go back through the want list that he sent me, figure out which ones we've already managed to kind of get for him, and go back through and be like, okay, which ones do we still need to grab? I just found in a Target today, no joke, the same one that I grabbed this Winston at, 2 Eternian Goddess figures.
Need.
Still, okay. Well, I'm gonna have to drive back out to that price. Hi, Amanda. I have to drive back out to that. Actually, you know what? No, I kind of want to go back down to the one that was closer to DC. There was a. Oh, God, I wish Skelly were here right now. He would remember. I think it was called Games Castle. It was a game store, but they had some Origins toys. That's where I picked up the Adam. That's where I got the Stinkor that is going to be donated to your collection now.
oh, you know
But
what?
No, go ahead, bro.
No, I was just gonna. I'll remember it. You finish what you're saying, and then I'll chime in.
Okay. They had a bunch of the Eternian Goddess, and they were like down to like $2 or whatever because they were just clearing. I have no idea if they still have them, but like to travel down there and go see that awesome game store again is kind of like worth it because it was really, really cool. And I'd do it just for that as well as to get a $2 Green Goddess. Honestly, it's about the same distance, so I'd rather go that far down south and grab that Green Goddess for $2 than the one that was still $17.99 at Target. You know, like it's not saving money on gas, so I might as well just save the money on the figure itself.
I do trips like that, and I justify it. I'm like, okay, well, what else can I hit in between? Like, is there another Dollarama, another Walmart, another whatever, right? Where I can, like, if I'm going further than I normally would, is there more stops that I can add to that trip?
Right. Yeah. Like I've got to make it worth it to go. So the last time we went down, we went to Lost in Time Toys. And I was just talking to Skelly about that toy store this week. So maybe that will be the trip that Ziggy and I take next week. We'll go try to get a $2 Eternian Goddess from Games Castle. Then we'll hit Lost in Time Toys, and I'll see if they still have that $3 Blaster Hawk if he's still running that deal. Or maybe a cheap Rat Lore, because they had that too.
if you find a really like dirt cheap vintage battle ram,
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the
like,
fortunate thing about
doesn't have to
Battle
have
Ram.
all 3 missiles or whatever.
Well,
Yeah.
that's when it gets pricey, getting it with
Yeah.
all the missiles. But getting
Like if
a
it has
Battle Ram,
one or none, it doesn't matter. That'd
yeah,
be dope.
getting a Battle Ram itself tends to be pretty cheap. So we haven't talked a lot about the. Go ahead, Corey.
Sorry. You know that that Ben at Eternia today might have had one, but we weren't looking for him. We didn't like dig through that thing, and it had a lot of vehicles in there, and it was like the dollar bin from Eternia Dream.
Yeah, like had old like road rippers, and it was like mostly their more beat up and damaged stuff. Like it had a old Battle Cat in there, and none of the armor, and a hole in the head in one of them. That's all. It's like stuff that you really just kind of have to fix up.
Or the custom stuff you're gonna customize.
Right. So Todd's asking here, we haven't talked much about news tonight, and we should talk about a bit of some of the news because it's been a pretty news heavy week for toys. One of the big things is this guy finally dropped Now, I remember, when One Dar came out, I remember the first images that Mad Hatter showing off about Flipboard and just how hysterical it was. Now here it is a couple years later. And the Kickstarter live, guys. Like you can go back Flipboard now. This would be a origin style figure of a flipper, the bane of our existence.
And he's over 50,000 already.
Yeah, yeah,
62,184 with 530 backers.
Wow.
Right?
That's crazy.
Well, again, that was one of those things where I was like, yeah, I'm going to back this. And then I saw Pretty Boy. And I said, oh. So there's a lot of stuff that kind of got pushed back. But the thing is, like, the Kickstarter is going to be going a while. I get paid 3 times this month. It's getting backed. So that's not a problem.
Finishes on April 1st.
Yep. Yeah, I've got all month. It's getting backed.
Here's probably like, what the hell is Shartimus Prime? Because how far did his most recent Kickstarter get? Did that get up to 20?
I think it got just below 30.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say 30.
Flipboard is at like almost 55.
Well, no, it's 60. It's over
Oh my
60.
god, jeez Louise! Wow.
But the thing about that is, when the whole One Dar thing happened, Mad Hatter just went on this rant about Flipboard, right? I mean, and he already had his little second character that he'd come in and act like he took over the stream.
Yep.
He just went on. He created this lore that everyone was just like, "Oh my god, I want this. I need this." He drew I don't know if he drew it up or someone drew up what it would look like.
He drew it up.
Yeah, it just took on a life of its own. It would be like, in all honesty, if I
basically Modi.
If I did a Kickstarter of Roman, it would go nuts.
Yeah,
That sounds stupid, but I mean,
yeah, no, it would back because I'd definitely be backing it, and all it'd be is a whole bunch of junkyards after they hit the clearance thing, and they're all just painted up.
Tony painting them for me.
Yeah, and there we go. That's the Kickstarter, folks. But it's going to be the full $55 price tag.
Yeah.
The difference is everybody's going to run out and buy a $55 Roman figure,
and it's only going to be Roman. You're not even going to get Mutt with.
No, you're only going to get. You're only getting Roman.
But you need to have like a chew toy of Lawrence that comes with Roman.
Well, that's what we'll have to do with all the spare hands we have for children.
And then one of the unlocks a very tiny Lawrence to ride him.
Yeah.
The prototype.
Yeah. Lawrence will be the chew toy.
Cry closet.
Right.
So you get
the
your first
Roman
place
accessory pants.
It'll come
So,
with
like-
a mini Lawrence figure, and I'll have a tiny skateboard that he can attach to the dog to drag him along.
There you
Well,
go.
look, that's my joke, right? I
And-
always talk
and
about
look
how
who
great the
showed
animal
up.
figures.
Yeah,
Oh,
hijack a Roman Kickstarter.
So I always joke about how the wonderful pet classified figures come with the actual figure accessory pack. This would be the first time we'd see that. We'd get the Roman figure with the Punk with Toys accessory pack. It'd be a cry closet that looks like a Cobra porta potty. A door figure.
Yep. Yep.
And the hands, they'll have the swappable hands.
Here's your prototype of your cry closet.
There it is. There it is.
It's even got the tissues for your nose built in.
All right. I'm going to start messaging Ace right now.
I don't think Ace is going to do shit for me, all right?
He might not. Because it's you, he might not. I don't know. Ace
don't
likes
think
money,
he's
though. And
fond
if he
of me
thought this would
anymore.
sell, he would. Well, we keep joking about the fact that, well, now that this is taking off, are we going to get the rest of the Toy 2 verse, like, action figure line? Like, we'll have a Flipper Frank. We'll might as well get the rest of us going, too.
Everybody's gonna have a Kickstarter. Everybody will be paying money to it. Everybody
We'll just
else's
be buying into
Kickstarter.
each other's Yeah, that's how it works, right?
Everyone gets their Kickstarter funded except for Shartimus.
Thanos is excited. Thanos is thinking of what he can do on Fridays with that.
The
Or Wednesday,
biggest
hump
toy
day.
tuber. He's the only one they can't get people to back him.
Oh God, I feel so
Got
bad.
one of the
for this
biggest
dude.
channels, right? Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, kind of like the idea of Street Humans. I like the idea of seeing more.
I think he waited too long to start doing the publicity tour, and
I'm with you.
his offerings were like 2 figures. So like he had a large target with very cheap 2 figures to get there. So he
And
needed to
he's-
sell a lot of those.
He strayed away from what his original plan was,
Yep.
which was background characters, right?
Yeah.
Now, if that's what would have been, I guarantee you they would have sold better, right? But to me, once he started going into the alien, maybe this is just me, but I was like, I don't know, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just kind of like what Lawrence was saying before, he had a passion for and an interest in the background characters. I was like, oh, that could be cool, right? And then all of a sudden it turned into this weird, like, I don't know what exactly you're trying to call it, but like, I'm like, all right, yeah, that kind of just like, I'm like, all right, I'm out.
Hey, hold on a second. Hey, War Chest, you got to pop over to Oz's channel if you want to see the entire chat.
Yeah, yeah. So when we do the simulcast, it's kind of like to bring more awareness. And unfortunately, if you're in one chat versus the other chat, you're definitely kind of missing out on it. We can see all the chat from back here. And I do the best that I can to highlight as many of you as I can throughout the stream. But I'm trying to play with my toys and open up new stuff, and I don't have enough hands.
It's not so much that, it's that people, like, they think that there's something wrong because they're seeing
Right.
you highlighting. It's even worse that you're highlighting the chat because now people are like, whoa, wait a minute. Why can't I see this? And I told you the first time
Everybody
I found
has
that out,
blocked you. They hate you.
Yeah,
Sorry, no one
exactly.
told you before.
I thought Allison went and blocked me or something. And I was like, whoa, what the hell? Like, oh, this is how this stupid thing works. So,
Andrew, good to see you too, brother. Glad to be back. See, look, these are... Eldor gets his own entire toy line, much like I, told Dole a while before it became a running joke about that. Way back in the Toy Network group chat, you can see me talking about the Doleverse, where I want to see Ryan Dole figure of like every kind, just him taking other ones. Now it's like an actual like running joke thing, but look back in the Toy Network.
So the idea of like the background characters, right? And then the idea of like, I want to see Dole in like every whatever. Can't you just get a custom head? You know what I mean? Can't you just get a generic head and put it on a Marvel Legends body that you like a Peter Parker? That's where I think that like a background character line just doesn't. I mean, there are exceptions. You look at something like Mythic Legions where there's just no townsfolk and people are like, where's my bar wench? Where's my blacksmith? Where's my whatever? There's a market for that, right? But for a background character, I want an action figure with a tank top. Well, you can get that. I mean, there's like 8 versions of Logan that you could just change the head because the proportions are wrong and they're doing it again in a better proportioned body anyway. So you're going to have an extra body.
To me, it would have been like a police team, a fireman team, like something.
Yes,
generic.
exactly.
That's what I thought it was going to be.
You need role playing or like non-player character type things like characters that play roles, not role playing characters. That's a different thing. But you needed to fill a city with figures or a space station or a science lab or whatever. But to just have a generic action figure, that's what people do. That's how customizers work, right? You just find generic bodies and go from there.
Having a bar wench from the medieval times and having a current day Walmart employee are 2 different things. I mean, that's just, background characters from modern times are just easy to make, and
Thanos probably has a Walmart greeter in his collection somewhere.
Here's an idea for
work if I swap a couple pieces here and there.
here's a plan for the Four Horsemen. They might be listening, might not be. Make
They
a
definitely-
like random NPC village people, but call it Mythic Townies.
I mean, they've
There you
been
go.
I
Have it.
for like blacksmith and bartenders and bar wenches and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Those are
Yeah.
also something
I
you can make accessory packs for all those people, like a leather apron with a couple hammers and things like that. You know,
I don't.
But the
well, especially,
aftermarket
I don't
guys
think
are
the
doing it.
horseman should be the one to do it.
No, me
I
neither.
don't want to. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that I want to pay a Mythic Legion's price point for a blacksmith or a barmaid. It would be nice if maybe a company picked them up and did lower quality ones because they're going to be background figures. If I was paying $20 or $25 for a barmaid, I think that would be just fine. To be a background character in a Mythic Legions photo or something like that. But yeah,
Well,
I
I
just
say
don't
no.
know
You could just take a figure and put some soft goods on it and be
Yeah,
like,
I was going to say Max Bird. You could just, I mean, people should be petitioning Max Bird or somebody like that to do, a blacksmith's outfit and a bar wench outfit just to go on a 1.0 bare chested, body in a 2.0 female body. Like it's not rocket science. I think people kind of overthink all that stuff.
Yeah, Siege Ozsome was actually selling some soft goods. I bought some from him that were kind of just townsfolk. Even the townsfolk female was actually meant for like a Marvel character, not
Marvel
even a
Legends.
Mythic
Yeah.
That sword is amazing.
This sword is incredible.
I want the Siege Ozsome Royal bed set. It looks so good.
Dude, it's so awesome, that sword.
I didn't even put the effect on there yet.
I think that's the largest Mythic Legion sword at this point too.
Oh, without a doubt. I put the effect on completely wrong.
Yes,
when
I was gonna
opened
tell
it.
you in your stream. I was like, it's okay.
I had it on. I had it on like this.
Yes, it was.
And I was like, I thought it looked cooler in the picture. And then so tonight when I was doing all this stuff, I looked at the picture and I was like, I had that completely wrong. It actually like locks on really good.
Yep. You know what I did for background characters? I was at Ross during Christmas and they had all the D&D movie figures for like $3. I was like, here we go.
Thought about that too.
There we go. It's perfect. You got normal looking dudes. You got a chick. It's perfect.
What's going on, K-Dog? Good to see you.
I just want to know how do we all gloss over that Bud said that he wants to village people?
I had some comments that I kept it to myself.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna go ahead and get a line of the village people, I want straight up
Assless chaps.
village people.
Oh man, you know what would be great if Shartimus did V people and it was the police, it was firemen, it was you know what I mean? Like that would sell,
right?
Yeah, I'm with you because again, if you do firemen and you do police officers, you do paramedics.
Yeah,
there's a lot of reuse that can be used.
100%.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, obviously, firemen are going to wear something different, but they're not always suited up in fire suits. But fire suits are going to be fire suits. How many different bucks are you going to have? I mean, Valiverse has completely created a whole line using 3.5. So,
and then you could do exclusive versions that are the calendar versions.
Bud wants the spicy.
Yes.
So that's for the early backers, right? If you're within the first 10 days and it hits this goal, you get the
spicy ones.
I
like it.
The 12 months of the year firefighters, they all have just different heads.
Yeah. Dude.
Well, no, they have the same heads, just different bodies.
I'm digging that.
Different
idea.
like torsos.
Like, I think that would
for something like that, like a Migo style would be pretty cool, where you could buy like $5 and then just have like clothes packs, to change between firemen or cops or EMTs or whatever. And that way you wouldn't be paying a figure price for everything.
Yeah, I just
The
again I don't.
Chippendale
His original idea of just background characters, but like again, like police and expand upon it. But then it turned into like this weird, like Independence Day. I don't know what it was. Like it was just
Well, I
I
think-
don't.
He always wanted that because, again, if you listen to any of the
You were just out. You have
shows that he did, that's what street humans are.
Mm,
And they're supposed to be like aliens, but you could just have them as regular background characters. But then he wanted to give people like, you don't have to just back them for this. They're kind of like aliens, like they have their own, their own lore and everything. But if you just want to make them their background characters, but I'm with you, like there wasn't enough.
yes.
Well, I don't think he was really sure on what he wanted to offer because he changed it like 5 different times between the 2 different.
He tried appeasing everyone.
Yep.
Kind of like when Ace lost it a couple weeks ago and said, "We're not doing any other. This is the scale." And then, fine, we're doing both scales. Fuck it. We're doing every goddamn scale that's ever been fucking used. And you're like, "Whoa!" I'm watching the meltdown on Facebook. Like, holy
Yeah, I saw it. It was a Sunday morning. I was like, oh, good. Put your foot down. Put your foot down, Ace. And then all of a sudden he's like, at the end, he's like, all right, we're doing both. I'm like, wait, what happened?
It was a quick change, Ace, but I love you.
And I backed the car because I want one for my Punisher because I'm a huge Punisher fan.
Right.
So I want one for my Marvel 11 Punisher, and also I have a Blade figure. So I'm like, oh, cool, from the Blade movies, right? Here's a cool car.
We got
and
a new Blade coming out too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one. And he didn't delete it. That's another. I give him a lot of respect that he didn't delete it. A lot of people would have went back, deleted it, act like it never happened, Viper Island. And you're like, all right, but that meltdown it just happened to pop up on Facebook, and I'm like, oh, hey, you know what? Yeah, he was kind of like that first post, but I understand why he got aggravated.
Sure.
Then it was the next post of like, fine, we're doing both scales, and then he talked about it like he said. I apologize for what happened, Ace. We're gonna be doing. I was like, all right. And then another one came, and you're like, okay, just someone take him away. like, okay, this is not politics, but when the president of the United States gets through his speech properly, someone needs to just take him away from the microphone, right? Get him away because he's finished, but he's gonna open his mouth again.
Yep.
So
I gotta say,
it's pretty much any politician. Just get them away from the mic after they're done talking.
It's a little worse these days.
Throw them all into a wood chipper before they start talking. Sorry.
I'm down with throwing politicians in wood chippers.
So here's a question to everybody. So what do you think Flip War is going to end at? Like after the 30, like we're like 60 something thousand. What do you think?
Well, it's got to hit 100,000. It probably will because it's going this fast. But
Yeah.
How long does it go for?
30 days.
Till the 1st of April.
The 1st of April. What's the highest bonus that he has set at Thanos?
He's still announcing unlocks.
Wow.
As they
Dude, that looks amazing with the black background.
That has to be like my top 5 favorite figures. Like,
wow, that looks cool.
I love that demon. I always imagine having him standing next to Swig, and Swig like summoned him as like a demon.
Oh
all
man!
The light green is black light reactive too. So if you shine a black light on them, those parts glow.
Yeah.
No, now I'm gonna need this for my Warhammer 40k Grey Knights to fight for one of the chaos. This sucks, dude. Get it off the screen.
The highest bundle package looks to be $130.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. There's the bundle that's him, 2 bots, $130, and then he's got the regular figure, the bot, and then gold or stealth versions that are up because they've been unlocked. Damn cat. Sorry.
You know, I don't even know if the Hatter watches my show. I know he, well, of course he knows who I am because he's seen me on with Mega J a couple times. But I don't know, like he's got the kid and he does all that stuff and he's pretty busy. So I'm not sure what he fills his Saturday night.
I'm pretty sure he's supporting a hangover from last night.
Oh yeah.
I think another reason why people might be willing to back this is it's a one-off.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like
Well,
there's no line that's coming. It's like, all right, you know what? This is cool. This is fun. I can back this, and then I'm done.
But it's not though. He said it's a line. It's the Champions of Neferity or whatever is the brand.
Yeah, we'll see.
And he said he had other ideas.
I mean, yeah.
Well, if this figure does good, we might see more.
But the unlockable glow in the dark one.
Yeah, but even if he does a line, it's going to be one figure every 6 months or a year, right? I mean, he's not going to be pumping out.
Well, isn't Ace doing it? So it might be one figure every 2 years.
Oh no! That's not the same.
Damn.
I'm sorry, Ace. You seem like a wonderfully nice guy.
I think when it backs, it's targeted in December for a release. I think is what they said.
Yeah.
Is the figure in origin scale? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what
I saw it at PowerCon and it looked nice.
Mm-hmm.
But they had like I asked Ace and he didn't seem to have any answers for me on on if it was coming or not, and they must have been working and getting the
They were still hammering out a lot of details at the time, from what I understand.
And it makes sense because I mean PowerCon was quite some time ago now.
Right.
And if they're just going live with it, it's taken a good amount of time, but
yeah, because we're talking August last year is when they first showed it off, kind of thing.
Yeah, I believe
like they'd shown off
the prototype and mailed it to Hatter at PowerCon.
Yeah,
from this.
Yeah, which is great. We were all helping to facilitate this kind of thing.
Not to beat a dead horse here, but somebody made a comment before in the chat saying, I feel bad for when Shardamus went on the 3POA podcast. And then the after show, oh my God, they ripped him apart. Oh my God. That was a bloodbath.
So I said that about the 3POA show when it came on. And the chat was awful. But and I even told Shardamus this. And I was expecting Bobby to absolutely destroy him. And he did, but not in a bad way. Bobby asked questions that you and I could not ask because we don't design toys.
Yeah.
And I thought Shardamus did himself a disservice by not having the designer or one of the people that the project manager that he was working on that could answer the question. Bobby asked specific questions. He asked a specific question that I would not have known about how something with the waste, and he's like, how are you going to do this because there's not enough room in there, and he didn't have an answer for it, and that's something that the designer or the project manager could have hopefully answered. So he asked him a bunch of questions that we would have no idea because we don't design toys. We don't know the durometer on stuff and what type of plastic, and it looked really bad. And I don't think, I'm not saying he wasn't trying to make him look bad, but I thought he actually did a really good job of asking questions. The chat was awful. They were, complete assholes, which is to be expected with that group of people. They were just being rude to be rude. He didn't do himself he did himself disservice by doing it from his car, but at the same time, he was at a con and he did not want to reschedule. So once again, here he's working, trying to get it, at this con, and then the only way that he could do it was jump in on his car. So it made everything look worse than what it was.
Do you think that he didn't know what, because again, you kind of figure that's not the audience.
I think he thought it was worth the risk.
Oh man.
he knew that they were gonna he knew that the chat was gonna come after him. He flat out said it to me. He knew that the chat was gonna come after him and they were gonna be brutal. He's and again, I don't think that Bobby came after him, but he asked him questions that I don't think that he was prepared for.
Mm-hmm.
And there were questions he couldn't answer. And I don't think he was ready for that. And it's understandable that he wasn't ready for that, but I think he probably should have been. And again, if I did a Roman, right, and someone else designed it and I'm going on to promote it, you better believe I'm bringing that person on with me.
Especially if you're going with that audience and those, you know what I mean? Like, already you're against the 8 ball, right? So you want to present as much information, correctly as possible.
And it was after he tried moderating that debate.
Oh no, the ABCD thing, yeah.
Yes, which
God.
I mean, I've never seen two people look like bigger assholes in my entire life than that. Okay, I didn't think that I could watch a toy debate and it'd be more awkward than watching the Geek Dad Life one, which still is my favorite one that I've ever seen. But I saw that and I'm just like, every single person in there, no matter what side it was, and both of those people came off like assholes.
Yeah, but it was Boog, and what was the other dude's name?
Talker Art.
And didn't he get into an accident or something like months ago, a motorcycle accident?
He was
that's over a year ago now, but yeah.
Yeah, at the time,
when it came out, I mean, he didn't just get out. He had just started coming back on doing some streams and stuff.
Mm.
And he went in just to really, in my opinion, he went in there just to needle it. Like, if you watch that Geek Dad Life one, Spectre Creative, he went there to piss off Mikey Frenchie. That's all he did. He didn't care what Mikey said to him. He was going to needle him. He was going to piss him off. And when Frenchie got all pissed off about stuff, you could tell he didn't give a shit. And it was great because you could literally watch the smoke coming out of his ears.
That was the first live I ever watched.
I think it was for a lot of people.
I don't remember how I caught that. I think it might have been my first one too. And I'm like, hey, what the hell is this about? Because I knew who creator Spectre was. And I knew Spectre was. And I think that might have been the first time. And then I remember flipping over. Because I remember watching it thinking, I feel so bad for these two hosts. And then you flip over to it. And to watch that now, when they come back over, because I think Jay came over after John was already there, over to Toy Anxiety with Craig. And Craig's like, I don't know if I want to collect more or quit collecting after watching this. It was so bad, but it is cringe.
That was the Maury Povich, or no, it wasn't. No, not Maury Povich. What was the Jerry Springer? Jerry Springer. That was the Jerry Springer. Yep.
And then I don't know if you ever saw the HasLab debate that Geek Dad Life did, and they had it was for the Sky Striker and the Rancor.
Oh yes. And what's his face came on with the dress as a pilot.
Yeah, Dan Larson, and I forget the other guy. And that was all in good fun.
Yes.
And I think that's what they were expecting. The moment Spectre Creative pulled out notes with timestamps, I went, oh my God.
We're going there.
Yes. And then it derailed. And it took forever to get there because I did watch it live because it took so long because he couldn't get on the internet.
Yeah, that's the internet time.
That joke, I mean, that joke lives on.
After the fact.
Yeah.
The joke about, are you using your wife's internet is like, that'll live on forever among toy collectors.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because it was like, this is why when you go live, especially with someone you've never met, you want them to show up early, so you can make sure all the technical difficulties are taken. Shartimus showed up when I did my show like minutes before we did.
Well, that's how I do it. Hell, I
So
show
did
up late
Alex.
to my own damn streams.
So did Alice and Troy on the first one. But normally, like I hate expect like
Everybody shows up late.
yeah, but like if you've never met them before and you're gonna do a show, you want to see like what the chemistry is. Like if I did a stream with Tony, and Tony showed up right as we're going on, no big deal, you know, or Ed, or most of the guys here, you know. But yeah, it's like, hey, let's make sure the audio's working, the visual's working. Thank God Aaron the Toy Enhancer did, because he always has an echo no matter what. Aaron,
I love his echo. It's so awesome.
It is such a running joke.
Well, I mean, it helps when you got the headphones and you do, you know, stuff of that caliber to negate having an echo, right? Like, honestly, when I started doing live streams, I don't know how I managed not to have an echo, because I was just using the microphone on my laptop and the webcam on my laptop. It's a terrible combination, by the way. But if that's all you got, then go for it, because it can work. You just got to make sure that you kind of set it up to try to cancel any echo. But, you know, it's definitely helped a lot getting the headphones.
I'm sorry.
See, and then there's Aaron laughing right there. I just remember part of it when it was echoing. I was like, "Oh, good! I really liked my. I really liked the point that I heard. That I said I got to hear it again." So,
Aaron, you have to do that every time you go to a stream. Every time. That's your calling card, sir.
the problem is he doesn't know what he's doing. Like
It's awesome. It doesn't matter. That's perfect. That fits. That's his character.
And you know what, though? You ever watch him on his own live streams? He's absolutely golden. Like, I love watching his live streams. Love watching him create.
He may be in our community the live streamer that laughs the most at his own jokes.
I don't know. I laugh pretty hard at my own jokes.
Now
And
that I've pointed it out, you'll be like, "Oh, wait a minute, he does."
Aaron, if you need the link, brother.
Aaron,
John, I saw John Allison hop in the chat. Guys, let me know if you want the link.
the echo.
The echo enhancer.
That's what I should have put you up there for your thumbnail when you're on the show.
I see Adam has brought in a second chair. All right. We're going to have Adam and Amanda opening up some more Origins figs. Well, actually, Masterverse 2 now, probably, right? No, not tonight. Okay.
No, not tonight. Masterverse sort of fall more into what I normally collect, so I'm typically I'm actually doing those like on my channel, doing unboxings. Somebody, I was opening. What was I opening? The Battle Armor He-Man and Skeletor, and somebody's like, "Didn't these come out like 3 years ago?" And I was like, "Oh, so you're new to the channel?"
Like,
that's
I guess you didn't get the many layered approaches to open late gimmick.
Maybe there should be like a disclaimer every time that's what I'm doing.
If you want, give me a background image. I'll write one up for you. Auto disclaimer here. Open late is a really layered joke, folks.
Just have it as the banner at the bottom all the time.
Right.
If you're wondering why I'm opening a 3-year-old figure, it's because I just got it.
But I think that's great. I really think that's great, though.
I'm never gonna get the stuff before anybody else, so there's no chance of that.
You go airborne. You're in Canada, right?
Yeah, but I'm on the West Coast, so that stuff only ever shows up on the East Coast first thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it all ships up from the East Coast, so the first places to get it are like the places that are closest to the warehouses.
Well, that's why Ken has a history channel, because he's just getting all of these
Yes.
first.
Yeah, Ken and I are in the same boat, so that's exactly right. It's like we will never get this stuff first. It just doesn't happen.
I love Ken, dude. Ken's
Which
awesome.
I was gonna say, mind you guys, I absolutely love Ken.
By the way, Lawrence, what
Ken's a jerk.
what you're saying like, where did Wraith come from? What the hell? Where did this dude come from? It's because of him, because I listened to all his stream because he was talking about Mythic Legions and wanted to get into it, and then he introduced me to everybody else here, and I was like, oh, this is super cool.
Who?
And that's Ken from Toy Connections.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, that's where I first met Wraith, was in his chats. And then, started seeing him pop up in all the other chats. Ooh, got that beautiful sky sled, Prince Adam. Now, let me ask you this, Adam. You should be able to see from the outside of the box. Is it a thin-handled power sword or a thick-handled power sword?
Oh, yeah, that huge pink one.
Because when the first ones came out, that was the first time they did a full sword, and the handles were like twice as thick as the normal combined power sword.
And the figure.
No, I think
it's noticeable, so you should be able to see. Because it
looks about the
stretches.
same as the one that came with Battle Armor He-Man.
Okay,
Like
then
that.
you've got one of the later release ones where they corrected it.
That original one's fat as hell.
Oh yeah, you couldn't even fit that in the hand.
It stretched out Prince Adam's hand and would always fall out. I had to take a file.
No, it doesn't look like that. It looks like it would fit in his hand.
Amanda, thank you for joining us at the clubhouse again. Good to see you.
Adam, that's not one I showed you in pictures, right? That I had for you.
What's that? No, you have one, but I want two. Because Oz told me that you can do the good guy version and the bad guy version.
Yeah, okay. I can't
and I was like,
remember
I think I need multiples.
Yeah, it's like I'll have to look. I was like, didn't I have one of those saved for you? Maybe.
Yeah.
I definitely had. I went out because they went on clearance at Target after a while, and I'm kicking myself now. They went down to like $11 a piece, which is cheaper than just a regular Origins figure was. And it was like, man, the figure alone is worth it, but you're getting the vehicle for like $11.99. I bought one extra, and there were two more there. I really wish I'd just gotten the other two as well. Yeah. But I was trying to be the nice collector and leave some for somebody else. I did the same thing when Stridor dropped down to $8.99. I only grabbed like one extra. And now I'm killing myself that I didn't pick up during Christmas time. But that was the post-Christmas recovery. They dropped Talon Fighter and Point Dread to $11.99 at Target. And I saw a couple of them. And I was like, ooh, I should get some. And then I was like, nah, I don't have the money because of Christmas. And now it's like, why didn't I just grab them?
Yeah, I got extra Stridor and Sky Sled for Adam.
Nice. Yeah, because it's hard when you're trying to catch up on a several-year-old line to collect a lot of those things.
Stridor is now $5.99 everywhere. I see them all over the place.
See, that's funny. The Walmart by me had one just last week, and it was like $17. And I'm like, yeah, no, not when I could get it for like $8.99 2 years ago.
Stridor, I got for like $2.99 or $3.69 at Meijer. They had like 30 of them.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'll buy it for. And then I saw it like they eventually put it back over and put it back up to the regular price because.
Down south, if you find another Point Dread and Talon Fighter at $11.99, please grab it because we are trying to hook Adam up the best we can with, and this is still a current release, mind you.
Yeah.
But when it's at that kind of price, we need to grab it when we can.
Well, how much is Talon Fighter originally? I could get half off.
$32.99. So like they dropped it down to $11.99 post Christmas. I mean, whoever can get it as cheap as possible. And then what we're gonna do is Adam, when he gets to come down and work a convention for AWOC, we're going to have somebody who's going to that because we're going to save them the duty fees and everything to ship to Canada. We're going to get somebody who's going to these conventions. We're going to ship to them so that they can hand deliver it.
Yeah, I got a pile for Adam. I was like, that Talonfire I know is up at that Mattel store too. So,
All right. So we need to get him a luggage case, and we need to deck it out with like stickers for He-Man, so it could be his Motu smuggling.
So I'm going to Toylanta, and Terrence is actually going to be going to Toylanta. So I've got his address. So Cobb, I gotta get Terrence's address to you to get that stuff sent to Terrence, because he's already very graciously agreed to bring some stuff up to me. And then I'm planning on doing Joe Fest, and then I'm planning on doing Legions Con, and then I may do the August ZoloCon as well. This is all just pending Jason giving me the green light to buy my tickets, but those are the ones he basically said I can go to every con that they're doing, and I was like, that's expensive for you. But I'll go to whatever ones he wants me to go to.
And his wife agreeing to it.
So you remember when that He Skeletor came out?
Yeah.
And I thought they did it. I thought they missed the boat by. I thought they missed the boat by not changing the head and using this head on it.
Right.
So with
like they showed off.
So with my second Adam, I created a Keldor that's from He Skeletor.
Right.
Look at Lawrence doing customs. My goodness.
Well, when they originally did the fan vote, it was either the Keldor Prince Adam, which basically looked like what you have right there,
just shaved,
or Mini Comic Triclops, and Mini Comic Triclops won the fan vote. But there was going to be a figure. Now, the only thing that was different was they took the mustache off when he was Prince Adam.
Which makes more sense.
Yeah. My extra Prince Adam actually became, like, I got the Superstars Bray Wyatt figure, because in the mini comic for the Masters of the WWE universe, the Fiend figure they released in the mini comic, they show Bray Wyatt dressed up like Prince Adam, and they went ahead and put, they never did release that Bray Wyatt figure.
Did you say there's a mustache Prince Adam?
There's a mustache Keldor.
Can I answer your question real quick?
Yeah.
Of course you can.
So that Skeletor or He Skeletor and this Prince Keldor is from a comic book, the Masters of the Multiverse.
Yeah.
And that's why he doesn't have the Keldor face that you have. He looks just like this or whatever. And halfway through the story, he loses half his face and looks like half Skeletor. And then once he gets the power of He-Man, he looks just like He-Man, but blue and black.
Are you describing the plot from Face Off?
Pretty much.
What did he say?
He asked if you were describing the plot from Face Off, and it's actually kind of close, right?
So
I'm seeing if I can find a picture of him,
and then he gets somebody else's face.
So then the other thing with this here is, because I just had it before, and if you look at it and you take away the head, he kind of resembles Lord Farquaad from Shrek.
Farquaad.
Yeah. So
the same height as Lawrence.
Exactly. I brought it up to my daughter. She printed up his head and made a crown. And I would say for about 2 years, it sat downstairs with the face taped onto it and the crown around it.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, that's how she comes with this, and she's like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "She's taping on." Like, man. So
Adam, was that on the list, the Rise of Evil 2-pack with the Keldor and the Crotus?
It was not on my very short list of like 40 figures, but it would be on a longer list if I did if I managed to get through all those ones.
Might still be able to find that at a reasonable price.
Yeah, that one I've kind of like. There's some things that I've sort of seen pop up.
Hold that back up there, Cobb.
Oh, I said I got half of it because I used the other Keldor. So I still got a Cronus.
Right. Can't give that Cronus figure away. Nah, we got to get him a complete one because Keldor is the real standout from that set. Cronus is just,
I know. That's
Well,
why
actually,
I think everybody has their Kronos still in box.
I've got.
I have two of them now. So
I was going to say I actually have. I bought two of them, but that's because I have a battle armor Keldor because I bought an extra battle armor Skeletor. Sorry, I can't really give that guy up. But yeah, like it, I've got an extra Cronus. Now the funny thing is that actually the best looking Cronus is Bud's custom Cronus because he put like a green visor, like he attached a green visor to the helmet so you don't see that really ugly face. And you know, it looks really good that way.
yeah, mine make my better looking Keldor.
Yeah.
I want to do like a 2000X one too.
Well, yeah, now that we got the 2000X Skeletor body, you can really do a 2000X Keldor. I mean, again, it's not much different from the figure we actually got, but I like the fact that, you know, on the back of that box, they kind of revealed that they were going to do basically that Lords of Power Beastman in figure form. They were going to do the Lords of Power Merman in single figure form outside of the multi-pack that they originally came in, plus having the that's great, doing the Horde Keldor. I love it.
Everybody was showing off their custom Keldors.
Oh, Thanos, that looks cool.
I just realized mine's not even custom. That's just the regular Keldor. I was thinking
This is actually the first pop and swap I did with Origins.
Yeah, it got the Hordak pieces.
Yeah.
See, my problem is like I couldn't find like I bought the Hordak afterwards online, and so like I never got a regular Hordak at retail price. Otherwise, I definitely would have done that. My idea was to get another one of the Horde Randy Savage figures, and then of course when I went out hunting for it at that time, I couldn't find it. Now he's basically up in price again on the secondary market.
Yeah, I know. I should have grabbed a bunch of him.
This is actually the Buzzsaw Hordak.
Oh,
pieces.
you use that one?
Yeah, because I found him used, so it wasn't very expensive to get him. So
Okay, because I do have a Buzzsaw Hordak.
So you can tell by the cape.
Yeah, how it sticks out the back a little bit more. Saddam, what other goodies are you opening tonight from your stockpile of Origins? You're on mute, brother. You got to unmute.
Oh,
I didn't mute you.
Talk.
Hold on. Did I? Can't unmute your guest because they chose to mute themselves. How did you mute yourself and you can't unmute? I think it's bad when the host can't unmute you.
Ow, silence.
All right, now I don't see the mute marker next to you, but we have no... Was there another mute button on camera or something? Now I'm big.
now you're muted.
Well, no, that's just my other...
Oh, okay.
Because technically I have two up when I use my phone.
That's the opposite issue that we had with Aaron the Toy Enhancer. We had an echo and we couldn't mute him. And when he popped up on Punk's Pit on the members channel, we couldn't mute him. And Aaron jumps over because he had just got off there and he's like, I couldn't mute him either, and we had the echo.
It was so great. It was so awesome, dude. You need to make like a funny video with that. That was great. Just make a quick YouTube short of it, dude. That would be really funny. Just get his permission. That would be awesome.
It's kind of like what I wish, like if there were actually more bloopers here. But the only real cringeworthy fun bloopers to put up as shorts, I had to delete from that video. So.
Thank God.
Yeah.
That was my first day coming on here.
Yep.
And that gave me the courage to come on because I'm like, I can't be any worse than that.
Well, that's the truth, right? Like we're just, what was it? 2 weeks ago on Toy Frenzy when they started off, I still wasn't fully back yet. I ended up coming back to help them with that stream. Not that they needed help. They needed some clarification on a beast and a creature and all that kind of stuff. But like they started off the stream by like hashtag old guys pushing buttons because we just can't figure out technology.
Yeah, man. The only saving grace for me is I worked as a data center manager for a long time, and so I didn't really have an excuse. I have to know. I have to know this shit.
Well, Skelly had done a couple of lives on his channel. That's actually how Skelly and I got to know each other before we went live the first time. So he already had some experience. But then really quickly, like I started talking and hanging out with Mega J a lot, and Mega J helped guide me through a lot of that beginner stuff real quick.
I find that odd that you say that because Mega J never does any live streams. I never see him on live stream ever.
Oh, maybe it was
At all,
earlier.
never.
Maybe it was before you. Maybe it's before you got on YouTube that he used to, because I've never seen him on either.
I have no idea.
Hopefully, we'll start
Never.
doing him again.
He has the most energy of any YouTube streamer for toys I've ever seen in my life. That guy is amazing, dude. Amazing.
Well, he was really like kind of like when I first started how I emulated myself. Like, all right, gotta have this energy, gotta bring it. Then I realized it's just a natural part of me, which is funny because normally socializing with other people is the bane of my existence. But there's a difference here, right? Because we all have this common bond. We all get excited off the toys, and we like kind of feed off of that with one another.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like the energy I have to expend to do my day job just drains the life out of me, which is why I basically was like, I had no energy to do anything. That's why I took my little 3-week vacay right there from doing these, because I can't not show up and go to work. Right? Like I got to do that.
Yep.
But what I can control and what I can not do was expend more energy I just didn't have to do live streams.
Yeah, this is your hobby. When your hobby is not fun, it's not your hobby anymore. And
right.
100%.
Right. And not that I don't have fun doing these streams. It's just if you don't have the energy to do it, you can't. Don't force yourself to do it.
I agree.
But jumping on 2 weeks ago, coming in and helping the guys out with that episode of Toy Frenzy, it helped me realize like how much I do need this, like how much I do enjoy this. Because again, like I try to start off every description for Saturday nights with, it's been a long week of adulting, time to get some kidulting in. And I know how some of us can cringe at that term, but I'd rather just own that term because that's what we do, right? We're adults that do a kid-like hobby, but kids don't do it the way we do it either.
I don't know why everyone hates that term. I'm sorry. That term is awesome.
See, and I appreciate that, Lawrence. Thank you. And I know Adam also, once he gets back on, he championed the term kidulting too. And I think we all should, because let's face it, they may have tried to use it in a way to kind of like slight us. But you know what? The term is literally describing an age bracket from 12 through adulthood.
We are adults playing with toy tubing. There's no reason you should be able to insult us. We have already insulted ourselves to the max. All right.
Yep. And dude, if you grew up in the 80s and the 90s, I mean, this was not something that you went to your lunchroom and talked about. This is not
right.
This is not something that you walked around and were like, hey man.
I mean, I just didn't really like, there was certain points in my life where I didn't care because like, again, okay. So like in 3rd grade for me, cause I'm one of the younger guys here, right? That's like when Power Rangers became popular, right? So going into 4th grade, right? Like Power Rangers was a big hit at the end of 3rd grade going into summer. 4th grade, when I was getting all my school supplies, I got like all this Power Ranger stuff. Showed up to school that very first day like the biggest dork. Everybody else in 4th grade just has like all normal looking stuff. It's not like themed. Some of the girls might have had that Lisa Ann like really colorful dolphins and everything like that. I was the only boy who showed up with like superheroes all over his shit anymore. And I was like, oh, maybe this isn't so cool, right? And then the very next year, the Star Wars Power of the Force 2 came out, and I was talking with a couple of my friends, and they were all like, oh, yeah, we still like that stuff. Man, I started coming to school with a box, like a literal box that I put by my desk of my Power of the Force 2 toys, so that when we went out to recess, we could play with them. And like, I just didn't care. I was like, this is probably the uncoolest thing ever. And I just don't care because I finally have freaking Star Wars toys, and that's cool to me. But then after that, my toy collecting went back in the closet. Then as I got older, I was like video gaming more. But a lot of my friends did make fun of me for playing video games. And I was just like, yeah, whatever. I don't care. I do this when I'm not hanging out with you guys. And then as I got a little bit older, it was like, all right, now we're, you know, smoking a joint or whatever like that. And I'm going to play some Final Fantasy because I'm really high and I want to play this game. So, see, look, Batchard's got me. He's saying, only cool kid, Oz. Thank you.
Dude, and now kids, like my son's in second grade. And like it's, you know what I mean, and even kids that are in older in high school and stuff. This is just normal. This is normal. This is all this stuff. Whatever. Like they're into anime.
Right.
Everybody talks about it. They're into toys. They're into everything, and they talk about it.
I remember when, like, you know, I'm sitting there working at GameStop, right? And like all of these, when we were back in school, guys that were like too cool for video games were coming in and buying like Call of Duty and whatever else. And they're like, dude, I remember you. You used to have hair. And I'm like, yeah, it went away a long time ago. And it's like, you know, they're all like, oh, yeah, man. Well, I didn't even realize you were working here. And they're like trying to be my friend. It's like, didn't you used to make fun of me for this?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Dude, and I was a GameStop manager back then.
Yeah.
Just changed to GameStop, and we had just gotten the Power of the Force toys, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is so cool!" And I remember we had a Rancor there. We got in, and I'm like, "That's going. I'm putting that in the back. That's going with me. I'm not putting that out for sale."
Yeah, and this is quite what it is.
I gotta
Liquid's
get
got it.
going, guys.
All right, Joe.
Thanks for having me on. Everybody, have a
Nah,
good night.
bro.
Later, Joe.
Thank you for being here, brother. Thank you for showing off some cool shit. And that's exactly what it was down south. They wanted to try to see if I could hook them up with a discount, and I charged them more. So I made money for my company.
Open up that Bret Hart. I don't know why.
Yeah.
That sword, I'm so cool about being.
I'm not gonna lie. That is the main reason I wanted the Bret Hart was because I wanted the pink sword.
The sword just looks so cool, metallic pink. But yeah, Bret Hart's pretty cool. Does that armor have the classics armor?
Yeah, it's the classic style. Well, because they had already put that out for Undertaker.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
they'd already put that out for the Undertaker figure, so they just reused it for him too. But it's funny because by that time the regular Triclops had come out for Origins, so they could have just used the Origins version.
Right.
But no, they
I'm gonna open him up too.
Oh, Sarge. Oh, that one's a cool one.
You know what I love about Sarge? He is across what is it? 5 toy lines. He's in the Masters of the WWE. He's in regular WWE. He's in G.I. Joe. He's in Action Force. And there's one that I'm missing. And if you're still watching, you could probably correct me on it. He's in one more toy line. I swear it was 5. I just can't think of it right now. This is it right here.
Can I share something
Of course you can.
really quick? Oops. And this is because you brought up Power of the Force.
See, you're saying Valley. Yeah, that was what I was saying with the action force or action farce. Look, let's not have the hate wars in the chat. We already gave the 3 POA guys their due, talking about how terrible they can be to people.
So
Todd's.
I came across this. I think you have to share it.
Oh, let me see. It's probably under guests. Yeah, here it is. I found it.
I came across this and had to laugh.
Oh, I saw that too.
That was hilarious.
I love how what's his face, the dude in the black. It looks like it's just his skin. That's amazing.
I sent that to you, Lawrence.
Oh god, and the lawyer in the background.
Did you send that to me?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Okay. Oh yeah, you did, because I stopped following Toy Farce when he clearly copied something, and I called him out, and he said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know that." And I went, "All right."
I sent that to you and Allison the day I saw it because I thought it'd be perfect for the Power of the Force May.
That's why I saved it so I could use it.
What the funny part about this is too is they don't show the Dennis Nedry figure, right? Like, okay, he's freaking Newman from Seinfeld. I can't even think of his actual name, but like, you know, he's like this real chubby, overweight guy in the movie, clearly. And like his action figure came out, and he was like, "What he go on Adkins or something?" Like while we were looking. Did the Dilophosaur give him like some type of liposuction here? Like, did it just like do that?
Drank one of those
like,
vials in his shaving cream can.
right. Just roided out. Next thing you know.
Well, what's funny is I still remember when the Power of the Force line came out. I remember looking at the Luke figure, and I was like, "What? Like his chest just looks like just jacked." Now the Darth Vader figure, I was like, "Okay, I can kind of."
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah,
David Prowse, the guy who played him, was a bodybuilder.
Yes.
Like they wanted that.
But the Luke was just, I was like, "Wow, okay."
I think the Darth Vader made even less sense because he was a robot. And he wasn't tall. He was like the same height as the rest of them, but he was bigger.
Well,
he was Chewbacca size almost.
In the movies, he is taller. He's quite a bit taller because that guy's like 6'4". But the action figure was the same height as everybody else, and it was just kind of like it's weird, you know. Him and the Chewbacca figure were like the biggest, and they just weren't quite big enough.
And again, when you're lifting weights all the time and you're in the gym all the time, you have to laugh at it because you're like, "Oh, wow, this is something new."
Right. Well, they were doing that because of the popularity of He-Man, and even though He-Man basically by the time the Power of the Force 2 was off the shelves, that built up action pose was very popular because of He-Man, and that's why Ninja Turtles was kind of like that. And literally they said that they tried to emulate the Ninja Turtles. Here we go. Star Wars had to look like the other toys on the shelves for the retailers to risk it. And really, yeah, a lot of that. Because they needed them to compete.
They were probably like, they need to build up that dumbass in Michigan ever thinks his G.I. Joe guys can decapitate him all again in his window. We need to be able to stop it. The big neck, you can stop it.
Right. And this was exactly it. We did buy the hell out of them because it was new Star Wars. Like for me, again, being the younger guy here, I didn't get to ride the Star Wars wave when it was there. Even though, like, as a young child, Star Wars was my favorite movies, right? Like if it wasn't cartoons or something like that, it was Star Wars. And you could pick them up at yard sales, but they weren't complete. They didn't, most of the time, none of them had accessories, or they had the broken telescoping lightsaber. So like for me, getting those Power of the Force 2 toys, that was all like toy magic to me. And that kept me into toys like I said, I was getting out of it, but that really kept me into toys through my preteen years, going into my teenage years. After the house fire, that's what really stopped it. Like, if it hadn't been for the house fire, I probably still would have been like trying to get every freaking Star Wars toy that hit the shelves as Power of the Force was coming out.
Yep, and they had at that time, if you guys remember, that's when they had just re-released all the original sequel back into movie theaters remastered, and then
Right.
the hype was starting for episode
Prequels.
1.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's right when the freaking fire hit was 1999. And like I remember when I first got some money back to like get some new stuff and everything after the house had burned down because I lost all my clothes. I literally had one pair of jeans and this Undertaker shirt because that's what I was wearing when I ran out of the house. That was all the clothes I had.
Wow.
Went to thrift stores, bought a bunch of clothes that would fit and everything for like super cheap. And then like the next thing I know, like I was emptying out my childhood bank account, and instead of buying clothes, I went and bought episode 1 toys.
That's a great investment.
Well, clearly I didn't have many of those for very long. I forget what I ended up doing with those, but as I went through high school, I kind of got rid of them. And then, yeah, just like, you know, then I bought like a couple of the He-Man toys that were coming out in the early 2000s, you know, for the 2000X line. I bought this really wicked Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust figure. And then I got mad because when I tried to put the sword in his hand, the handle snapped like immediately. That pissed me off like insanely because it was like a $50 figure. And we're talking like a $50 figure. Like now you don't bat an eye, right? But a $50 figure in 2002.
God.
Like, it was kind of unheard of.
Here today.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so I was like super pissed that I broke that. I was just talking with Ken about that the other day, actually. Go ahead and hold it up again, Cobb. Look at that beautiful, beautiful.
He looks awesome. I keep meaning to pick him up, and I always like put him back down. I don't know why.
I need to get it so my favorite figure in Master Universe is Man at Arms. So I buy every single Man at Arms version. I haven't gotten this though yet.
Right, and it's the Sarge too. Like it's a double whammy because it's such a freaking amazing.
That Sarge would have turned his back on Eternia and Hulk Hogan.
It's been a while since I've seen him, I guess, because I didn't realize the sunglasses and hat and everything come off of him too.
Yep,
freaking cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, he was on Big Bad Toy Store like 2-3 weeks ago now. Just
really? Oh man,
I don't know.
I wish I had still seen him on there.
Wow.
Because like when they announced those a couple of years ago, I was like, oh, this is the wave I got to hit because it was Sarge, Bret Hart, Andre. Like that was a big wave for me to want to get.
Yeah, I'm surprised they have not reused.
Nothing.
I'm surprised Origins hasn't reused that Andre buck for other Origins figures or
They're
something.
using pieces of it in the Ninja Turtle.
Right. Yeah, it's not quite the same deal.
Star line.
So like when it comes to the Hasbro stuff, right? And we were kind of talking about this with the teasing Lawrence about banning new members, right? So like we know when Hasbro has like they can't use the Samuel L. Jackson head for the G.I. Joe line, right? Because that is just with Star Wars. They're not allowed to share parts across the licensed brands. They could technically probably share parts from G.I. Joe to Transformers, but aside from the Transformer G.I. Joe crossover line, there's no point. So not new members, I shouldn't say that, new viewers, Tony. And you had a role to play, brother. But I'm not going to tease you because I know you felt really bad about what that was. So when it comes to Masters of the Universe, I don't know like the likeness of the characters they probably can't reuse, but like some of the accessories and stuff like that, I don't think would have been an issue. And yes, now for like mutated He-Man, they're using the same Andre arms and stuff like that. We are starting to see that, but they're not using like the full buck, right?
Yeah, they have a whole new Andre for the Superstar line, which I'm sure is just the same buck, but
Oh, I'm sure it's the same buck, but they got different paint app to make it look like
I think a
the.
different head too.
Yeah, it's definitely a different head. Yeah.
Are they using the body for Slacker or whatever?
Oh yeah, he's bigger. I know. I think
He is. I didn't realize he was going to be a big figure. I thought he was just going to be like a normal sized turtle. I didn't realize how big he was.
Yeah, he's a beast.
And the Krang too. The Krang is not like a whole Andre buck, but he's like using some of the Andre parts for the bigger size. We saw a bunch of those today while we were at well, I already talked about that earlier. Like they had all the Wave 1 stuff, but while we were at Attorney of Dreams, they had that. And Corey and I both were looking at that Beast Man. Like, do we get it? Because we love the parts. Like, there's nothing new about Beast Man himself, but the armor pieces are kind of like what makes you want to go, yes, I want this figure.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like what I was saying to him earlier was we were surprised that he was talking about at the Target, they had Donnie and Leo and who was the other one?
Dottie Leo Man at Arms.
Man at Arms, thank you. But they weren't selling. It was just the He-Man that went. I was like,
Yeah, can't find a He-Man in any of them.
People are probably waiting for all 4 turtles because they're set. You need all 4. So probably when all 4 of them are sitting there on the peg is probably when people will be like, oh, let me grab all these. Because like if I could only find 3 of them, I wouldn't go buy them when I was doing turtles back in the day. You know what I mean? If I couldn't find all 4, I didn't grab that wave or something.
Yeah.
That's why I got those 4 turtles from Ross. I was like, oh, there's all 4 of them. I feel like they have them.
Right? I wouldn't buy them if it was just 1 or 2, but if it's all 4, I'm going to buy them. And to be honest, like, I'm just not invested in the Turtles of Grayskull line. I've already said that I actually like the sculpts. I think they're good. I appreciate the idea of what they're going through because Master Universe needs something new, right? Like to really keep it going to appeal to newer people. It needs something bold like this and like the Stranger Things crossover that it's doing. This figure I want.
Thanks to Bud, I made a.
I know you mixed them up.
Ideas made a super shredder with Triple H's armor, and then that He-Man's belt. That He-Man. Throw all the spikes on my kid.
I love that, by the way. I think that is awesome. Really, really good. And honestly, the shredder from this line, I will buy, period. Yeah, I will fit him into my Origins line, even without anything else.
I keep playing with all his parts.
Yeah. I'm liking the Slacker or Slaker, however they want to call him. I think he looks cool. I will get him on his own. He can be some other weird monster. He go with the Snake Man. I don't care, but like I want him.
I know. But, I got 3 turtles. It looks so lonely without Mikey up there. I hope that wig, whatever hair or whatever he comes with,
comes off.
Yeah.
So I think they come in a case of 4 with 1 He-Man, Man-at-Arms, Leo, and Donnie. I think it's like the box like comes like a wave like that. And if you're missing just 1, because I'm not seeing multiples of Leo or multiples of Donnie or multiples of Man-at-Arms. It's just I can't seem to find the He-Man. Which again, I'm not big. I'm not like, oh, I gotta have this He-Man. You know, I think it'd be better if maybe both of his feet were poking out of his boots as opposed to just one and not the other. I like some type of symmetry there because then it's like, well, I could use those feet on another figure and just paint them up or something like that, right? But since there's no symmetry, we're never going to get like a left or a right foot with the toes popping out. That bugs the shit out of me. And Tony, no need to feel bad, man. I mean, you learn, right? We make a mistake, we learn from it, and we grow. That's all there is to it. Wasn't your fault. Nobody put it together. That guy was working a couple levels above everybody else. That's all.
Oh no, it was Tony's fault for flying off the handle.
Yeah, well, let's not beat him up too bad. He feels bad, and he's just. Although he's been around the toy tube, now he's putting out his own solo video, so now he can finally catch hate personally on his channel, like the rest of us toy tubers do. Because that's what's going to happen next. That guy's going to stalk all your videos. He's gonna start thumbs downing all your videos. He's gonna leave a little messed up comment on each one, and you're gonna thank him for the engagement. So, and what Giraffe is saying right here is need a couple of those shredders for the axes alone. I feel that.
Yeah, that axe is freaking.
All right, before Bud yells at me, let me. Because we know he would. Bud's been having a good time tonight. You can see it.
Better now.
The fact that we see his face.
Guys, I'm gonna call it a night. I gotta get up sort of early, take my daughter and son to swimming. So thank you guys. Have a good rest of the night. And like I said, I'll be starting. It's gonna be scary next Friday night at 10 p.m. So, yeah, it'll be interesting and fun. So, have a good rest of the night and good rest of the weekend, guys.
Rafe, why do you have to take him? What is your wife doing again?
Oh, she goes with me. I'm the one who goes into the water with my 2-year-old daughter while she watches my 6-year-old because her hair can't get wet because she just got it done.
Hey, look, my hair can't get wet either. I understand.
Exactly. Yep.
And the water's cold, right?
Yep. It's fun. I can't wait. So much fun. So much fun.
We talked about this last week.
Yes. It was so.
Joys of fatherhood, Wraith. The joys of fatherhood.
Oh, I love it.
You know, every winter my mom would sign us up for this thing called Family Swim. It was at the college in like their big Olympic-sized swimming pool. And you know what, though? I love that. Like, it's middle of winter, and I'm going and swimming in a pool every Saturday. And, like, the rest of my friends can't go out and swim in their pools because I didn't have a pool at home. Well, we did when we were younger, but it was probably not as big as I thought it was because I was a lot smaller back then. But, you know, like, all winter long, like, we were able to go to this family swim thing. And it would be because, like, you'd go in and, like, you could feel it was warmer in there. And then, like, you get outside the building and, like, it's cold and you're still wet.
Yep. It was the saving grace is my 2-year-old. My daughter loves it. And I'm sure any of you guys and girls who have a daughter, especially the guys, there's a special bond with your daughter, and it's cool. It's cool. So even though it is cold, and her lips are blue, I'm like, she's having fun. So
kids don't feel the cold.
No, they don't. No, because come out.
Connor's mom had a daughter from her marriage before we got together, and that little girl is the only reason I started collecting pop figures. It is a small collection, and I don't like pops. I don't collect them. But you know what? When that little 4-year-old hands you a rock, you know, like, you cherish it, right? And it was the same thing. Like, I have Dragon Ball Z pops because of her.
Before I leave, I'll leave you with this, everybody. So I was speaking to John from Geek Dad Life. You know, he recently left the show, but he has a store, and so I had a conference call with him just to show him what I'm going to be selling, and he was like, "Yeah," he's like, "You know what's crazy, dude?" He's like, "The things that keep the store like flying off the shelves are pops." He's like, I can't keep them in. And I'm like, good, because I'm going to give you like a box that people bought me for many Christmases of pops that I just never opened. I'm like, you can have them all. They're all Star Wars. So yeah, it's crazy. Pop's still selling like nuts, dude. So, all right, guys, have a good night, and I will talk to you guys during the week.
Take care, Ray.
Later, guys.
Yeah, I don't blame any toy store that has like a huge wall of pops. Like, even Eternia Dream has like almost a quarter of their store is pops, like towards the back. They used to have a whole nother store within the mall that was just pops. And whatever is going to keep the lights on and the money coming as a business, you gotta do. And pops are collected by people who aren't toy collectors like us.
I wonder how many of those pops that are sold are for gifts that people don't want, though. Like Wraith was talking about.
Like from us. Like,
it's like, oh,
there's
he's kind of a nerd. He likes this. Here's a pop. And you're like,
pops really have to stand out, or it has to be a character that I just really like.
I
For
bought
me to like have
Thundar
it.
ones,
Yeah.
just because like getting Thundar, like I wanted to have some kind of representation of Thundar.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
My
Well,
son
because
got
if you try to buy those Thundar figures, right, you might as well bankrupt yourself.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Like one I would still
up for like $300. Like,
one I would still love to get is a Balrog pop.
Right.
My
the
friend
Lord of the
Kat
Rings.
has one, and it's amazing.
It's a sick looking pop. What you got there, Corey? Your Filmation Nordak?
I just made it.
Just made it.
I was talking today that I need to do more shorts. Well, because it's literally I had to repaint the armor in the head. Other than that, it's just switching parts. So ready to make a good short. So
There you go. Working on it.
I just seen somebody repaint the Masterverse Hordak into a Filmation one. And
Well, Masterverse Hordak is a Filmation one, though.
Yeah, I thought
the opposite, flipping it into the black and gray
Okay.
one. And
Got it.
man, they painted that face like the skull bone color, and then the
Yeah.
black sides. Dude, that sculpt on it is freaking good. Just after he was done painting it, it looked freaking amazing. Like this with the skull bone color to it. I don't know. I need to find that video and show you that. It looks so freaking cool. I want one of those now. But I guess we're getting a Hordak pretty soon, anyways.
This is all just to do shorts. This whole basket is just for shorts. And like I was telling him today that like I just haven't done any of them yet because I'm horrible at doing them. Because like literally this took me 2 hours to do. It took longer for the paint to dry than it did to do it. You know, so I just had to take the time to do it. But like I was telling him, I got like the whole month filmed already. So it's a good time to start filming some shorts and I can put them up like in between or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But guys, I think I'm getting out of here too.
All right, brother.
So thank you guys.
Later, Corey.
Corey.
Later.
How's it going, Corey?
Good to have you on tonight, brother. Thank you for being here.
Guys.
You know, but Oz, what you were saying about, you know, carrying, you know, pops, you know, because they sell and you have to keep your doors open. You know, the skate shop that we, you know, the skate park and skate shop. Like, I hate scooter kids. If you follow me on anything, you know how much I can't stand the scooter kids. But the owner, who's much older than I am, and one of the first skate shops ever, he talked, you know, he's like, and we talked about it, and he's like, yeah, he's like, a lot of these skaters come in there like, you shouldn't let scooters in the park, and you shouldn't do this, and he was like, you know, when you have to pay the bills, you might think a little bit different, and those scooter kids, like, he goes, you know, people complain about that a skateboard, a high end, if you're going real high, you're going to spend 150 to 170 on a complete. He's like, you're not getting a scooter for under 500. And these kids break them like crazy. And they're he is in an area that there's a lot of rich people. So they just can buy a new one. But he's like, some of these scooters would go 1,200.
What?
Yeah.
Jeez.
And what's crazy about them is like, so like on a skateboard, you have your trucks, your wheels, right?
Yeah.
So the trucks have 4 bolts. They fit into the board, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're standardized. The wheel, the bearings, standardized, right? They fit on. Bolts are the same. He's like, the neck bolts are different. Some of the wheel bolts are different. There's different bearings for some of them, I think he said. I couldn't imagine buying a skateboard and buying different parts or a bike. And it's like, oh, wait, so this neck doesn't fit in here. Now, maybe if it's a different type, like maybe from 10 speed to a BMX bike, but the scooters were all the same. And he's like, yeah. And they will wedge shit in there. And then they break. And their parents would be like, well, you know, what are you going to do about it? He's like, your kid did it. I'm not going to do anything. Like,
right?
You bought it, you know. So yeah, when I see the Funko Pops, as much as I can just walk by them. You know, just walk by them if I don't
Yeah.
want them.
If it's not your thing, you don't need to get them. But don't yet.
It's better when they're in the back of the store. And you don't have to
Right.
walk far past them because they're already in the back.
That's like one of the best things about like at Target, right? Like they put them at that collector section towards the back. So it's like right next to all the NECA stuff, but I don't necessarily have to walk over to them unless it's like, is there some NECA or something I'm missing hiding behind them? I will be right back, guys. I'll still be out here on the phone cam. I just need to take care of something real quick. Give me a moment here.
He's got to mute so he can drop a fart.
He's gonna go take a piss in the bushes and.
I'm talking about stuff that kids mess up. When I was working at the game store, we had someone try to return a DS and it had like starbursts like crammed where the game goes. And they're like, it came like this. I'm like, the hell it did. Like, you're not getting your money back.
Oh yeah, he said he's had people because they sell a lot of roller skates and rollerblades, and they would they buy new wheels or whatever, and they'd go skate the park for a couple hours, and then come back and say, "Well, I want to return the wheels," and he's like, "Well, you've rode them, yeah. What's your point?" He's like, "You can't return them. You can't put tires on your car, roll out, drive for a couple hours, come back and be like, yeah, I don't like these." They're gonna go, well, sucks to be you. Yeah, there was a roller skate competition or one of those events, right? And this guy, I don't know if he came in, he didn't have his roller skates, but he didn't want to buy some, or he was waiting on the right size. He's like, well, can I borrow these because they're the wrong size and bring them back tomorrow? And he's like, no. Because I can't resell them that, it's not a figure or a fan or something that you can take back and it goes back on the shelves. Yeah. People are, but like you said, bringing back something where you can clearly see there's something they did something to it, and you're like, It's like if someone figure swaps and they bring it back. Oh, wait a minute, no one cares.
I was gonna mention this earlier. Like I ordered this and I was like, I did not want this version. Amazon just sent me the version I wanted and it was like, keep it, do whatever with it. I was like, oh, okay.
So did you get the Chase version?
Figure, right?
I wanted the yellow version, which I think is the standard, and I guess this is Chase, but I don't want Green Lantern Sinestro like with yellow coming through it. Like I don't care. Like I wanted the yellow lantern version.
So it's one thing if Amazon sends that to you or Target, but when people say they get the Chase version from McFarlane himself, that's where it should be like, wait a minute. People know what they're ordering. You shouldn't be sending out the Chase version. That should be something, in all honesty, it should say, hey, this one needs to go in the store. So people can literally chase it.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I've seen this version like on the shelves a bunch of times. It was like, I didn't want it. I didn't buy it. That's why I ordered the other version. And
because everyone keeps bringing them back.
Well, if you look on the Amazon page for it, it's like, this has been returned over 100 times. I was like, oh, shit.
If you want to get rid of that Thanos, I'll take that one.
Yeah. Give me your address. I'll send it to you next time I'm sending stuff out.
Only Uncle Todd could have could put out Chase that nobody wants. Everyone's usually looking for the Chase, and they're like, God damn, I found the Chase again.
I mean, it's called a Chase for a reason until nobody wants it.
Well, this one's called a Runaway.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of the Chase. And like Lauren said, only Uncle Todd could figure out how to do that.
Only Uncle Todd can have the Chase versions that are actually worth less than his other versions.
Right. So does anybody know, is there a Chase of the Batman Green Lantern? Is that what we were just talking about entirely? I missed some of it.
Yeah, he's like translucent green.
My sister sent me a pic and when I get back inside, I'll share it. The Arazagar, the demon figure with the black light on it. Oh man, does that look sweet? Now I'm like, all right, I know I got the one I wanted, but I kind of wish I'd also gotten him today too.
He's in my pile of loot.
Yep, she sent me that too. Oh my gosh, that thing looks cool.
He's gonna have to go in that graveyard scene. I'm gonna have to like make some kind of like tomb or something he came out of.
Yeah, he's in my pile of loot. So is Arakagor and Poxus and the horse.
I saw them today too, and I was like, "Ooh, I want them," but I was like, "Nope." And then I saw Arakagor, and I was just like, "I can't say no." It's got the blue. It's got like the bluish purple, you know, like that more teal look. I guess we lost Adam for the night.
Punk, I just saw the picture you posted on Instagram with your cry closet in the middle of your dial.
You know what? I should ask Radnom to build me a tomb, like a crumbled tomb, to go in my graveyard, like a crypt.
Oh, he could do it easily, yeah.
I tried making it so he's throwing the grenade over it, walking away, but it was kind of dark when I took the picture. So
I just like the fact that there's a porta-john in the middle of the downtown city. Kind of looks like San Diego or something. Maybe Oregon.
Detroit,
yeah. New York City,
Chicago,
Buffalo,
Ohio.
Just Ohio.
Backstage? How do I not see you guys backstage? How did I not even hear that? Boom, you're back. Thank you, Amanda. Oh my God! Normally it makes a sound. I guess when I left, you guys were backstage, and I didn't.
Just sitting back there, waiting to get back in.
Yeah, that's how I roll.
Slacking.
Yeah, we were backstage for about half an hour.
Really? Oh my God! I feel like such an asshat.
No, I got a refill. I had a bathroom break, so yeah, it's been fine.
There you go.
Well, glad I could accommodate.
I was thinking that earlier. I was like,
Bathroom break. Grab the pickle.
I didn't grab any pickles.
Man, Amanda's even switched cups. She's doing really good. You must have been back there for a while.
Nope, she's double fifth in.
Oh, she's
got
double
2 drinks.
They got the young kiddos. They need the extra cups.
Yeah.
One for
she got a cool
caffeination
drink and a warm drink.
Right. One for caffeination, one for slight of. You got
Is this a mini
Nice.
comic thing?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's the
Yep.
mini comic.
Why does he have
robotic.
a heart on his chest?
That's how it was in the mini comic.
He's Care a
Yeah.
lot from
It's
Care
Care- yeah.
So there's
Right.
no reason other than that's in the mini comic, but there's no
They
explanation
built him
for
a
why
heart.
there's a heart on his chest. That's so
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah. So we've got to get Adam the original one too, because that one's the one with the
No, I
working
have the
gears.
original one. I love that
good.
one.
Yeah, because he's got all the working gears. I
Yeah.
love
Mhm.
that.
Click.
So I found this whole wave. So this Roboto and then Hypno, Tongue Lasher, Snake Armor Skeletor. These
It's
were
good
at Winners, which is like our equivalent of Ross.
Tongue lashers.
How much?
Good one.
I was gonna say, how much were the tongue lashers? I wouldn't mind more than one.
There was only one. I grabbed it. There was only one.
Actually, TJ Maxx.
Somebody saw that wave in store, and I kept hoping it would pop up. I did finally see a Snake Man figure in store. I went to a Walmart I had not been to for a while, and they had a couple of the Snake Palace guards,
Wow.
which is like
I do need
the
one of those.
one that I want least. You said you need one? Cobb, you said you need one of them?
No, I got 2, but I ended up using one
Okay.
for some. I just might eventually
Got
probably
it.
get one.
I was thinking about getting another one just because, why not have 2, but
My one turned into him.
yeah, I freaking love Tongue Lasher. He was one of my favorites as a kid because that purple and pink coloration
Yeah, the colors are what's so freaking cool on him.
I never had tongue lasher. I want what's the red guy that gets the long? He has a long neck.
Rattler.
Rattler. I had that one as a kid, so I want to try to track that one down. But it's like the
Okay.
same figure, right? Effectively, it's just different paint.
No, it's different.
No. Rattler is
know.
like completely unique.
Is
He's
he?
the only. Yeah, he's the only Origins figure with stubby legs. Which is funny. They corrected the stubby legs on everybody else, but he still has stubby legs. But he doesn't have the neck popping action anymore, though. Now they just put
Technically,
a swappable neck.
Rock-On has stubby legs, but Rock-On's also stubby all over.
Oh, and what did they call the blue one
I don't remember.
that came with the 4-pack? He's named now. Wait, is that a cartoon? Was that a cartoon version? Oh,
No,
okay.
those cartoon
That's the
ones
original.
are weird.
Yeah,
This is the first version, right?
That's the
Yeah,
Wave
2020.
1 version.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
'cause
wanted
the
I wanted the second version, but
That's in Wave
this one popped
5?
up on Marketplace for like $10, so I was like, I'll get this one too.
Well, you get that one, and you can pop the extra head that came with your battle armor one on, and you got them. Because that's what I had to do.
Yeah.
I never found the vintage headed carded ones in store, and I was looking for them because, again, they had the solid power sword, and they had the vintage head. Never saw that Skeletor. Never saw that He-Man.
Yeah, me either.
And you'll end up with an abundance of classic He-Man heads if you keep collecting.
Yeah. I literally have a box full of them. I think I have like 6 of each.
Me too. But see, I like using the new head sculpt for Prince Adam,
Yeah.
but then having the He-Man head on He-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there he is now, out of the box.
No, that's Prince, but I put the battle armor like surprised head because I felt like it was more appropriate for Prince Adam.
Well, I love the fact that that head looks more like Dolph Lundgren than the Dolph Lundgren inspired movie.
Right.
So you can apparently grab Rattler from BBTS, but again, I know shipping cost wise, I'm not sure what that would be to you, Adam.
Well, don't tell my wife, but every morning I check that Big Bad Toy Store like deal of the day, and I've picked up a few like new Eternia figures. I picked up a couple of the they had the Horde. What are they? The Horde Trooper.
Oh wow!
Like the
he was on there.
Silver sort of. I grabbed a couple of those, so I have like my pile of loot waiting to be shipped to Terrence probably. For him to bring to Toylanta.
Not enabling or anything. We appreciate you, Garath. Thank you.
I refuse to buy anything at retail price. So I've seen lots
when
of
you
stuff.
can avoid it.
Well, that's just it. Is like because I'm starting from 0 figures, I'm still able to find. There's still more deals before I'll be like tapped out for deals, right? So
yeah,
if I miss something, that's fine because I never intended to buy any of this stuff in the first place. And I know that Rattler is on there. I can actually get Rattler through like a couple Canadian retailers as well. But I'm just sort of holding out for deals or whatever.
The harder part about those later waves, anything after wave 7 when the shelves got clogged, those are harder to come by at a deal because they became extremely scarce at that point. Like you couldn't walk into a store and find them really. A couple people were able, but you just really couldn't. So now it's like I said, I saw the Eternian Goddess today at retail, and it's like, ooh, that's pretty nice because it's at retail. But when I have an option to get one for like $2, I'd much rather go $2.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I was sort of saying, like, if people see stuff, I probably don't have it, and I'm happy. Like, honestly, I'll buy extras because my kids play with them, and so it's like they grab, that first Battle Armor He-Man that we got. I'm sure is going to get destroyed because
Oh,
like,
that
all the
gimmick's gonna
kids
stop
love it.
working.
Well, that's
The gimmick's
exactly
gonna
it.
stop.
So I, you know, if I have extras, I found the I don't know what the Heroes of WWE or whatever they're called. I found the Stephanie McMahon was a stand-in for Evelyn, but then I
Yep.
bought the Kane as well to do like a part
Yeah.
swap with Roboto, just because
Yeah.
it's the Roboto arms and stuff. So
You can
you know,
also
these
get the
are,
flame up.
if the price is right, I mean, these are just great toys, not you know, action figures necessarily. For like, I don't have the same nostalgia for a lot of these characters that I think a lot of people do. And so it's just like, if it's a cool figure, it's a cool figure. Like if there's a figure that has a tongue that you can stick in people's ears, why not grab that one
Right.
when it's like $5 or whatever.
Right.
That's a
It may
weird
not
figure.
it may not be the original feature, but I don't hate what they did with it to give us that, like, right? Like, because the original tongue lasher had the wheel on the back, and you press the wheel up, and his tongue would come out. Now it doesn't have that, but it's still a suitable
But his
substitute.
head moves, which is nice.
Right? Yeah, his head moves around, which is cool because the original one did not. Ratlore, do I wish that he sprung out like a snake? Yes, but I can always put the long neck extension for that effect. And some of the ones that are coming out now, they've redone the gimmicks, and
Not very well in this case.
I was gonna say they're not really hitting the mark for a lot of people. So, and I mean, that's one of the least impressive gimmicks.
So
he turned into a rock.
This is the second figure where I've been like, this is just a disappointment. Squeeze was the first, just because his arms don't have the joint to him.
The full, yeah,
and he feels like kind of cheapish compared to the other ones.
Yeah.
If I wanted to
And it's
squeeze,
also
should
weird
I
that his
grab
arms
the
can't
vintage or
lift
the
up.
new one?
I mean, if you can find a vintage in good shape, I would probably get that one. Because I feel like the Origins one is cheaply made, and the arms, like, they only go up and down anyway. They don't have like the shoulder articulation.
Right.
Because I love Squeeze. I mean, just as like the bendy arms is just such a cool. To me, that's a cool figure.
It is. It's just that lack of other range of motion with him that kind
He's
of
also
makes him,
he's a little bit of a pain to like stand, especially try to
because of
close his arms.
yeah,
he
the
doesn't.
longer, heavy arms.
He's never gonna stand. He's gonna fall over or be wrapped around somebody else. That's
Well, you could always put a bar over him and like have him hanging, I guess.
That's how I
too.
have him. He's just hanging from something.
Yeah, well, like
that's a
that
good
kind of
idea.
makes sense. That makes
That
sense.
would work.
I had
I
mine.
totally forgot. Oh, sorry.
You got the same
Oh,
chin
shit.
going on. He's already
There we go.
Somebody beat Kenzo to a Modi custom.
Hey, look, Kenny has always said from the start, he gets into like almost like manic modes where he just goes crazy making stuff, right? Like he was doing all the battle armors, he was doing all the different modis based off of the other characters. And, he's out of the modi game now. But I don't know, maybe Cobb just reinvigorated it. Like I need to get a whole bunch of Sarge hats on. We'll find out when he watches this. Have a good night there, War Chest full of toys. Thank you for jumping on tonight and hanging out with us, brother. These streams go on for hours, if you've heard the jokes.
So, quickly, I have some breaking news. Now, you guys will know this. Before we went live, my daughter came in and asked a question about the soap being empty, and I made the comment that if I died, I swear toilet paper would never get changed. Not only did she listen to what I said, found the soap to refill it, she actually refilled it and put it back where it belongs. So people with young kids, sometimes they do learn and don't leave it all up to you.
That's nice.
There we go. Well, You know, look, I think Todd is actually also talking about a good habit here because apparently we drag out his workout sessions. He likes to work. Apparently, we get him pumped to work out. So if we're helping you live a healthier life by making your workout session longer, we're accomplishing something here, folks.
You don't get to stop until your back looks like that.
Done. There we go.
Including
Challenge
the hair.
has been made. Including the hair.
So let's check out this shield. You weren't on when I was showing it off last week.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Man, that's sick. It's even got that. That's one of their gifts, right?
This one was I ordered it from like somebody who just does like Warcraft weapons on AliExpress.
Oh, okay. I like it. I really like that. God,
Same
you
one I
know,
got this shield from.
I was looking at while we were at Attorney of Dreams today. They had a bunch of the old like Warcraft. I guess you'd call them stanchions because they're stactions because they weren't. You know the ones I'm talking about. They weren't figures. They were statues with limited mobility.
I'm surprised Blizzard hasn't gotten in on these though, because like they're putting out great figures without their license. Like it's just crazy.
Well, I mean, at least somebody's giving them to us, right? Because honestly, World of Warcraft, like there are so many great characters and things for it. Like, I mean, we're kind of getting it with Legions, right? Because we can get our orcs, we can get trolls, not the trolls from Warcraft, but we can get trolls. Should have bought a troll while they were 20% off today. Oh.
Little demons.
Little imps. Like, like we're getting kind of the units that they gave us in Warcraft as figures. And the idea of the army building with them is the other cool part about it. Although, who has space to truly army build these the way you could in Warcraft with, when you were playing the RTS version? Nothing felt better than building up some massive army until you had a full maxed out population to go attack the other guy.
So this guy's got like this shoulder is on like a ball peg that like slots into his arm. So like in Warcraft, you would collect armor pieces. Really, they could just keep releasing like a bunch of these with like different looks for the heads and stuff, and you could play the transmog game with your figures. It's really cool though. Like I really like the way the shoulders are done on this figure.
And the fact of putting armor on a ball joint, again, very similar to like Mythic Legions having the peg system, like so you can swap out the different pieces, but the ball joint just makes it so much easier to move.
Yeah, you can get it in like a bunch of different, like, and wherever you move his arm, like it's fine.
It moves with it, right?
It's really nice.
That is great. Adam, what you got opening up now?
Punch me. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
I was just saying I'm waiting for the Illidan to punch me in the wallet. It should be any day now.
Right. Which ones you guys got open now? See, I love that Hypno for the bird. Because we know I love my critter.
That's literally why I bought it. I looked at the back and I was like, I looked at the front and I was like, this figure's kind of lame. And then I was like,
I definitely I added a little bit of blue paint to mine in a few spots, and it really just made them pop.
I almost was hoping I could find a whole bunch more to buy because I would paint one up like Zor, I'd paint one up like Screech, so that they could have like a more arm appropriate sized ones. Like you can definitely set Zor and Screech on the arms because the arms are so beefy and their legs are beefy. Because it's supposed to be like you could pick up one of the characters with them, but they just don't look as good sitting on the arm.
The first thing I did with Hypno, since he has like the lollipop and he has a bird, is I did the how many licks to the center of the lollipop.
I just commented on that on your video because I'm sure I'd seen the picture and it didn't click until you said it in your video. I was like, oh, damn.
Yeah. I even tried to match the background to like the old thing.
Yeah, once you said it, I saw it instantly. I was like, oh, that's freaking good.
So
I picked a bunch of these $3 each too, Ross. The CGI ones.
right? Yeah, I mean, why
I
not?
was like, $3.
That's cool.
Yeah, like for $3, that's you can't lose, right?
Yeah. That's
Was that the
Skeletor.
2-pack one?
Yeah, yeah, they
These
were.
ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have these because I have another. There's a He-Man too that's $3, but got these two and it came with that little robot.
Yeah, it comes with a little robot.
I was going to say the
What
Sentry.
I wanted was that little robot's cool.
Yep. Honestly, I thought that was one of the greatest parts of it was the fact that you got that little robot with it.
Yeah, but that one was like $4.99. I forget how much it was for those ones, but
I was-
they're all cheap as hell.
Man, I remember I loved getting the CGI toys for Connor, right? Because where Origins, yes, they're great toys. The CGI ones had the gimmicks from the He-Man when we were kids. Like, you know, like that's what made it fun for me because it was just fun in, you know,
Front, back, and then punch.
right? Like it's just fun to have that. And I like the fact that they were again $5 cheaper than Origins. They were $10 when they originally came out. It's like $10 for a toy for my child. You can't beat that, you know? Like that's what it's the same thing with the Ghostbusters. Again, it was a $10 fun toy with this little squishy ghost, right? Or a $15 toy with this cool fright feature. That's just fun toys. Does it have all the serious articulation that I like from my Legion stuff? No, but I don't need that either. Now we're all dead quiet. Ed, what you got going on over there, brother? You've been so quiet tonight.
I'm just listening to it all, man. I'm just absorbing.
Yeah.
Taking it in.
You've had them long work weeks now, brother.
I know. I actually have to leave the house. It's not fun.
Right? I hear you. I don't even have to leave the house. I get pestered by people in my house because I work from home.
I get pestered by people in my house and I don't work from home. I'm like, you call me again, this is billable hours.
It'll be better this week. I'm working 10 minutes from home instead of an hour and 20. So I won't have to drive.
That's a
anymore.
plus.
Yeah.
That's a plus.
I actually thought I was going to get off on time the other day. Went home, and as soon as I started to relax, ring. Can you come back?
So it was like my morning, right? Like I knew I had to wake up and I knew I had to be at work. And my Saturday shift starts a half hour earlier than my normal weekday shift. My normal weekday shift is 8:30 to 5. So my Saturday shift starts at 8 because we only work from 8 to 12. Last night, I went to sleep rather early, and the idea was I'm going to wake up early tomorrow so I can get stuff ready to go, because when I get off at 12, Ziggy and I are immediately going to roll out and head down to Attorney and Toys to meet up with Corey, because I had to pick up the Slimer, and I was like, we'll shop around. If I see anything cool, fine. We'll hit Targets and Walmarts on the way back, just in case, so I can see if they got the Fright feature Winston. And yeah, that was like the game plan, right? So I woke up late, which is very rare for me because most of you guys know I don't like sleeping. Friggin' woke up extremely late, and I was like, all right, well, I got to get the laptop hooked up for work, and then I've got to go ahead and freaking get coffee brewing, got to come out here, have my smoke, get set up. So I didn't have time to do any of the stuff I want to do before work. And right as we're getting off of work, somebody calls in, and you can't just ignore it. So if somebody's in the queue, you've got to take the call. So if it's 11:59 and you get stuck on a call, you got to take the call. So I'm on the call for an extra 20 minutes afternoon. And before I left, and it was I need you to do this before you leave today. I'm like, oh, great. So now I got to go do that. So now I'm like almost an hour late leaving from when I was supposed to. And Attorney in Dream, although it's in the same state, is not exactly close. It's like almost an hour away. So we still had to go do this long drive to go meet up with Corey. And I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, man. We're running really behind now. But I did manage to get it all done. And then I had a very successful rest of the day, in my opinion, because you saw what I opened up tonight. So, but it just sucks. It really sucks.
So when you say you don't like sleeping, do you not like sleep, or you just don't? You feel like you're wasting time?
I just don't like sleep. Sleep is when
I love sleep. The more, the better.
Sleep.
Yeah.
If I got paid for sleeping, I'd have so much overtime.
Oh,
I can't sleep. 4 hours and I'm wide awake. Doesn't matter.
Well, as I've
anything
gotten
under
older,
7 hours and I'm like a fucking zombie.
one of the
It's a
things
problem when you pass out at like 9 o'clock because then you wake up at 1 for the next day. So.
Yeah.
yeah, for me, I get the nightmares when you sleep. I don't like nightmares, so I just don't like sleep. Period.
Gotcha.
I stay up.
And talking about being annoyed at people at home, my sister's been having like Taco Tuesday with her friends last 3 Tuesdays in a row. And they hang out and drink and stuff. I don't drink anymore, so I kind of just stay in my room, do my own thing. It wasn't this last Tuesday, but the Tuesday before, my sister was in and out my room, coming to freaking talk to me, tell me stuff. And I got this table here where I set up with you guys. And she came and she bounced into it, and it hit this shelf, and everything freaking rocked. And I was like, oh, damn. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Toy
An
avalanche.
hour later, she came back in to freaking tell me something and turned around and bumped into it so much harder and knocked every Masterverse down off. They all fell down. Bounced off the table, back into the Origins, knocked half the Origins all down. And she looked at me and started picking stuff up. I was like, no, don't touch them.
Just put like a breathalyzer outside your door. You must be this sober to enter.
Yeah. She hasn't came in my room once since that was like 2 weeks ago now.
One of my issues, right? When I get everything set back up, and I have everything on display again, I don't want to spend a whole bunch of money buying figure stands to make sure everything stays upright. So Travis doesn't have the excuse of having a single kidney. He needs to get my damn Hexastacks, so I don't have to go buy a whole bunch of stands and then replace them with Hexastacks.
He's busy working on that.
Museum
This
wax
weekend,
is
so.
pretty good and it's cheap.
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry, I mean to talk over you, Ed.
You're fine. I was just saying, I know Travis is working on it this weekend, trying to get some actual successful prints.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, and that's the thing. I'm a patient guy. I don't mind waiting when I'm going to be buying a quality product. And I know Travis is not going to put out a crap product.
Right. Speaking of
Especially
knocking
with the way-
figures over, I had a Luke come over last, I think Wednesday night or something, and was looking at one of my figures on my shelf, dropped it on the floor, picked it back up, and then he put it on the shelf and knocked over every figure that was on that shelf. Started picking those up and knocked the next shelf over. I was like, just stop, dude. Just quit touching it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it.
Sounds like
My son will knock stuff over. I can trust him to put stuff back up.
See, from what I heard from Adam, though, is that you don't come in and knock them over. You come in and you play with them, and then you don't put them back.
maybe not in the right spot.
That's okay. It gives him something to do.
It's a toy and it's put on the shelf, so it's the right spot.
Yeah.
No,
Really is.
I'm more. I come in and I bug him more. I come in and talk to him the whole time he's in here.
Doing really important stuff.
Well, yes. Stuff that we cannot be interrupted doing.
Most of the time, a YouTube channel gets paused so that he can listen to me and not the YouTube channel and doesn't miss anything.
He's so courteous. That must be the Canadian in him.
He's a good husband.
So, Adam, I have a question for you. Do you order classified through Amazon by any chance?
Oh heavens, no.
Okay. Can you look and see what dates it says that the airborne wave is supposed to hit, guys?
On like Amazon Canada?
Yeah, because airborne is in stock somewhere. I really don't want to spend money to get just airborne if Quick Kick and the rest of them are.
Well, Airborne, I know that Airborne is like inbound to Canadian retailers now. They're supposed to get it next week.
Yeah. There's
Like to all Canadian retailers.
But I'm just wondering if the other figures are about to hit, because if they're all about to hit, I'll just wait.
You don't have to have it
that
first,
I don't
Travis.
know.
Okay. Shh. Down south, you ruin everything. I know where to get it from. Right? I conveniently didn't say where.
That's why I highlighted it. I knew you were trying to avoid saying it.
No, I'm just wondering if like the other ones are supposed to be inbound real soon. Because if so, then it's like, just kind of wait on it. But
yeah, better off waiting.
I think they are. I think I can't remember what my friend was telling me. The Airborne is the first one, and then I think the other ones were not in the same shipment, but they're on the way.
Okay.
Gotcha. So that's one of the cool things about knowing so many people in the toy industry now too, is learning about like when they ship stuff out, like, especially when they're like kind of single packed cases versus like, again, like the Mattel thing, right? Like talking about how the Turtles of Grayskull come, like it's got to be 4 in a box, because I always see like one of each. I don't see multiples of one figure. And that's normally a sign that it's not a single pack case, which is funny because I do remember Mattel saying they were going to switch to that, and maybe they will.
Well, I know that Hasbro they intended to do G.I. Joe Classified as like case pack or as like mixed cases, but they've gone exclusively to full case packs. So
yeah,
well, I think
Emily talked about that a while back, that they're going straight cases, so people don't have the issue of, oh, hey, look, everyone wants army builders. Now we're stuck with 84 gung hos on the
shelf.
Yeah. So
And it makes sense. Like when, again, this is not a toy line that's like gonna sell to kids per se. It's really a toy line that sells to us. And that's kind of how I feel about Origins. Origins may have started as something to sell like with kids, but with no like real supporting media of Origins, you're selling to a targeted audience. You're selling to us. And the CGI show didn't take off the way they had hoped, which is a shame because it's so radically better than a lot of the other He-Man cartoons that they've tried. And I'll catch flack for that maybe, but most of the people that I've talked to have all really, really enjoyed the CGI show for what it is, being that it's, again, you watch it, it's meant for kids, but it's got some really good stuff in it too. Which, Adam, if you have not had the kids watch the CGI He-Man on Netflix, please do.
not yet, we haven't.
Yeah, it's way better than going back and trying to introduce them to dated Filmation. Filmation may have a special place in most of our adult hearts, but to a modern kid, it's just not good. Yeah, Connor didn't really enjoy that one as much as he enjoyed watching 2000X.
We the girls are enjoying the Netflix She-Ra. They enjoyed the Netflix the 2 Netflix Masters of the Universe.
Mm-hmm.
They don't mind the Filmation one, but it's like 2 episodes max at a time.
Right.
And then they want something else. Like it doesn't hold their attention like cartoons that they typically watch do anymore. But we're working through it. But 2000X, I don't know if we'll bother with, just because I don't think they're that interested, to be honest, in He-Man. I'll watch it, but the Netflix one is on the list that we'll definitely watch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I dig that one.
A lot of people did. Like, and what Graf is saying right here, it's like, season one start is a little tough. I honestly didn't mind. Like, I kind of got hooked into season one before I even watched the season two of it. But yeah, I can see where it's a little tougher. Like, it's a bit of a slower start for maybe an adult, but for a kid, I think it nails it like right away.
It's hard. Like that most recent Ninja Turtles cartoon, not like Mutant Mayhem, but I think
Rise.
it was a Netflix series as well.
It had a singular Netflix movie, but it was definitely Nickelodeon before.
The 2 seasons was Nickelodeon before that. Okay.
Yeah.
And like people just crap on that thing, but my kids absolutely loved it, and I thought it was super fun. It does this. It sounds like the same thing. Like the first season is sort of testing the waters, trying to get an audience, and then the story kind of picks up about halfway through the first season. And then once you sort of get into the story, I thought it was actually pretty good.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of liked the idea of the turtles being different turtles.
Yeah, exactly. It's just different. I mean, it goes to that idea that like, just because there's a new version of something, it doesn't mean that you have to love what you love less, right? Like, the idea that somehow making them 4 different types of turtles makes, the movies and the cartoon from the 80s somehow not as good just doesn't make any sense. Like it's so odd. It's such a foreign concept to me, at least. But
I agree. One of those things that I like to talk about is like, it didn't ruin your childhood. Your childhood happened and is over. You can't go back and add or take anything away from it. If you feel that it ruined your childhood, there's probably some other deep-seated problems you have that you just haven't addressed yet in your adult life, and that's okay. Address it when you will. But
I felt that way with the Michael Bay Transformers, though. Like, damn,
that it ruined your childhood.
Ruined my childhood.
Well, I'm sorry he, pissed in your cornflakes, but
no, honestly, they're not for me, and I get that.
But look at how many new Transformers fans came from that, though, right? It's one of the reasons why Transformers still remains so relevant in today's media. The reinventions of the brands that we love is what helps keep them around. And you just got to separate yourself from the idea that this is somehow hurt what you. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean that somebody out there doesn't, right?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't go on a crusade to try to stop them from making more movies or anything. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Well,
you probably should have, because it probably would have been really effective. We've seen that historically, fans and collectors going on rants is really changing the minds of executives at major corporate entities. So, in hindsight, you probably should have.
I think it's crazy when people say like, "Oh, this is ruining my childhood." Like, skateboarding got put in the Olympics, and I heard all these people like, "Oh, this is bullshit. It shouldn't be there. It's not, it's supposed to be underground." When I started, you know what I had to go through? And it's like, yeah, exactly. Like, we paved the way, and now there's a skate park in every fucking city. Isn't that what you want? Like,
oh man.
And if you don't like skateboarding in the Olympics, don't watch it. But it doesn't change my love for it.
You know what killed me is people complaining about skate parks being around. It's like, right? But you know what? Kids aren't getting hassled, right? We're not pissing off business owners because we're out here grinding in their parking lots, because now there's a freaking skate park you can go to. It's safer because kids aren't out there in, again, parking lots where cars tend to drive and somebody not seeing them and getting them hit. Like, it's just better overall for the sport.
And as a 48-year-old, I don't want a police officer rolling up going, "Why are you waxing that curb right there? That's destruction of private property." And you're like, "I didn't even know that. I had no idea." Like,
A lot better than being called out by a cop for waxing your curb in public for another reason too.
Well, there's that. Like you can get in trouble for that in the skate park. But yeah, like it's certain things like that that just it blow my mind. Like the whole toy thing. Like, oh, I can't believe that place has Funko Pops in there. Like, how does it affect you? Did they not order what you wanted? Oh, they did.
Nope.
Okay, shut up.
Right?
But
Like,
if you walk
just don't
around
spend your
thinking
money
that
on
you're center of the universe, then everything pisses you off.
What?
Yeah.
If you walk around thinking that you're everything.
I never let anything bother me. I'm calm and cool.
Unless Tony goes off on somebody.
I was calm and cool about that.
Phantom.
I appreciate when they breathe new life into these franchises. Like again, like I know a lot of people giving flack to the whole Turtles of Grayskull, and honestly, the figures that came out were way better than what we all expected.
Yeah.
And like I think it's great that they're there. I'm hoping it's drawing some new eyes to it. I wish there were some more supporting media of it. Maybe that might help it a little bit.
They still need to figure out how to actually keep stuff on the shelves. And media is like a weird thing because, like, even if the He-Man stuff, there's a ton of He-Man kids can watch. It's just not jammed in their face and their only option like it was when we were a kid.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, they put laws against them doing that to us anymore, so you're not allowed to program kids to be consumer driven anymore. Supposedly, I don't know. I don't know how Fortnite hasn't done that because my son would never like Dragon Ball if it wasn't for Fortnite. So
They program him in other ways now.
that's true. Microtransactions with video games, clearly.
TikTok.
Well, yeah, that's right, because we're supposed to be the ones doing this now, right? We're influencers, supposedly.
I'm not
All I see, I don't see us influencing anybody, but just enabling each other to be like, yeah, it's okay to spend that money you probably shouldn't on that toy that you really, really want.
We're bad about that. Like, hey, should I buy this? Yes. Don't even think about it. Just go buy it.
You don't want to miss
Like,
out on that.
Definitely should. Like, never come to me and be like, oh man, I'm like not sure whether I should get this figure, because the number one thing I'm going to tell you is like, is it going to make you happy? Even if it's like for a moment, I'm going to tell you yes, because you may need that momentary relief at a time you don't expect. My sister,
But is it going to make you sad for longer than it's going to make you happy? Are you going to reach financial ruin and then have long-term unhappiness? There is a bit of a balancing act there.
there really is. Like, is this like, are you not going to be able to pay a bill because you bought this toy?
Are you going to lose
if
your
you're not going to be able to, yeah. If you're not going to be able to pay that bill, do not buy that toy. Right.
But I was happy for that moment.
My sister and I talk
Figure with
frequently
you in your
nowadays.
pocket while you're homeless and everything's good.
Right. Well, like everybody in here, a lot of you guys know about like the problems my sister was having, and we were able to really help her out and get her that, and then she got that problem resolved because the community coming together and helping her with it, right? And then afterwards, she was like, I don't want to show these pictures of these figures that I just bought. It's like, Carol, we all pulled together to get you that other thing. You can buy the figures because you are able to, because you resolved the other issue. So post the picture of what you bought and you enjoy and you like.
I disagree. She needs to send me however much I donated in hot water to me, and I want it hot when it gets here.
Carol, if you're still up and watching, yep, she is. She just said I blame my brother. She does. She watches this cool, all these cool toys that we do, and like I bet you right now she's trying to figure out how to get in a Rakagor.
Lawrence is gonna shit his pants when Carol has a Uber Eats delivery of just a jug of hot water to Lawrence's house.
Well, she's going to wait until it's in the middle of summer and tell the Uber driver to suffer without AC to make sure the water stays hot on its way to his house. And she's going to have to get it from Indiana to Michigan.
That's not that far.
It'll be hot water, but it'll be hot Ohio water.
No, she's coming from Indiana. You know what you don't have to go through? Ohio.
I completely avoid
Scenic
Ohio.
route.
Such an awful state.
Right? Knowing she was able to spend money and buy figures is part of why. And that's it, right? Like, we all know we all have woes and troubles as adults, you know? And one thing that I like to tell people when they're a bit down on their luck is, like, remind them, like, you guys ain't alone. We're all facing troubles. And that's why we band together, so we can celebrate the wins and make it seem like it's not so bad dealing with all this other bullshit.
What does Rocket Raccoon say? We all have dead people.
That's right. That's right.
That's the most profound thing the MCU ever said.
Mm-hmm.
Ed was facing so much trouble he was actually thinking about moving to Ohio, which still makes no sense. People try and get out of that state. So.
Well, if you compare Ohio to New York, there's not much of a difference. So it really wouldn't matter. I'd just be moving from one shithole to a different one.
Actually, it almost sounds better because at least in Ohio, the light at the end of the tunnel is not fucking New Jersey.
Right. And the taxes are lower.
So Todd C is making sure to remind us there is one little, not only is Cedar Point in Ohio, but there is also a Arnold statue in Ohio and Alley Burger. So I'll give it all of those three things.
Well, that's because that's where the Arnold Classic is.
Oh, yeah. But you know what? There's a fucking statue of Arnold there, and that's pretty epic. Now, the problem I had with it is that every night I went out there and was sitting and chilling with the Arnold statue, there was a shit ton of fucking rats running around that damn courtyard that were they're not quite as big as Baltimore rats, but they were still there.
Hello, the Arnold Classic is there. Did you expect the rats to be small?
That's true. They got to be swole.
They're probably on steroids.
And they might be. They were probably given
Arnold
steroids.
steroids.
The logic is sound. That's a sound argument.
I completely agree. Matter of fact, I'm surprised they're not as big as Baltimore rats, because some of the rats around here could give Lawrence a run for his money.
What's funny is that the Arnold Classic is this week, and this power lifter he deadlifted like 1,000 pounds or something, and so like he's back, and then Arnold comes into the picture and like I think gives him a hug or something, and I sent it over to Bobby B, and I'm like, hey, when we meet, this is what we're gonna look like together, because he's so fucking big. And then one said he's like 6'3" too. It's not like he's just big, but he's like 6'3", I guess. So, oh, you're outside.
Yeah, there's somebody down the street honking.
Are the solar panels?
Just tell them you're off duty, Oz. You're not working tonight.
Not working. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't see his red light on, so I don't know why they're honking.
You know, maybe it's the glow from when I inhale. Maybe that's it. They're like, hey. Oz, man, you don't have to wear that dress tonight. Wait, what?
Did they tear the beast down in Ohio State? Or in Ohio?
I don't know. Did they take the beast down? That was one of the best wooden roller coasters still left around.
Was the beast the two? I thought the one roller coaster, the one wooden roller coaster was removed.
I don't know. It's been so. I haven't been to Cedar Point in like 20 years.
Wait, is Cedar Point an amusement park?
Amusement park.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, if you like roller coasters, it's probably the best one in the world because it's all it is roller coasters.
I think that wooden one got moved to the amusement park around here.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Action Park?
No. We named it Darien Lake after the lake it's on. It's not by a creek.
So, because there are two wooden roller coasters, the Beast and the Gemini. and one of them was 2 roller coasters that went at the same time. And at points, you would be going the same direction as the people next to you, and then I think you'd be going crossing each other at points. I forget which one is which, but I thought they got rid of at least one of them. And it was a rough roller coaster. I'm not a big roller coaster fan, but man, you got on those wooden roller coasters, and I only went there twice. Like under my arms were just bruised for the next couple of days because
we have one here. It's called the Superman. That's a wooden roller coaster, and it drops you like straight down the first hill, and that fucker is rough to ride, man, because it's
Right.
all over the place.
Yeah, because then you go on like the Magnum. That was the big one at the time. The Raptor, which they actually got rid of, that was the where your feet hang. They're so smooth. Like, you don't even think about it.
We have the Raptors here.
One of the absolute. Yes. There he is.
Ken
made it to the clubhouse. Oh, testing some audio here.
No, I think he's saying he's gone deaf.
Oh,
Whoa.
my bad. I'm here too.
It's weird.
He's reading another comment from Donkey Dick.
He's hearing voices in his head. He doesn't know why.
I'm not used to rattlesnakes climbing trees. They're not arboreal snakes. Most of them stay on the ground. I'd have to look into that a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a myth.
Yeah, that's probably a myth. But I do know some guys that have had rattlesnakes fall out of their out of short trees off overhook hanging creeks and stuff into their canoes. So
yeah, well,
trees just not very high.
I was going to say I definitely know most of the snakes that'll fall out of a tree are typically king snakes because they'll eat the other snakes, and that's part of why they go up into the trees. Like the snakes that go up and eat birds' eggs and stuff like that, they'll hide up there, like eating coach whips and vine snakes.
Snakes.
Snakes on a Coaster.
Yeah,
Samuel L. Jackson's long-awaited sequel.
I don't think Ohio is known for their rattlesnakes.
Hey, you know, we got some eastern diamondbacks out in western Maryland, like when you get out more towards the mountains and stuff.
If he has Viper Island, Samuel L. Jackson will be starring in that one.
You know, honestly, it's been so long since I've watched snakes on a plane. Did Samuel L. Jackson die for one of the snakes in the movie? Like, what did his character die off? I can't remember. It's been so long since I watched it.
I've never seen
If y'all haven't watched Snakes on a Plane right now,
I still never watched it.
I haven't seen that since it first came out. Damn.
Right? I was waiting for the sequel, Bears on a Bus. Then I realized I was just trying to come up with names with alliteration, which Snakes on a Plane doesn't have.
You know what, though? Samuel L. Jackson was in Black Snake Moan, and if you haven't seen that movie, definitely check that movie out.
That's a good movie.
That's
a great movie.
Freaking movie.
So
I mean,
I don't think there's actually any snakes in that movie.
No.
So speaking of movies with animals in them, and this is not an animal, but have you seen the previews for the new Adam Sandler movie where he's in space?
Mic check.
No.
And he's talking to a giant spider?
Oh.
It works, Cal.
We can hear you.
Okay.
No.
It works, but you sounded a bit like Megatron. Speak again.
Back here?
Lawrence, did you watch it?
You're good.
Okay.
I watched
Up here is distortion.
I watched most of the trailer because they came on waiting for a video.
Apparently, it's terrible.
The movie or the snake or the
movie. The movie.
Oh, yeah, I just saw the preview. I don't like spiders, so that just
probably not the movie for you.
No, it's the fact that I kept it on long enough where the spider looked campy enough, but it's still a giant, I believe, tarantula because it's very hairy. But who knows? I mean, I guess when any spider's that big. But I'm like, hell, I'm not watching a movie that's going to go 2 hours showing me one giant spider that he's talking to.
Now, to be clear, it's a fictional movie. You know that, right? That's not a real spider. They don't get that big.
Yeah, I don't care.
Lawrence can't even have
Lawrence's
fired
height,
voice.
they do appear that big.
Yeah, yeah. In my height, yeah,
Except in Australia.
Yep.
yeah.
I was gonna say the huntsman's over in
Huntsman?
Australia. Ooh.
They don't spin webs.
No, they just leap.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. And they're like,
They
"This is the
climb
size
up
of a
the
man
wall.
hand," and I'm like, "Well, I have a girl's hand, so it's bigger than this." Yeah, nope. I don't need to ever go to Australia now.
Mm-mm.
Right. And then you got the Goliath bird-eating tarantulas. Could definitely consume Lawrence in a single sitting.
Possibly.
I always wanted to own one of those. I really, really did. Actually, in my younger days, when I was more against smoking, as I sit out here and smoke, I always said that I wanted to have an ashtray that was kind of like the one that Martin Sheen had in Spawn, where like he had the scorpions in there, and tell people like, yeah, it's okay to smoke in my house if you're brave enough to put out your cigarette. And have an ashtray sitting in a bowl full of scorpions. Then I realized I would just have scorpions all over the house because they wouldn't stay in there. So I was like, this
You could
is probably a
train.
really
You could train
bad
them to
idea.
stay in the ashtray, couldn't you? Aren't scorpions trainable?
That I'm not
an
sure.
Animal you can train.
Well,
I know you.
Arachnid, isn't
They're
it?
almost impossible to kill. I can tell you that much.
But not easy.
We have
There we go.
snakes. We don't have scorpions.
And all your snakes up there in Canada are cute and cuddly too. They're very polite.
They just want a hug.
All snakes
No.
love to hug you.
No, the last snake I saw, I killed with a shovel
Ah, it
because it
hurts,
tried to
but I
bite
also
my cat.
And then you can't even be certain that it's completely dead after you smack it because they always got that fun reflex that after they're dead they can still bite you.
Oh, sorry. Let me rephrase that. I used a spade to sever its head from its body.
Don't
Yeah, when you
touch the
said
head.
shovel, that's what I kind of figured.
I didn't whack the snake with the shovel. I decapitated the snake.
Make sure you touch the head after it's decapitated with some type of a stick before you try to move it, because I can't tell you how many more people get bit by dead snakes here in America than live ones.
Man, you guys are dumb.
Well, it's like, oh, I cut off its head, and the first thing they do is they reach down and they go pick up the head, and it has like one of those last like knee-jerk reactions, and it will freaking bite. a lot of people get bit after the snake has passed.
Man, that is.
I'm gonna guess most of them are from Florida.
No, because in Florida they know how to handle the snakes. These ones are it's like
Yeah, the snakes are
further
the
out
least
west.
of their worries in Florida. People are on the bath salts. Are bath salts still a thing? Is that a
Yeah, they
a
just call it
topical
different stuff
reference?
these days, I
Yeah.
think.
You don't
I
hear
don't know,
about
I think
people eating other people's faces anymore. Though,
Just because you've heard it so many times, they're not reporting on it anymore.
Yeah.
That's,
One of
that's
them-
got to be the greatest story of our time. Man eats face.
Yeah.
And one of the most popularized cases of that actually happened right down the road from here. It wasn't in Baltimore.
Oh,
though. It was in
lucky.
Harford County. Yeah, it was over off of this road, like E. Morton in Harford County, and yeah, totally. Like
A bath salts case or a face eating case?
a face-eating case from bath salts.
So it was more than one. Okay.
Yep. It was the zombie apocalypse starting.
It was an
My
epidemic.
nightmare.
We
It
were
was an
hoping.
epidemic.
I mean, all of the preppers were getting ready. They heard
I'm
about a
not
case
gonna
where
lie.
someone
I'm
was
not
eating
gonna lie.
face.
Did that not come out within like a year or two of like 28 days later? I was like, is this it? Is this the start?
Right?
Yep.
Getting high off of stuff they're supposed to be pouring
Is
in their
this the day
bathtub.
that we will mark in our calendars where it's like this was the day that it all started?
I thought it was recently after The Walking Dead.
Oh no, bath salts I thought was before Walking Dead.
Yeah, it
but
was
you know
before
what?
I think so, yeah.
Well, there was the
I
one
don't
in
know.
Florida that I thought it was during The Walking Dead.
Well, you know what? It was like
There was something else that happened like zombies that was during The Walking Dead. I can't remember what that was.
Yeah,
though.
maybe I'm just.
That was when they had the alert sign, like the roadside sign that somebody said, like, stop zombies ahead or whatever, because like they were hacking the electric road signs.
The zombies were?
Yes, the zombies were. And that-
They're getting smarter.
No one ever said we were bright down here in America. We just pretend.
Now here we go. That's a comment we'll all remember. Yummy yum yum booty shorts. All right, guys, I'm going to be back inside in a second, so I'm jumping off of the phone.
So Ken, any more donkey dick comments?
Does everyone know the story of what Lawrence is talking about? Or is this like a complete? Okay, it's just the commenter in my comment section literally went by that name. That's all. But see, I actually banned him and told him I was going to ban him. Then I look in Lawrence's comments, and he just ignored him. And I'm like, that worked.
Well,
that's Lawrence.
That's because I did for my channel members. I read like 7 mean comments towards me.
Oh,
and that was actually the one. I mean, I've been talking about doing it for a while. The clip that I sent you was exactly what he said to me.
Yeah, I went and found that on your channel later on, and I was like, wow, okay, so it's not just me.
Yeah, no, that was. I was sitting here, doing my show last Sunday, and I'm like, oh, you know what? Here's another one. I need to do these before I start forgetting some of them. So
let's put subliminal messages into Bud's head now that he's sleeping with his headphones in.
He's awake.
Shit, I fucking was asleep.
So
You know, the funny part is I totally missed it until I came back in, and now he's awake.
He was out, man.
If you like venomous snakes, nap time, and Masters of the Universe,
Mm-hmm.
the Clubhouse is for you.
I really need to make little shorts of these advertisements and have Adam record them. And as we get to like the top of the hour every hour, I'll just play one.
Just a refresh.
Right? Because if you ever upload a video like I do for the intros and stuff like that, you just hit play and it'll take over the screen, it'll mute everybody's mic, and it'll just play the video. So it'd be funny to be like, all right, everybody, and for a quick commercial break, and then bam, hit that. Especially now since the new intro has that whole TV screen thing, I'll just put it right in the screen and have it play.
So how do you like editing, Oz?
Yay. So
I'm working on a monster edit right now. That's why I'm really quiet. That's why, like, when you say you do something till you're blue in the face, I feel like that blue in the face thing was like 5 hours ago. And right now I'm just sort of like editing on autopilot. And like, I hope this is correct. Another 10 or 15 hours and maybe I'll be done. So, yeah.
Well, that's the fun part of Clubhouse, right? You're working on some other stuff and you're coming in and just getting a little break from it, right?
I've spent the week and I feel like I'm like only like half done the video. I still got to do all the Decepticons. I'm like, oh. So, come in here. I'm like, oh, there's real people in the world.
Right.
Yeah. Literally have my head buried in the sand right now on something.
That's how I
I'm gonna take that.
Like the last 3 days, I haven't gone out or anything. So it's my first time interacting with anybody in like 3 or 4 days.
It's kind of nice, isn't it?
I've just been sick in bed.
That sucks. What's up, bud? You were
I'm
about to say.
I'm gonna take my passing out as a sign. I'm probably gonna head off.
Sweet dreams, bud.
Hi, bud.
Sweet dreams.
Hi, brother.
All right, later, bud.
Yeah.
I clicked on YouTube. This is how we found Wood Bunny. You know, when you go to the main page, I just happened to be talking to Tony, but I just clicked it here, and this headline is, "If Madam Web was a file, I would delete it." Like,
Oh gosh.
that's right to the point.
So here is that beautiful Azagar figure that my sister sent me the picture of. Like, you see the hoofs all glowing. They look very similar to the hoofs on the new Headless Horseman figure, but all that black light reactive paint, like the veins going through it, that just looks great. Now this is a definite need. Say need, as Adam knows. We don't need any of this, but I do.
I mean, I say need for that stuff all the time too.
You're right. Like, there's this part of you that needs it, but you don't actually need it.
Yes.
So, with Ken asking about editing, and if anybody's wondering, so everybody knows we were doing for quite a while, like once a month, Legions classes, kind of like carrying people through it. And I've gone back and rewatched some of that stuff, and it can be a little difficult to make it through. Not, mind you, those streams are not nearly as long as a Clubhouse stream. But we go off on tangents and we get off like topic really easily, really fast, and everything like that. So one of the things that I'm working on for the channel is that we're going to be doing Legions class study guides, where we're actually going to break it down, go through the lore, go through factions, go through characters and everything like that. I'm going to start actually posting pre-recorded videos for people. Holy crap, I'm actually going to do like regular content and not 6-hour-long live streams. It's going to be an amazing thing. So anybody who's interested in getting to learn the lore, that was the whole reason we started the Legions class thing, and we kind of done some other stuff with it, but you know, now it's going to be like a more official show, and people will be able to learn about a lot of Mythic Legions lore, and we're going to get into Cosmic Legions and talk about the different books and everything like that. And when I say books, that's how they talk about the different waves of Cosmic Legions, like book 1, book 2. There is an eventual book in the works for Mythic Legions. Who knows when we'll see it? But a lot of this is also inspired by Adam and Brick's AWOC Talk and Monkey Business, because those are great streams, great resources of information for people who are looking to get in the line and may not know a lot. And they give you all the sources so that you can go back and like check out the comics, which I didn't know about until one of Adam's streams. This was before they started doing AWOC Talk and Monkey Business. And, you know, learning about that stuff. And that really helps you to, like, the toys are already awesome and can sell themselves. But once you get into that extra lore and everything with it, there's just so much good stuff there. And it's the same thing with Legions. Like, the figures are astounding, but getting into the lore and everything else is really cool too. And they leave it purposely vague.
That's
Can I mention something funny that I've seen in a lot of comments with some of the Kickstarter figures for the next AWOC Kickstarter being revealed, and people were like, "Well, how come he's wearing pants? And how come he looks?" And I'm like, "Oh, you haven't read the comics. It's like such a clear indicator that they have no idea what the toy line, you know, what the IP is, right? They've seen the toys, and they're like, it's just swords and monkeys, and it's like that's not at all what it is. So it's still. I mean, so that's the you know. So Brick and I say, okay, so we still have more people that we could potentially reach.
Yeah.
Well, the idea is that I'm going to be pre-recording a lot of it and then breaking it down into smaller segments that will be easily digestible. The goal is to have like maybe a 10 to 15 minute video talking about an overall topic, breaking those down into even like little shorts that I could put up as clips, like when it's talking about a whole faction and all the individual characters. I'm not going to do a 10 to 15 minute long video about Arakagor's bio here, which is literally just this little side piece, right? Like that's going to be like a 1 to 2 minute short. Those will get pumped out regularly. But these will be all kickstarting in the next few weeks. And I know I've talked about it with Bricksum, and we're going to be working on part of that, but he's always got a lot on his plate, so I don't want to put more on his plate because I know he's still got to work with Adam on more AWOC talk and monkey business.
He's already got editing backlogged, so
right. I'm not trying to put more on his plate.
It's so small.
Yeah, it's really, really tiny. And like that's most of the lore that you get is the bios on those. And it's pretty much the same thing that it has on there too. And I know I'd asked Joe quite a while ago, because if you go look at the Source Horsemen for those earlier figures before Trevor started taking all the photos for the Four Horsemen, those photos are not exactly the best. I'm not sure who their photographer was at the time. It probably just one of them with a camera. But Joe Gonzalez is one of the only people I know who have absolutely everything. So I've also asked Joe if he could complement like certain parts with more pictures than what's available on the Source Horseman. And thanks to Ken, I did reach out to Jeremy Gerard, so I will be like screenshotting and using elements of Source Horseman. Of course, getting the links.
Once you get that permission, then you can just go to town getting some photos, right? Because the year of Transformers I'm trying to do right now, I don't have a lot of the figures in them because I go, okay, I like the characters I like, but there's like 50 other characters I care about. So I got to reach out to somebody who had all the boxed, like who had images of all the box stuff. He's like, yeah, just go to town, go ahead, just give me credit. And I'm like, okay, cool. And that just sort of like opens the floodgates. So you've got something to use, because otherwise, what else can you, you could try getting photos online, right? But where would you get them? What style of photo do you want? I don't know.
Right.
A lot to it. Right.
Yeah, exactly. So like this is going to be like, again, a very community driven project, but I know the right people to talk to, and that's the best part, because now it's like, all right, this is the content that we're going to put out there, because there's not a lot of, it's again, a lot of it's all on Source Horseman. You can go look at the stuff yourself, but there's a lot of people who just won't, or whatever. But if you want to come to my channel and watch it, hey,
this could be kind of like your signature content for people who maybe are not every day in the community like we are, but want to look something up. And then you'll a year or two later you'll be at PowerCon, and someone you've never heard of is gonna walk up to you and say, I watched your Legions stuff. Right?
Yep.
It's just the way it is sometimes, right? So yeah.
Yep. And finally, for my Patreon subscribers, those few of you who are those members, you guys will have automatic early access to each and every one of these videos, because I don't offer a lot for Patreon, and I appreciate all of you guys who've been supporting that. So I will be giving early access to all you guys first. When can I join Roman's Patron?
When he finally gets around to doing one. He's without thumbs, he can't do very much. He can't help me with the laundry, can't do the dishes.
He types his ass off.
He does type really well. So
it's because all he has to do is this. He doesn't actually have to use the thumbs. That's what
I follow so many dog pages on Instagram, and now that I got my old Instagram back, there's so many pages that I realized I didn't have, and I think it's hilarious every time.
As of when did you get it back?
Oh, it was a few days ago.
Okay.
I found out totally.
It was the first day I noticed.
Yeah.
I found out totally by accident because Chaz had.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry. Which one do we message you on?
What?
Which one do we message you on now?
I'm uploading the same stuff on both of them, and it seems like the old one is still getting more views. But that means I have to get everyone new that I found over onto that one, it told me there's a lot of people that didn't realize that I was gone for 3 months. But
I didn't
Chaz-
realize.
I figured. I know you don't follow me. Chaz had posted a link to someone that had posted some of the G.I. Joe stuff, and I clicked it, and it wherever it took me into my old account, which freaked me out because when I would try and go into that account, I would be stuck there for 15 minutes because I couldn't just log out. But what it did was it gave me telling me that, hey, you had these copyright strikes put against you if you want to dispute them. That's when I found out there's actually 2 copyright strikes. Not only the picture that I did there, but I also posted a picture of Ron Burgundy and wrote his name in it, didn't use anything of his, and he put a fucking copyright strike against me.
Ron Burgundy did?
The fictional character?
Ron Burgundy put
You with a copyright strike?
Viper, because I put Viper Island because I said that escalated quickly, and I don't believe I used his logo anywhere but it's Ron Burgundy, and he put a copyright strike against.
But does he? How does he own that photo?
Because fucking Instagram, YouTube, these assholes don't give a shit. We saw what happened
They
to
don't
Spectre
check.
Creative.
Yeah, they don't check. They just immediately.
But the problem was when they did it, because it was the second time, I got an email that it said you can contact him directly and try and what the fuck good is that going to do? The asshole went out of his way to put a copyright strike, which meant he had to unblock me to find out because he has all of us blocked. But I couldn't get into Instagram where it'd be one thing if you could still access your account and then say, okay, well, I want to dispute this. This is what I see. But it completely locks you out of your account. So there's nothing you can do other than waste time trying to find how you can contact Instagram, explain to them who you are, what happened, how this guy's a piece of shit, not that they care. And again, if I said it like that, they'd probably be like, well, I see why he did it. But I'd be much nicer than that when I would contact them. But they made it super, super hard. But for some odd reason, it took me into that account. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm never going to get out of this again. 15 minutes. But I just said, I decline. And then the account came up and I went, okay. So then I went into the messages and I had 20 messages. Some people were still messaging me. I thought I made it clear 3 months ago that I lost his account. And eventually you'd be like, hey, I'm not going to continue to message someone. But then I could access everything and see everything that that I couldn't before.
That's weird that you can copyright strike something that's very obviously very obviously doesn't belong to you. I could put a picture of you, Lawrence, onto my Instagram, and then I could gank your photo of you, and then copyright strike and say I own that photo.
Exactly.
But upload date is later.
It doesn't
No,
necessarily.
I think the copyright strike would be he reported that Lawrence didn't own that photo, not that it was his photo.
Right.
But then I have to prove that I didn't. Remember, some of the copyright strikes, if I remember correctly, the first time that he did it was when I posted the picture of the Super 7 t-shirt that he put his logo on. He took the Super 7. You guys know that story, right?
Yeah.
So Super 7 has the flag t-shirt. Someone found it on his t-shirt site that he just took that Super 7 shirt, went in Photoshop, deleted the Super 7 logo. Now, again, if I'm defending Super 7, you know you're an asshole. And then put his logo on it and sold it.
And yet you get the copyright. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So
that's when I did the live stream, because when I went to his shirts, they were all pictures from Hasbro Pulse of the new figures that he put on shirts.
So I wonder if you could forge a thing where he gave you consent and then copyrighted you. I wonder if you could have done that.
I mean, you could, but that's called forgery, and it's a federal offense.
I was going to say that's a much
that would be overt fraud.
He's just again.
Man, it'd be interesting to see though.
I love how he gets to you so bad.
Well, okay, so a lot of it has to do with the community doesn't pay attention to what's actually going on. Oddly enough, I had a talk with somebody today from Hasbro that knows all about him. I mean, you could probably put 2 and 2 together, figure out who that is.
Everybody! I mean, everybody knows all about him. That's not.
I've learned 90% of what I know about the guy from Lawrence.
I only know of him because of Lawrence.
What really pissed me off when I lost the account more than anything was I couldn't access all the messages that I had. The messages between me and my daughter, because we send stuff back and forth. The contacts on Instagram, again, if someone's not following you and you message them, you can't contact them again until they go in and see and okay it, or if they're following you, right? So there's a bunch of contacts that I lost that way. And again, I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, I didn't do anything wrong. Listen, I called the guy an asshole. I mean, I'm sorry. I call him a dumb fuck. And I stand by it. I just stand by it. So it's not like,
Lawrence, since we've started this and you said he has us all blocked, I decided to actually go and see if he has me blocked because I wasn't sure if he even knew who the hell I am because, I'm still a small guy. He doesn't have me blocked, but one thing I don't see on his page at all is that photo of Mace Windu, Samuel L. Jackson.
Yes, he deleted that video.
Yeah, I don't see that anymore. And I find it funny because I kind of want to go onto his Instagram and comment because he's got this nice picture posted of the new Doc figure and everybody's talking about how good it looks. I kind of wanted to just comment and be like, that doesn't look like Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, he'll block you quickly. Because he not only did he block my new account, he found my private account, like my personal account, and blocked that. The only reason why I know that is because I have a third account for skateboarding that I want to see if he actually, oh shit, look. So
here I am complaining I don't have energy to do fun live streams, and yet somebody can actively spend all this time worrying about what somebody else is doing. I can't believe he would take the time to find your personal account to block it. Because you have better things to do with your time than monitor his account on your personal.
I've never once commented, gone to his Instagram and commented, right? But I called him out. I mean, again, as much energy as he puts into lying about stuff, maybe if you just put energy into making proper contacts, you make good content because that's what you do. Like you make good content as in the way it's produced, right? That's his job. Well, why not spend the time making good contacts and actually putting out proper information, especially when you grew such a large audience? But I guess it's easier to lie about it. Does the Doc picture have the white gloves in it?
I don't know. I stopped looking at it because I really don't care about
it. That was his new thing.
For a brief
that he said that it was confirmed by someone at Hasbro that Doc comes with white gloves, which when they showed it off, it doesn't have white gloves. He said it was confirmed by someone at Hasbro that Torch will have a tattoo on his back. I hear all this stuff from when you're in the community. This is these people.
Look, Lawrence, have you talked to anyone who said, "Oh, I watch his stuff. I like it"? Because I haven't run into anyone who's done that yet. Who said that yet?
There's a few people. There are a few people, not that I've run into, but you'll see them in the Facebook group pages, right? Because they don't know any better, because they're just G.I. Joe collectors. And I've said that before. I don't think I think the majority of the G.I. Joe collectors are not toy collectors. Because they don't understand that they're looking and they're not understanding why figures are so expensive.
The one thing I was telling Crash earlier, some of the stuff that people complain about, I'm like, but they've been doing that in other toy lines for years and years and years and years. They're like, oh, I don't want to buy that. It comes with this other thing, and I don't need both. And I'm like, when I had to buy Earthrise Ratchet, it came with a Paradon Medic that I didn't need. I bought it and said I was going to sell the Medic. I still haven't sold the Medic to this day, so I guess I'm okay with the figure, right? But I mean, it's just one of those things. When I hear it, I just go, oh, okay, and I kind of dismiss it, and people are kind of like, do you not care? I'm like, no, I've been living the problem for so long that it just gets buried in the back of my mind. You know what I mean?
You know, there's a reason why they do this stuff, and again, you know, it goes back to I'll say stuff, and again, I think I try and come from a logical point.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I agree or disagree with, let's say, Hooded Cobra Commander, but things like that, right? But when I say, like, hey, this is the reason why they do it, and people go, oh, you're just a show for them. Like, I didn't say that I agree or disagree. I'm just telling you, this is corporate America. This is why they do certain things. You get repaints because it is a cheap mold. It's easy, and it increases the budget if people are buying it. I mean, I think that should be common sense. And
yeah, I mean, look, we don't have to like it. Like when I had to buy that Paradon Medic to get Ratchet, I didn't like doing it. But the reason you didn't hear about it is because I consented to it by buying it. So I look doubly stupid, or if I go, this was wrong, and I'm like, I can say I'd rather not do this, but I did it because I wasn't sure I'd get another Ratchet. Lo and behold, as Todd Z pointed out in the comment section, there's another Ratchet. But what was it, Todd? Like 2 years in between the releases, maybe longer. So
right,
well, maybe 3.
Speaking of Todd's comment here, maybe you guys can help with this, Adam, because this.
I've never seen him on Canadian TV. I've never seen him, so yeah.
Don't know what he looks like to know if he was.
Well,
who's on Canadian TV?
Viper Island has something to do. He does something in TV, but that's like saying, "Oh, hey, wow, you went to Chippewa Valley." Yep. Did you know a Mike? Well, there was 3,000 kids, and it was a very Italian-based school. So yeah, I know lots of Mikes.
Well, I'm on TV when my kids pull up the YouTube videos when I'm live in my office.
Right?
Yeah.
There you go.
They watch it on a TV
in Canada.
So I'm on TV in Canada too. I might be on TV in the United States as well, for all I know.
A bunch of us have gotten recognized
in New Zealand.
There you go.
There you go.
A bunch of us have gotten recognized at toy shows, or
I'll say this: I'm looking at the thumbnails for his videos, and it's like spoilers of 2024. Those figures are not coming out in 2024. I know that.
He does a lot of clickbait.
Some people can just.
And then
but you know what though? A lot of times that clickbait works. Some of my highest viewed videos and highest click-through rate videos is like when I did 7-year pre-order canceled, and I told the story about how I canceled that one, and that was 1,000 views overnight, right? Then another 1,000, then another 1,000. I'm just like, really? Right? I was experimenting because it was actually appropriate to the topic, right? So,
I mean, he's got 19,500 subs, and he gets the views. So, I mean,
you know what though? You can pay YouTube to promote the channel. There is that experimental beta test that allows YouTube just to show more impressions. I've talked to other creators who've done it before.
You can, but I'm just saying, even if he is doing that, I mean, is that why people are upset? I'll be perfectly honest, I don't give a shit about this guy, and I never talk about him because I don't care. And I mean, I'm looking at the numbers, but you look at the numbers of any channel for any topic, right? And there's small channels and there's big channels, and I don't really get, the guy's a total hack. I know that, you all know that, but I mean,
clearly people will watch whatever he's saying. So
for me, a lot of it comes down to when you're in all these Facebook groups, and admittedly, how many times I have to walk away. I see the Hooded Cobra Commander thing. I don't know why it just triggers me. Like, for the love of fucking God, it is there. I have no more information that I have, like secret information that you can't get on the internet. It's there. You just don't want to believe it, right? I don't want to debate whether or not we should have it. I'm just telling you, hey, here's the reasons why.
It's Lorenzo de Bonaventura in a boardroom. That's all it comes down to.
Exactly. But people don't
But
want to
you
believe
make you make a custom one and you replace it.
Yeah.
Done, right?
But,
I don't know.
like,
I just
with Viper Island, what happens is, and this goes back to community, like G.I. Joe community not being toy collectors and seeing other things that are going on, and he posts something, and next thing you know, it's all over the Joe forums, and these people were believing it because they're not. And again, it's on me. I mean, it doesn't change. I mean, believe me, I don't lose any sleep over it.
I don't believe you.
Believe me, I believe me.
He
I don't
definitely
get a lot of
lost
sleep
sleep
for a
for
lot of
Sarah.
things. It ain't that. Don't get me wrong. Like, the first copyright strike, when he put it in against me, I was on steroids. And I was passed out, and all of a sudden this email comes over, and I have like 7 copyright strikes against me. And I messaged Chaz, and I'm like, look at this, what this motherfucker did. He goes, yeah, he just hit me up for like 20 and a whole bunch for Jersey Maniac too. And I didn't have a topic for that Monday, and it was Saturday, and I am raging. I'm raging with those fucking steroids just raging through me like you wouldn't believe. I don't know how many times I can say raging. And I went upstairs and I thumbed up I created that thumbnail, and that was the day I went off on Travis. Because Friday,
good Travis or bad Travis?
Toy Kind of Mood Travis. He had driven me nuts that day, just emailing me over and over and over about not getting figures fast enough, and I had lost it. And that show was supposed to have nothing to do with him, but it triggered me, and I went off. And Tony was like, "Holy shit, yes!" So I'm like,
so if you ever want to know, kids, what Roy can do to you, take a look at Lawrence after being straight edge his whole life, and then he takes Roy's once, and he fucking rages. He loses his damn mind.
It wasn't even, it wasn't even those steroids. That's the worst part.
Like, yeah, not even the kind that give you any extra muscles.
Prednisone, man. God damn, that shit's
right?
awful.
I was going to say, because we were both taking steroids around the same time, because I had them for the bronchitis and the inhaler. I was just like, man, I took like 3 of this, and I was like, I go.
I don't even remember why I was on it. I get sick so infrequently. I don't remember why I was on them.
Well,
but
it would have been for
the
an
end.
reaction of some kind.
It was at the end, and man, it.
So, another thing I want to point out about this. Oh, shit. I lost my train of thought because I'd seen that Brick came back into the chat saying, still going. That's right. We've outlasted Dune. Big surprise.
Lawrence was angry.
Weren't you on them right after PowerCon, Lawrence?
What?
Weren't you on them right after PowerCon?
No, after PowerCon, I had just come back from Florida.
Well, actually, yeah. Well, I mean, technically, because you came like directly from Florida to PowerCon, pretty much.
Oh, I remember why I was on them because of the inflammation, because
the drive, right?
Well, no, that was when my ankle blew up.
Yeah,
on the way to Florida, on the way back. No, the tendonitis in my bicep and my elbows. So he gave me a shot, and then that's why I was on. And my shoulder and bicep are still fucked up.
Right.
So maybe I should go back on steroids again. Give everyone a great show.
It was a good show. That was a good show.
Yeah. I remember that one. It's freaking awesome.
You had a lot of engagement in the chat that night.
I wanted to ask about what. This is what it was. What toys was he complaining about that Travis was complaining about wasn't getting fast enough?
Okay, so
classified.
So this was when we were getting toys from overseas, from
okay,
Return of the Nerd, right? And that the wolf spider. So they got it, and everyone had ordered it. Now I didn't even order it because by the time I realized it, he'd only had so many and it was sold out, right? And Travis seemed to not understand that when the guy ships it, it has to go through customs, and sometimes it gets there in a timely manner, and sometimes it doesn't. Because I ordered 2 things from him. They went out a day apart. So you would think they'd show up a day apart. They showed up like 2 weeks apart because the one box got stuck in customs. And I'm waiting for it. I know it should be here, like the box that I had ordered, and Travis is like typing, and he's all, and it's early in the morning. He's just, so it was like 10 in the morning for me, which means it's like
7 for him.
Yes.
Right.
And come to find out, it wasn't just me he was messaging. He was driving other people nuts. And then he's going off about this, wolf spider and how Bobby B always gets things first. And I'm like, I didn't even order the fucking figure. I don't give a shit. I can't review it anyway. I'm like, when you get the figure, just do the review. End of story. That's all you have to do.
There's a big difference, right? Like you do. Well, first off, welcome back, Brick. I see you're in transit.
Oh yeah.
Lawrence, when you review a figure, sorry, Oz?
I just want to say before I forget real quick, Brick, can you put up that image again?
Which image?
The avatar that pops up when you don't have the camera on, please.
Oh shit, yeah. What is it? Hold on. Is it
Gaz,
bad? I don't remember what it is.
This is that damn photo we were looking for.
Yeah, we looked for this forever.
Wait,
what is the photo
in
of?
the chat. Yeah,
It's a valiant night. I'll fold it up.
Teacup like thing in the hand.
Look,
oh, that's right, in the hand. I forgot why I put that in there.
That's what I look like after talking to Travis. My legs are folded up. I'm like, oh, motherfucker.
And that's what your cry closet's for, Lawrence.
That's my cry closet right there.
So the thing about getting stuff first, right? Like, look, Lawrence, when you get stuff, you don't really care who's watching. Sometimes you'll get it first, and then you'll review it right away, and it goes up. Sometimes you wait 3 weeks, and then you just do it anyway, right? Adam does his whole open late thing, right? Unfortunately, getting stuff first is very hard to sustain, especially if you're not kind of in a rhythm with the main company yet. Somebody like Pixel Dan, who has immediate contacts at Mattel, Hasbro, those kinds of companies, probably has all the shipping and private couriers figured out and everything. He's probably like got it factored in that if something gets delayed by 2 weeks, he still gets it first. Not saying he's done it that way on purpose, but because he's been doing it so long, he was like one of the first ones, if not the first one, to get into a rhythm. It's really hard to sort of just go after that algorithm and be like, okay, is it here yet so I can review it? If the day it comes and something happens where you can't review it, and you can't touch it for 2 days, and Bobby B gets his review up, so be it, right? When my O-rings for Skeletron went up, Lawrence, your video had been out for a while, and you were not the first by a mile. But the fact of the matter is, I was knee deep in something else, and I didn't drop it to go do that. Right, I went and did it anyway. Right, so it's just one of those things. And I think Travis is coming around. I did talk to him a few nights ago on the phone, and it sounds like he's kind of like might have been a little too keen for a little while. And he says
I think so because he had a lot of people were getting a little pissed, and he stopped messaging me about stuff for quite some time.
Yeah.
But like Bobby B, he just does them and puts them up.
Yes.
Now, if I can, you're like me with the YouTube and watching it. If you put out more than 3 videos in a 24-hour period of time, they don't push them. They're there. They don't push them. Bobby B just pushes them out because he wants them. I will do 24 hours apart. So if I get 4 or 5 figures in at once, I look at which ones I think are going to do the best, and I start with that one. And I might do all the videos in one day or a couple days, but they're not going out all in one day. So I already know that like those figures are showing up, and other people are going to get them first. You know, I think we've established that people will watch reviewers because they want to hear what they have to say. I know,
Yeah.
but
You end up with your own style, and then people come back and they kind of gravitate to that.
and there's
right?
people that like you, and there's people that don't like you. You know?
Yeah, like the guy last night.
And I'm okay with that. Listen, I'm smart enough to know there's certain people that don't really care for me that much, and I'm fine with that. Like, we don't all have to like each other, like what we do. There's a lot of people I like personally that do streams that I don't want to watch them because I don't find them interesting.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you can still like people.
That's just,
And there's
yeah,
probably
that's
people
how
that
it.
just don't like me personally. I know that. I'm not the easiest person to always like.
But I think what people go for is once they get that success, they wonder how they can replicate it over and over and over again because it gives you that adrenaline high, right?
Yes.
And we all run into it in different ways. For some people, it's you got the figure first. For some people, it's you broke that piece of information first. You know, I've had it happen a few times where like I just put out a piece of history that's at the right time as something else, and then that suddenly takes off. It's nice if you can sustain it all the time, but you also get more criticism, more dumb comments, you know, more people telling you that you forgot some little thing on some little variant that nobody cares about, you know, so it just happens all the time, right? So,
Oh, you know what? Do a bunch of reviews and call a magazine a clip.
Oh,
watch
God.
it come out of the woodwork.
yeah.
That's how it
goes. I've had people try to correct my grammar before on streams, like it's
Oh yeah,
on live
I
videos like
forget
that.
who it is. There's a guy that watched my live stream that he says you say wolves, you don't say wolves. Okay, maybe, and I think it's because I get aggravated over figure. It's not figure, it's figure, and lots of people say figure. I think Brick is one of them.
You do say wolves.
What do you think I
It's a
say?
Canadian. It's a Canadian
What?
accent. Anything I say wrong is Canadian accent. Yeah, that's all I say.
But figure,
Right.
figure is one that drives me nuts.
Oh, you
Bobby,
think I say figure or figure?
it's figure.
Yeah, I say figure.
Okay.
Figure.
I know Bobby B, Toy Sorceress, Ninja.
Oh, it
There's
says
a
figure?
lot of people that call it figure, and it drives me nuts. And I don't stop watching them. And I don't go and correct them because I don't give a shit that much. You know, I will call them out. There's no doubt. I will call them out like when they're friends of mine. You know, but I don't go on your
Yeah.
you know, on your
I had somebody write several paragraphs at me because of implication versus speculation. I think was the one that I got nailed down on. You saw that one. Another one was getting the word crowdfunding right. I'm like, yeah, but that's what the company's using. And like, yeah, but you're wrong. I'm like, I am quoting them. And that one, Oz, you know, that one went for a couple of days, and I was like, I should just delete this.
This has come up a bunch, Ken. I've seen this come up for you. I'm curious, like, does it matter? Like, why? I'm just curious why bother even responding to folks? If, like, clearly it's
I probably shouldn't have responded because I'm not that kind of person. And I think what it is, someone thinks, oh, he's easy, I can just go after him, and then I kind of respond nicely. Oh yeah, see, I can keep needling at him, and then eventually I just go, okay, that's it. That's your last comment here. Yoink, you're gone. And I've done it maybe twice now. And I look back and I go, that really was not worth it because I go out of character in order to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because it's not consistent with the like message I'm trying to send out there. But yeah, you're right. It has come up a few times, Brick. I realize now that I brought it up.
Yeah, just like no. I know that people have like who will like come at you with like stupid comments, but it's like,
yeah,
who fucking cares?
So here's another thing: doing reviews, and I'm going to ask Adam because he's the perfect person to ask.
I'll stop being in cashews.
Why did we get 2 bricks? So okay, you do a lot of this AWOC stuff, right? You do a lot of the AWOC. You and Brick do the whole thing to talk about the lore. Does it bother you that someone will review the action figure but know nothing about the lore?
Not at all.
Okay. I have had people get aggravated with me, some over AWOC, some over other things, and I'm like, okay, understand this. I'm reviewing an action figure. I'm reviewing a toy gun. I'm not reviewing a toy gun compared to a real AR. Like, I'm not comparing this toy AR-15 to a real one. I'm reviewing the action figure. And I'm sorry that I don't know the lore. I'm very honest about it and let you know, but I'm here to talk about the toy. But people will come in and they'll say that's wrong, and if you don't know this, you shouldn't do it. And it's like, well, thank you. And then I'll do my mean comment thing and go read what they said. But there are people that get mad about it. And I want to say there was another live stream and I had mentioned something, and I believe it was you, Adam, that was like, there's like a whole comic, and I was like, no, I really didn't know that. I just bought them because I thought they looked really cool. Everyone that had one just raved about them, and I wanted to see how good they were. I didn't know. I mean, then you kind of look and, oh, there's a lore, but I didn't really care because I just want to fit them in and, play around with them, right? But for someone to be mad about it. Now, if I was doing a review to specifically talk about how this figure fits in with it and you completely mutilate it, well, then it's like, all right, you're just passing off, this false information because you feel the need to do something.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're sort of, if you preface that, like, I don't know anything about this apart from the physical object in front of me, it doesn't really matter. My perspective is when people everybody can do whatever video they want, in my opinion. The weird thing is that a lot of the people that are like complaining about like you're doing it wrong or you didn't mention this, or the criticisms come from people that aren't often making videos. And then it's sort of like, well, what? Like, okay, show me how to do it then. Like, if that's... But I'll say this. I mean, I've had people make comments on my videos or sort of whatever, where they're clearly meaning to antagonize me. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I work in retail and I do a lot of customer service stuff. And the way that I, get through that without, just becoming jaded and cynical and stuff, is that every email that I read with the tone that they're being pleasant and polite, and I reply in kind. And so I never assumed that somebody has negative intentions, or like, I never assume somebody's trolling, right? And so when I reply, I think it kind of takes, they have to take a step back because they're sort of like, well, that didn't work. And it's, so I just don't let it affect me. It's water off the duck's back. It's like,
but sometimes you do that. Sometimes you do that though. I mean, sometimes you say, you reply kindly, and then they keep coming at you, and that's usually when you have to throw the ban hammer down.
Sure, but I've just found in talking,
or just ignore it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think that's kind of what I was asking, Ken. Is like sometimes I think we even interpret that people are being shitheads when maybe they aren't, or like maybe.
So that's why it has to be a repeat pattern. You can't
they are really lonely. You know what I mean? And it's like,
but that's why it has to be a repeat pattern. Like, it can't just be a one-off, right? When they do it again, then they do it again. I'm like, okay, that's it.
But again, if you ignore them, and that's why, like,
and I should send you some email chains that I've had to deal with.
I think that's what it is, right? Like, it's I don't know if it's the EQ I lack in some ways, right? It's funny because I only talk about that here, right? Maybe sometimes on Patreon, but like on my own channel, I'm just like, hey, everyone, how's it going? We're gonna talk toys, and be as pleasant as possible. But yeah,
I should have like an after dark for members only, and people will be really disappointed because like I'm just the same person that I am when I'm doing the normal live videos. They'd be like, "Come on, give us some dirt," and I'd be like, there isn't any.
Dance, monkey, dance.
Yeah,
I used to do like for the Toy Frenzy patron, I was like, all right, we're going to start doing this Toy Frenzy Unchained. We did a total of 2 episodes, and the second one got ripped. Like, I mean, it went on for a while, and then it got ripped because I was airing episodes of cartoons, and even though it's an unlisted stream, the algorithm can still pull the copyright stuff. So,
Well, yeah, because you could in theory be airing it in a classroom and
Right.
charging admission, right? In
yeah,
theory.
exactly, something
Right.
like that. But and I guess in any case, I was charging admission because you had to be a patron member to view that stream. But
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, so like anyway, like I've realized that one of the reasons why I was trying to figure out a day of the week I could do like this members only stream for, the patrons and stuff like that. But I realized it was just more of the same of the clubhouse. And it's like, well, it doesn't, there's, when we talk about crap on Clubhouse, like there's not really like any kind of limit, right? Like we just kind of go wherever the conversation takes us. And so like what could we ever talk about on a Patreon only stream that we're not already going to talk about here? Like Adam mentioned earlier, we were going to talk about probiotics tonight. We haven't even touched that topic and we're 5.5 hours in.
Saving that for hour 8.
Right?
Probiotics don't work, so
You were going to feature some of my pictures, and then you wussed out on it.
Well, when you get a copyright thing like that, you kind of just start worrying about what can I actually get away with showing on an unlisted stream? Is it really as private as I'd thought?
Right.
Oh, unlisted's still there. That's not the same as a
private. Yeah.
Private only you can see it. Right.
Yeah, and that was kind of like the issue, right? Because I wanted to have a chat going, and one of them you couldn't have the chat, so I had to pick the one.
Chat in private.
Yeah, so I was like, well, this kind of sucks. So I have to do it as unlisted or whatever, and that's when I switched it to unlisted. And yeah, so just because it's unlisted doesn't mean it's not there.
Rick, are you
I guess
on
it's
a
because it's live.
night?
Yeah. Anyway.
My Minotaur keeps falling, man. I put him on the turntable.
Taking everything.
You like the background? No, I'm doing the shorts, so I have him like spinning. I'm also kind of filming unboxings.
Look, we're on TV.
Look, you guys are famous.
In California, we're on TV.
But this
We're
thing
on
has fallen
TV
like
in
a
the
bunch of
US.
times, Thanos, and he's still like.
We're really popular in California.
Yeah, spinning him might be kind of hard with those hose.
Matt, if I had a blooper reel for trying to do those spinning shorts.
Huh? You got a bunch
all
of
the
them
time.
falling.
Well, yeah, and the words I use.
Hey, man, there you go. That's your Patreon bonus content, blooper reels.
You know, it's funny when you were when Ken was talking about the whole idea of like trying to be first and getting the toys first. I'm laughing because I'm sitting on like at least 60 or so quote unquote unboxing videos that haven't been edited of just like every single figure I get. I've been unboxing them, and I'll do everything that I've gotten a short of that's not an old figure. There's an unboxing video, unedited, sitting on a hard drive.
That's why you have no space for editing stuff, is because you have all that raw footage.
And I have, and the thing is, it's like, I can't chase the new things. I know that. Like I've been sitting on these guys, and what has it been, 2 weeks or so that I haven't unboxed them? Or a week and a half?
We got this about a week and a half ago.
Week and a half, yeah. But like, technically I was like, oh, I could film this, and like it'd be one of the earliest figure reviews out there. Or that white veteran Williams I have here that has still not been unopened. But like, I don't know, it just doesn't work with my life, I guess, like realistically. So what can I do right now is like, well, let me do the shorts. And so that's kind of where I'm at. And I suspect what Lawrence is saying to be true. Like if anybody even remembers that I do unboxing videos and reviews, then maybe they've subscribed. But like,
everybody,
I think people will want to hear, maybe like they want to hear Lawrence because they subscribe to Lawrence's channel because they like the way Lawrence talks about figures. So they probably don't give. I would assume would love to hear him talk about like an older toy too. I don't know. Maybe not.
Rick,
But
you
all
can
my
buy-
stuff is gonna be old.
Buy one of these for like $20 on Amazon.
Like this?
Yeah. Why are you storing all that stuff on your computer? Like, honestly, though, remember because we were I wanted to start downloading Legion's class and stuff like that. I had to get one of these. So I could
Well, that's what I was gonna say. It's the same kind of thing. It's a mix of time. It's a mix of like time, 2 children, all that kind of stuff. But also like how it is. You just said it. Like how many times have you and I said, "Hey, like download that Mythic Legions stuff."
Right? Yeah. Let's.
I still haven't gotten them from you. It's kind
Well,
of like
yeah.
how my life works too on my end. So
I am glad you two are gonna
Well,
get down to do this Legions, the Legions class, but like the shorter videos though, because that's gonna be pretty timeless and serve as a reference people can go back to. That is going to grow your channel. The question is just how much.
Yeah. You guys were talking about that too, but I want to ask Cobb because Cobb like skyrocketed, right? Because if like you're getting a lot of early figures for a while, Motu figures, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you
mine
see like
have
a giant jump from like 500 to 1,000 in like 3 months or 2 months?
Yeah, well, I know it's funny. I know you reached out to me right when that was happening too. Those Filmation characters was right around then, and then that wave that I got early about
1.01
Masterverse.
subscribers, 1,000. Yeah.
But I know you reached out to me and you said, "Oh, you're gonna pass me up here soon." And I was like, "Oh no, I'm not." And I did. I was like,
I told
"Frickin'
you."
Rick was right. I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, and then I feel like 2 or 3 weeks later, you're like, we're at 800, and then like a week later, like I'm at 1,000. I'm like, yeah,
I know because you're like, "Oh,
yeah."
You said something to me later, like, "Oh, by February, I bet you're gonna pass me up or something." And I was like, "No way in hell!" And then those 2 videos hit out of nowhere. And I was like, "Holy crap!"
What was your big one?
The Filmation one with Tila, and then that whole wave of the last Masterverse.
So I think once you get in an algorithm, and I don't know how YouTube does it. Like I don't know how YouTube knows that. Like, oh, this guy's doing a Motu video. Fucking, I ain't gonna show it. But I do a GI Joe video, and unless if YouTube decides to put it back to private, algorithm. I did it again on that Snake Eyes video, and I finally figured out why. I do a G.I. Joe video, it goes out to all the G.I. Joe people. Then I do a Motu video, which I've done lots of Motu videos. It just doesn't do anything.
Lawrence, check the click-through rate percentage in the first 48 hours because that's when it shows to your subscribers. When your subscribers aren't clicking on it or it's way below the rate, you know this, right? You watch Nick Newman, right? So that's maybe you have an average click-through rate and it's still doing that. I don't know, but I found like I did an Avengers video and it's got like 1/10 the views that it should have for a video that's 2 months old right now. And it's just because nobody clicked on it, right? They're like, do an Avengers. What the hell is this? Next week I did a G.I. Joe video. Poof. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, also watch though next Avengers movie that comes out. Bet you that starts picking up some views.
But here's the other thing. There's so many people that do videos that say Marvel in it.
Yes.
That is a hard thing to get into.
I think what it is too is I had Marvel Hot Toys in it, and I thought the word Hot Toys would make it take off. But I think people are kind of falling out of love with Hot Toys a little bit. So,
the Hot Toys is another thing where you have to be committed to buy a $300 figure. So how many people are committed to buy that? Classified,
and a lot of them were cheaper when I got them.
Yeah,
so.
but I mean, even so, but classified Motu, that is something that a novice can get into.
Yes,
they can buy a few classified and be happy. So, a Mezco,
I don't know.
you're gonna spend $100? Probably not. Not right
yeah,
away.
but not everybody's gonna get an Eternia. But those video, like the GTFO video, got like 18,000 views or something, didn't it? Get like crazy. I don't know. I just threw a number out there. I have literally no idea what it's at. But
it did break 10. That I know.
I have done 3 HasLabs, which I thought would do really well, right? None of them did that well, even the G.I. Joe ones, right?
But what's your definition of doing well, though?
What?
What's your definition of doing well for a HasLab?
in the 3,000s.
Okay, fair
Like
enough.
relatively quickly, right? 3 to 4,000 is what you would think because there's only so many being made. But then you think about it, and it's like no one's buying a HasLab because they've already bought the one. Like they've already bought the one you're reviewing, so they have no
Yeah.
reason to watch the video to see if they want to, if they want to get it, except for people that are looking to buy it in the aftermarket.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at my Sky Striker one now because that's the only one that I've done a review for.
I actually kind of got impressed a little bit earlier tonight before we were all going live. Video that I did 4 weeks back. Well, not 4 weeks, but 4 shows back. So that's like 7 weeks back now, right? When I was just getting all of the new Ghostbusters figures. I haven't looked at that video in a while, haven't paid attention, but it kind of comes to that, like, again, that new hotness, right? So, like, the one where I did the thumbnail with all the new Ghostbusters on it, with the exception of Gary, that video is up over 346 views. It's actually the highest viewed video on my channel at this point. And it's probably due to that kind of misleading thumbnail. I'm sure people were clicking on that being like, oh, this guy's reviewed the new Ghostbusters figures. And it's like, yeah, I open them as we're all doing the clubhouse thing. But you guys know, like, I don't do like talked up a whole lot about getting excited about opening up a Rakagor tonight. And I had them on screen for how long? A couple of hours ago, But yeah, like, it's, people are viewing it because they see it's got the Ghostbusters thing to it, right? It's picking up that algorithm. There's nothing that special about that live that night that I can think of that really should merit that kind of a jump.
Did I miss the unboxing of Rakagor? Is that what?
Yes, you were at the movie.
I didn't know if you actually got to it.
Yes, yeah, I opened up everything tonight. Here he is standing next to.
Wow!
Oh, look at those.
I did miss this as well. So
these guys are so freaking amazing.
Can you zoom yourself in?
Yeah, I'm getting my full screen on. Here we go. We got both of these big boys together. Like I said, there's some minor things that I notice. He's got a good stiff jaw. Like, I can close it all the way. If I'm to go do that on Scourge.
Oh,
he's staying shut now just to prove me wrong. Because he's a dragon. I'm just
Scourge is loose, Rakagor's tight.
Yeah, like,
got it.
See, typically his jaw just falls open unless I like really force it up there. And I think it's just the way the teeth are meshing together there that kind of keep it shut. But like, I can feel the stiffness on a Rakagor.
That's what she said.
Woohoo! I
So,
absolutely.
Do you prefer loose or tight more?
Oh, everybody knows, like the tight, but unfortunately, most of the time that can be painful. So,
Type with lubrication. There you go.
That's how we all prefer.
It's about that time, huh?
No. When we get in here,
This is when we start bringing out Wood Bunny.
Oh Lord, is that where we're going with this stream?
I think it was about this hour.
I heard that was the most fun part. Everybody's favorite part of the last clubhouse. I don't know. Terrence seemed to enjoy the 90-minute talk on child support, which again,
I like the long Warcraft conversation. That was fun.
Warcraft is always.
I missed the Warcraft conversation too. God damn it!
I missed it all. Whose channel was it on last week?
It was on
video. You don't follow.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Oh, that was last time. Oh, sorry. I thought that was tonight.
But it usually pops up on like 3 or 4 channels, and it just didn't pop up on any channels.
Yeah, no one likes me, so they didn't even simulcast. I even let it.
I quit putting it on my channel because I just don't want to have to deal with like a troll pops in over there and
yeah.
Understandably, end up like putting people who are on the live with you as an admin on your channel, or not admin, but you know, a moderator. Get your
Not that
wrench.
anybody watches on my channel, but every once in a while.
We never know. Somebody will occasionally.
Just the trolls watch us.
Did Allison or Kayla come through today?
Just popped into the chat.
Kayla came through the chat. She was busy and she had to get some sleep. Allison had said even earlier in the week that she might be on if she could get away from some content, but I'll re-highlight her comment.
Yeah, I think she's in the chat.
She's literally editing long form videos tonight, which is why she's not on live with us.
Yeah, I had to laugh talking about going out of your normal stuff. I did a short for my turtles that I opened, and that's the first short that I had bombed so bad. 37 views on a short. I don't know what happened to it. I put out filmation, went right afterwards 1,000 something, but
That was with me and what's his name, Zenday.
Yeah, I know you.
Well, and then today when I was editing, because I'll post to Instagram and TikTok like a different one, so I like started putting those in, and I usually will go back to my YouTube and copy from the description. I didn't put anything in the description, like all my hashtags, none of it was there. I was like, oh,
ooh, hashtags. That's what I forgot in my last video. Thank you.
That might have contributed to
the
issue.
I totally forgot to put hashtags when I posted to IG earlier today for this stream. But I don't know how well the hashtags are really working on IG at this point anyway. So all I know tonight was I didn't realize I know I dropped it in like Toy Network and I said, spread it far and wide, folks, but I don't ever expect it. A shout out to everybody who shared tonight's stream to their, Lawrence. But
no, I say that and people are like, that guy's such an asshole. And someone else says it and they're like, that's funny.
See, I'll laugh.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to thank everybody who shared the stream tonight. I did not quite realize a lot of people posted like welcome back like in the chat earlier tonight, but as well as just across everybody's stories on IG today that I saw. I was like, holy crap, man, people did miss me. And I appreciate that. Thank you all very much.
Lawrence almost got me posting his video twice because he had both accounts. I usually like it. I like something, and I'll put it up in my story. And I came across Lawrence's again. I was like, I liked it. I almost put it in my story again. I was like, didn't I put this up in my story already?
Yeah, I have to decide. Like I said, I've been posting stuff on both accounts, and it still looks like the old one is still getting more views, more. So I think I'm gonna have to try and push everyone to go on because I can't be going back and forth. But now I have big messages with people on the new one, and it's just like
we have to suffer through you on YouTube and Instagram. We don't need two of you on Instagram.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'll just keep the backup account. But
are you saying you got control of your other Instagram?
Yeah, I came back.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you start seeing like, why is this posted on two different things?
That's what happened.
Both, just to see which is doing better.
I'm going to forward all the memes I send you to both accounts now.
Please go.
Yes. Not only do we have to deal with Lawrence twice as much, but we can harass him twice as much.
Exactly.
Too. The only good thing that was about starting the new account is there's some people you just don't want to stop following because they might see that you stop following them and then all of a sudden it becomes a problem. Or maybe there's people you don't want to be able to message you anymore because you took the chance of subscribing to them and now they're messaging you and they know that you haven't looked at it. Well, it eliminated that because now I didn't have I totally forgot about you. I'm sorry. There's so many names I had to add.
To answer Allison right now, yeah, I did do that. I went from 18 to 37.
That was the push.
I still think 37 is more than any views I've gotten on any one of my videos. So
I mean, if you wanna get a consistent number of views, just do everything wrong and do it all random. Don't use hashtags. You'll get a consistent number of views. It'll be significantly lower than what you're probably currently getting, but it'll be consistent.
Hey man, when I watched before launching this channel, when I watched all of those guys that like to jerk off and listen to themselves speak, they all definitely said, "Be consistent." This was like the one trending theme.
There's a whole channel of guys jerking off talking on YouTube.
I was gonna say I had this mental picture. And I was like,
And Oz watched all the videos.
And Oz watched all.
He's got a whole playlist saved right now. It'll be a Patreon exclusive playlist.
He was like, those 37 I watched were
Go
good,
ahead,
but I
Chad.
think I
How's it
need
going?
just a couple more.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I don't have to worry about getting banned then.
All right, there you go. You're perfectly fine. Honestly, let's share all your content now.
The Thanos is going, I've been worried for so long, and geez, there's a whole channel of jerk off.
I will say
There's a bunch
this.
of channels of jerk offs.
YouTube does not look fondly upon people that delete content and then re-upload it. Like,
Really?
Oh yeah. Like if you do that all the time, they will. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
But how will they know? I guess there's ways. The bots know.
I mean, the algorithm shows. I mean, how do they know that it's a GI Joe video or some of these military?
I re-uploaded History of GI Joe '84, and
that's what made me think of it. And then what Cobb said.
Yeah,
because you do it like once. It's
You know what?
one
I
thing,
figured that, but I was like, I'm doing it anyways because I was like, I'm.
But if they see you doing it all the time because all of a sudden your video's been out for 3 days, and then they see you re-uploading the exact same thing, the AI starts to notice that this guy's re-uploading the same thing.
Oh, trying to get a different.
Especially if it's like always the same, exactly 16 minutes and 31 seconds. You did it 3 times.
Yeah, it's like the old forums where you had tag something just so it could pop back up to the top. It's doing the same kind of thing.
I see. So they know the trick. I see. Okay. Interesting.
Shit. But yeah, that's all. I mean, I've heard from numerous.
See, I figured it's because it was turtles. It's I guess whoever watches my shorts, all my stuff's pretty much my Masterverse spinning around. But put out the turtles, and that one just bombed. And I think because they put it out to your subscribers first. And I did see somewhere the guy talking about if you put out a different kind of content than your normal, there's something you could click on where it won't show it to your subscribers right away. So they'll pick another group of people to send it out to instead of just showing it to your subscribers.
Huh.
So
that's how things go viral, right? Because they show those impressions to new audiences.
Yeah.
And when that works really well, they show it to another audience. That's how things
get
go
those
viral.
spikes that go
Right.
out. They'll show a group, and then if it does well, then later they'll show it to another group, then you'll get another spike.
But what Chad just said there is right. But when you're chopping it up, you're technically creating new content. They don't want people to. I uploaded this Snake Eyes video. It didn't do that well. Well, tomorrow I'm just going to delete it. I'm going to re-upload it so it keeps getting pushed out. When you go back and you chop things up or break it up in
You
smaller,
should give Travis that advice just to see if he'll do it.
Yeah,
You guys have said Travis a couple times. Who is that?
the Toy Kind of Mood.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Sorry, this whole time I was thinking
Hexastack Travis?
Hexastack,
No,
yeah.
that's the good Travis.
And then when you said Bobby
B, like Bobby, what do you call it?
Beast Battlegrounds.
Battlegrounds, yeah. Beast Battlegrounds.
Got it.
Yeah.
So
I just open up the toy, I play with the toy, and then I open up another toy, and then I play with that toy. I don't know.
I'm in the same boat, and it's not because no, I mean I think what you all have figured out is awesome, and it's kind of really cool to hear about. I'm not yet in a space where I can just fit that in and do that. So it's literally I've kind of sunk into this. Okay, cool. I'm going to do the shorts because at the end of the day, it's like cool. I've got the toys. I want to see them and whatever. And those seem to, thanks to Allison, kind of pointing that out to me, like, oh, it's actually helped. And then I do the weeklies, and that's it. Like the news thing on Sundays.
Right.
But everybody's
You mean your toy enabling news? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. No, it's the let's
Enabling?
window shop
Sorry.
together and not buy anything
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah.
but everybody's YouTube journey is different, and
Yes.
it doesn't always start like it doesn't always end the way it started off. I started literally just reviewing GI Joe, the classified figures, because I had the O-rings and no one was doing it, and I just thought, oh wow, these I didn't know anything about like the toy industry at the time, right? And I found so many details in the O-rings that I never knew were there because I didn't look at details. I played with the figures, you know. But obviously, as time went on, it has, you know, it's changed. You know,
Right.
I don't just do a video just to, oh, hey, I'm going to do this. I actively look at what I'm trying to do. I look at how to grow the channel, how to give better content to the people that spend their time watching my content. And again, my content's different than other people's, and that's what makes, you know, YouTube good. And listen, there are people that don't like me that probably watch it. There's probably people that think, oh, he's a pretty good guy, but I can't stand his fucking voice. I'm one of those people. But yeah,
You know,
yeah, shorts are a nightmare. But shorts, you know, a lot of people say shorts are bad if you do long form content. Shorts are bad if I'm doing shorts and all my shorts are about Roman, and then people think it's a dog channel, and then when they tune in, they're like, "Why are all these toys on here?" Right? It's one thing if I put, you know, one or two, you know,
You should
shorts
review
out of-
dog toys.
You're not the first person that says to say that.
Synergy.
Well, then that person is also very smart.
Right? Hey, you know, I'm just going to say it's going to be a culture shock when I start putting out short form content, because I can't remember the last time I did a stream that was under 4 hours.
You got me thinking now.
I have dog
Because
toys right here.
you got me thinking now, because if you use older content, oh, what's that?
Marauder
Lance?
Gun Runner dog toy
Here, let's have a look at it.
for my
junkyard.
Huh.
For
The new line of Roman toys.
well, as soon as Tony finishes my custom, then yeah, it will go to my Roman dog toy, or my Roman toy. What is it? Is that yeah, Roman the dog toy. How about that?
The return of the yummy yum yum booty shorts comment.
God, that's awesome. It's the only way to get Adam off. Well, get him to sign off.
She's not wearing them yet, so she's standing right there.
I don't know whether that's better or worse.
I know, right?
She's messaging, but she's just right there. It's not.
Which makes it
You
even
want to like
funnier.
all the kids do, right? That's how they talk across the living room now.
So, so the dog bowl I have, and there's one of the newer. When I say one of the newer Joe figures, it was one of the. It's the one with the German Shepherd, black German Shepherd, probably 2000s. But his
Quinn,
head
it's Quinn.
No, it's not Quinn.
Huh?
It was. I want to say the one that looks like. I think he comes with the guy that looks like Shockwave. There's another Joe figure that looks like Shockwave, but his head is facing down perfectly, so he fits in the dog. Like he looks like he's drinking out of the dog bowl perfectly.
Huh. So, well, Shockwave. Would that be the other?
There's Shockwave.
Would it be Dragonfly? Because wasn't it one of the other Dragonflies that had that and stuff like that?
No, would Chad leave right now? He'd know who it is.
Right? Well, he brought up now he's out.
He's at it is an O-ring, but it's one of the newer O-rings from like I want to say the 2000s, and I think he came with a black German Shepherd, but the head is down and it fits in your bowl perfect.
Huh?
That's pretty cool.
Huh? Now you got me curious.
Yeah.
Wasn't that
Yeah,
guy? Wasn't that guy based off of one of the Joe figures from overseas, though, or something? The guy that looked like Shockwave that wasn't Shockwave.
I bet I don't know.
I think he was. But I don't
Maybe it
remember
was
his name.
like an action. Well, no, because Action Force wouldn't have been out by that time. If we're talking 2000.
No, it was a Joe figure, but it was based on like the design from overseas from back in the day, right? It was like inspired by the vintage figure. That was like
Joe
Shockwave.
SWAT.
Yeah, I was gonna say there wasn't too many, like, I guess street enforcement GI Joe figures.
Street enforcement.
Like crowd
I like
control.
that.
Like what? What else are we gonna call them? It's not like Joe had a whole SWAT division that was basically Slaughter's Marauders. So.
Yeah, I mean, again, I thought it was Shockwave, because again, I bought him when, I wasn't really in the full on in collecting it. I thought it was Shockwave. Oddly enough, I'm not finding him.
You know what's funny? I didn't actually remember Shockwave existed until the classified figure came out, and then it was like, oh yeah, I remember my buddy had this guy, and I'm like, God, he was such an insignificant Joe to me.
I love Shockwave.
I remember him.
But now I do kind of remember him, and it's like I think I probably would have liked him a lot better if more people I knew had him, but it was like one friend had him, and definitely did not have all the accessories. So
Wide Scope.
Really? There's a character named Wide Scope?
Son of a...
Yeah.
I don't know that one. Adam, have you heard of that one? Because I haven't. So, wow. Okay.
Here, hold on.
I don't want to look him up myself. Or can you share the screen?
Yeah.
Did you say Wide Sculpt or Wide Scope?
Wide Scope.
I'm gonna sign off in a minute here.
She must
You
have
got
the
yum shorts on now.
She changed.
All right,
she
good.
came to the door and showed me that she's changed. So
Well, now, look.
Oh.
Hey.
I mean, he looks exactly like Shockwave.
Yeah,
right
he
down
really
with SWAT hat.
It tells me that they probably lost the trademark and went with this name because this is around the time the Transformers was calling Shockwave Shock Blast or Laser Wave or Tidal Wave. So this tells me that they probably wanted to call him Shockwave.
Yeah.
And I see, he's definitely more of a German Shepherd with the head down.
Yeah, and it's a bad angle because it's actually, but it fits. It looks like he's drinking directly out of the water bowl. So, but I thought it was Shockwave, and then when I found out it wasn't, I'm like, wait a minute, they basically copied their own figure and called it something different. And look at those shoulders. This guy's got a little head. He's got some big old broad shoulders. This guy's
so
on steroids.
but it is a Spy Troops line, right? So maybe it's different on purpose, right? Or they just lost the trademark. I don't know, right?
But I had no idea what it came with, and I never had Shockwave because I never, honestly, I never liked Shockwave.
Huh?
Even though he's from Michigan, I hate a big head. Hit the big giant pistol, which you could, I think, actually use for the classified figure.
The comically large.
Yeah.
Supposed to be giving him a dirty hairy gun. Unfortunately, it just did not work well.
Because I got him in the past few years, and I actually think he's a really good figure now. But as a kid, I think it was towards the end. But yeah, so that dog there fits perfect in that dog bowl.
Interesting.
That was actually one of the reasons why I ordered that one, because I wanted the mini dog.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, awesome.
And I know there's a story why he doesn't even have a name yet, which I said Roman would be a wonderful name for him. Yes. His head sculpt isn't awful. It's just way too small. he reminds me of the guy in Beetlejuice. The shrimp guy that's right.
Yeah. Hey, before Adam goes, Thanos, I wanted to ask, do you have any ogre scale Mythic Legions?
I think the only one I have is the Centaur. Is that the ogre scale or is that the brute?
No, he's brute scale.
And I don't have any ogres. I have two of my pile of loot.
Well, when you get them, I'm just curious to see what you think compared to this guy, because that's very similar size. But I mean, you can even see, Adam, the way that this thing can move and pose up is pretty wildly dynamic. And I was wondering if it's going to be an issue of like, well, yeah, he's got all these cool joints. Can he stand up? And he can. Every time he's falling over has nothing to do with his like joints bending, and it's because he's spinning. But I'm impressed by these things. And clearly even by the design, a lot of the like this stuff here is very Mythic Legions ogre scale. Like I could get Equidron with it. But I'm impressed. These figures are rad. Like really cool, giant, almost like 10-inch figures, but I can get the two hands on this. I can butterfly. What were you saying, Thanos?
Can you do the Van Damme pose?
Both, but he's super cool.
You can do the Van Damme pose.
Lawrence loves the Van Damme pose.
Favorite.
I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, is the splits, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And he can do it with hooves. You can do that with the Mythic Legions too, I think.
Can I? I don't know.
Mythic Legions, yeah.
With regular Mythic Legions, you can.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. I just did it.
What this doesn't have is that sort of thigh swivel, but no, this thing's rad. Double jointed knees, calves. I mean, what do you call them? Hooves. I just noticed that the actual, hoof part. Cool stuff, man. I feel like I'm playing with a much smaller figure.
Adam, you're getting called out.
No, that's all the time.
They said so the last time they were here.
See, like I want to pose him up like this, but I don't have a flight stand that'll hold him up because he's so damn heavy.
Yeah, he is heavy.
So that's not making it into the short.
Yeah, and it's like,
oh, Brick, you know what you should get? Get the Bandai Gundam stands, because they have like a support on them.
They're really strong. Like more than one connection point to hold them up. Is that what you mean?
No, just the way that they work. They like it's not just like two pieces with a pivot. It'll be like a bar with a support that goes the other way.
Oh yeah, I've seen
Got
those,
it.
yeah.
that makes sense.
That Ram Man, he's heavy.
Yeah.
You could also get those 6-scale style ones that just go up underneath the crotch that hold the figure up there. That'd
Like a
probably hold
doll.
them up. Yeah, like a
an
doll
old school
stand.
doll
Yep.
stand. Yeah.
Well, if we have one of our good friends from the Great White North of Canada leaving, it's time to bring in another one. And you guys know him. We got Steve, Delta 17.
Oh, perfect.
Totally.
What's up?
Yeah,
that was
take
going to be
off,
my
guys.
next question. Good night. Wait, what do you got around you? Hold on, before you go, what do you got around your? Oh, never
that's-
mind.
That's
On your shirt, I thought you were wearing like
That's his
a
holiday
old
sweater.
school '90s hip hop like chain that said Bell on it. And I was like, damn, boy.
When he first joined, I thought he was wearing a bib. It was going to like
Yeah, that's
it in front of us.
I totally thought that was like a
I thought it
loose
was an ugly
medallion.
Christmas sweater.
All right.
No, this is Vancouver Whitecaps like Pride Night jersey or whatever they do. So
Got it.
If you like trying to find out what Adam's wearing, you'll love.
Nice.
Go
Take
get your
care.
yummy yum shorts on, Adam, and have fun.
bye, guys.
Night.
See you tomorrow. You're live, bro.
Amanda.
See you, man.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, since you guys were talking about the dog and the figures, how things are going. I haven't heard. I think the last thing I saw was Steve posting your frustration with the testing. Are you well past that? And
Yeah, I'm no longer frustrated. Is that what you mean?
Because it's just giving up being frustrated.
I guess has
Yep.
the testing happened? No, and are you moving along
It's
to the next
happening.
thing?
It should be done on Wednesday.
Okay.
This coming Wednesday, and then we'll have that paperwork, and then I can pass that off to the broker, and then the broker can set everything up. We can hire a truck, fire that stuff down. The trucking company I'm talking to says it'll be a 2-day wait till they can get it on the truck, and then it'll be a 3-day drive.
Okay.
So it's not too bad.
Getting closer.
Good.
Yeah,
good.
getting closer.
Progress.
It's what
Yeah.
like here.
Are you feeling good that you are not going to harm any children now? Is that?
Yeah, no doubt. It's so bizarre.
I think our stuff can be rated now for lower than like younger than 14 plus, but all our packaging says 14 plus. So what's the difference?
Yeah, I know.
It's like if we sell it loose, then it's for 8 plus, I guess. But the packaging contradicts it.
Oh, we can maybe put stickers on there, be like ka-chunk, ka-chunk. Get one of those stickers.
We just gotta sell out so we can do another run that says 8 plus, and then the floodgates open, right?
Yeah, but I think
I have people messaging me saying they want to buy it for their kids, right? I think I sent you that message, Steve.
okay, nice. Yeah, as long as they know that the swords and the knives are a bit pokey still. They do have sharp edges on them.
Yeah.
So,
Well, hopefully the 8+ year olds aren't still sticking things in their mouths.
I do still. What do you mean? Plus 8 years old.
I constantly pick up my toys and put them in my mouth.
yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Full disclosure, I wasn't watching Dune. I was in the ER getting this Minotaur's axe out of my nose.
Oh, Dune's out.
Dune 2 is out. I saw it yesterday and today, Ken.
Wow.
That tells you how good it is. He went twice
Well,
within a 24-hour period.
I'm also a giant Dune nerd, and it was my buddy's birthday today. and
No,
he wanted
I
to see
just
it.
watched the first Dune a few months ago, and I'm like, I can't wait for the sequel. Oh, it's coming! Yay!
And it's out already.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So got that and got X-Men 97 this month.
Yeah,
Right?
that'll be good.
Yeah. And Steve will sell some toys, so it'll be a good March.
I still cannot find the Legends version of those figures out, so I'm just gonna have to order everything from Helidope.
The second wave just
The
came
Legends.
out.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to order everything, and I'm gonna put those alongside my Age of Apocalypse X-Men. Like they're gonna be like the only Marvel Legends, and that I do have that Marvel Select or Diamond Select Venom and Marvel Select Anti.
But all you really need is like Jim Lee drawn up character designs. They don't have to be marked X-Men 97, right? Or how particular are people on that? Because for me, I'm not gonna buy. I might buy some, but like my lineup is set for my X-Men run. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm kind of thinking. Well, my idea is that it's easier to just buy what is currently out new on the shelf and at retail price than hitting the secondary market and looking for the Jim Lee previously styled
I
release.
would say hit up like the Ollie's and Ross and Dee and stuff, because there's always cheap Marvel Legends in there.
But I'm only looking for so few. Like I'm not looking for a lot. And the ones that I'm looking for are typically, honestly, I did find that entire Age of Apocalypse wave at Ollie's. I got, really lucky to manage to get all of them. Now I just need the second Age of Apocalypse wave, which I currently only have Jean Grey. And yes, that's the one, Lawrence, with the Build-A-Figure Colossus.
I
which is a
love this
great
figure.
Colossus. I mean, that was my all-time favorite X-Men storyline.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Good art, good writing.
Yeah.
Do you have Apocalypse?
Yeah. Age of Apocalypse was really, really solid. And then they even added like some more stories to it. Like they released like some of the earlier stuff that led up to Age of Apocalypse, not just what we got out of the regular X-Men series at the time, but in the Age of Apocalypse universe, what led up to, seeing Wolverine join Magneto's X-Men, and then, before that Ultimate when he left. the X-Men and did his own thing as Weapon X. Seeing Sabretooth as one of Apocalypse's horsemen before he got his ass handed to him by Wolverine and then got kicked out of Apocalypse's horsemen and then joined Magneto.
Legion.
Preview of my Monday shot.
Okay. And it's that figure.
Dope.
Legion
Give it a
figure.
holler.
Yeah. It's like based off the cover, but he doesn't have the crazy expression on his face like he does in the cover, and can't quite get the posing the same. But
I'm only missing. I've got Prelude to Age of Apocalypse. I have a graphic novel, Age of Apocalypse Volume 1 and 2, where it's the front and back cover from X-Men Alpha. And out of that set, they did Volume 3 and 4, where it was the front and back cover for Age of Apocalypse Omega. And unfortunately, like the third volume when I was buying this set was like really hard to come by and really expensive. And then I found like the fourth volume super cheap and was able to order it from Rakuten before like they started doing commercials for Rakuten. And then it was like 3 months later, I finally got a notice saying, "Oh, sorry, we're on back order for that item." It's like, well, yeah, no shit, because you were selling it cheaper than anybody else. How many of them did you actually have in hand and sell them to people before you realized you didn't have any? So I never did get that, but I did get my refund at least.
I went back to try and watch or try and read Age of Apocalypse before I started selling off my comics, and it is so disjointed by it. You had to read them as they were coming out, or they're all out of order. Where like Batman Nightfall, they're all numbered, so you just have to read them in the order to see what's happening in Nightfall, Night Quest. There was another night after that. But Age of Apocalypse, if you
Night's End, I think.
Yeah, Night's End. If you have the Age of Apocalypse books, there was an order they needed to be read. Unfortunately, there's no numeric order to tell you. So you have like, the Wolverine one. What? That's why graphic novel makes more sense. It would be in order.
Well, because see, I remember when I first bought the Age of Apocalypse, all I bought was Weapon X volumes 1 through 4, Alpha and Omega. That was it.
Okay.
And then it was later I started picking up the other X-Men series. And although, yes, there is certain parts of it that kind of overlap, like I didn't need to necessarily read all of them. But I could see where some of the stories throughout are kind of more integral to the other ones, like across all the chapters. Like I think the Excalibur story that runs through, you kind of need other stories to help set up and carry that one a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, but that was by design, right? Because they wanted you to buy all the X books. And
yeah, they wanted to go across.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I went back to try and read them from my comics, and
Right.
you have no idea what the order is.
Yeah, they're not printed on the cover that says like
I
part
have
one,
them
part
ordered
two.
and
Yeah.
You need to
separated
Google
in the right order
Yeah.
in my box.
reading order Age of Apocalypse. And I just realized one thing I always wondered. I believe in Age of Apocalypse, they don't actually show how Logan loses his hand and how Cyclops loses his eye, right? Like they obviously got in a fight,
it, but you don't see
but you don't see it.
fight
That's
that
part of
actually
the
happened.
yeah.
So why didn't he grow it back then? That's the whole question with Wolverine.
He put the cap on it so he could fight with it.
Well,
and no one realized he had claws until he decided to pop them out.
Right, because the claws go. Because again, it was still fairly new at that point too, where Wolverine didn't even know he had bone claws. No, they just found out he had the bone claws shortly before that, and this was the return to having adamantium. But like, yeah, when they like singed off his arm, basically it was like the optic blast ended up like fusing the adamantium to his skin, and he couldn't grow the hand back.
Oh, okay.
I
have a hard time following.
I thought he had a cap so it wouldn't grow back.
It doesn't make any sense anyway because it's not a heat beam; it's kinetic.
Yeah.
Right.
Steve, that 3-pack is a great. That's exactly what how you want to start your X-Men 97 run.
Yeah,
Actually,
or your
that was
Jean Lee
the
run.
set. When I started looking at Marvel Legends X-Men, that was the set that I kind of wanted to get. Now, mind you, this is the post. I was looking at Marvel Legends way back when Toy Biz was still doing them back in the old Build-A-Figure wave. But that set was the one that kind of brought me into the more modern Marvel Legends. Was Jean Grey, Apocalypse Wolverine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a great set.
Yeah, I'm just setting up right now. I bought 5 8-foot high shelves. I'm going to buy another 3. I've got them mostly set up. That's what I've been doing the last 3 days. And I got to set up an X-Men area, but I've just got piles of them everywhere. I should show you guys this new setup. It's pretty cool.
Let's do it. Let's do it for the tour.
I got to move to your neck of the woods if I want display space, don't I, Steve?
Yeah, it's cheap, man. It's crazy.
I'm about
Crazy.
to keep out there.
Okay, let's take a look here. All right. Okay, don't mind the mess. It's always in progress, but you know, there's one shelf there, some GI Joe stuff here. That's where the figures will go there. This is my workstation ish, 3 desks. And then here is the bookshelves of Doom. So that's my Delta section. Yeah, yeah, lots of tick. I love the tick.
Very cool. Very cool.
Oh wow, you really love the Tick. You've told me you like the Tick. I didn't realize you liked him that much.
Oh yeah, the tick's awesome, man. Tick's awesome.
He's hilarious, but anyway, yeah.
So did you guys hear it?
What? Spoon?
Say figure.
Figure.
Not you.
Figure?
Figure, what are you talking about, man? I'm not catching it.
Steve, say figure.
Figure.
There you go.
What,
Lawrence.
is it Canadian?
Lawrence has problems. Don't worry about it.
No, it's not Canadian. I mean, no,
We were talking about it earlier.
we're talking about it earlier.
Figure or figure?
Figure or figure.
Ooh.
Tavors.
How people say it. Ooh, what are those?
Those are Tavors, man. Those are my babies.
I know.
My coyote hunters.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, enough of that.
Thank you for the quick tour, though. The updated tour.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, plenty to work on over the spring, don't we, Steve?
Oh man, there's too much going on. Too much going on. The comic is only at page 12 right now. The dude is super slow, but he's really, really good.
I think we did that script in October.
Hard to rush quality, though, right?
I know.
The guy is like super good. How do I center this?
I get you full screen here, Steve.
Yeah.
All right. Page 1. We'll jump around a bit here. Page, I don't know what page that is.
That looks like page 37.
Yeah.
I think it's page 3. I think that's page 3, Steve.
Is it?
I think so.
That's jumping ahead again.
I could just tell by Shepard's expression. So.
But yeah, this guy's so talented. He's so good.
Yeah.
I forget. Are you doing like a serial thing? Is this a one shot kind of graphic
Oh no,
novel?
we want to keep this going forever, man.
Good.
So
that's the first issue.
Yep.
First issue. Those were some of the pages from 1 to 12.
Well, we appreciate you sharing them here because, not everybody gets the behind the scenes sneak peek. So everybody who's still watching tonight.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. He's the one that's drawing everything, right? Do you have any, is he drawing everything for the comic or is someone else drawing it?
Is he the only artist, is what you're asking?
Yeah, if you say, Jeep smashes through something, is he the one drawing it, or are you drawing it and saying, this is what we want?
Storyboard first, right?
Oh well, I was storyboarding for a while. I was doing storyboarding up to about page 6, and then I just noticed that he was doing a really, really good job, and I just had to. It was like, well, I can let this go easy and just let him go. Just take him off the chain because he was changing it up in better ways with better angles and all sorts of stuff, and I was like, wow, this guy's good. And so I just let him off the chain. There's a few pages towards the end when we bring in a certain vehicle that we'll be making in about 2 years, and I want.
That's what I was going to ask you. If he was like, if there was a vehicle, would you be like, this is the vehicle that you need? Or if it's like, and you already told us what the vehicle, well, you told us what one vehicle is. I don't know if there's other ones. But,
That's the one.
Okay. But
Okay,
like, would there be another vehicle? Like let's say like, you want, some Jeep comes smashing through.
Mhm.
Would you be like, this is how we want it to look because I have a concept for a design of a vehicle. We want it to look like this. Or would you let him design it and then you build your vehicle off of that?
Not yet. Like we're, this is mostly just me, and I am so freaking busy that I'd love to do stuff like that at this point, but that's so far down the pipe. No, so I'll be storyboarding towards the end again, but for the most part, like we work off of Basecamp, which is basically that like Dropbox, but it's really expensive. I pay them like $1,300 a year just for this space online, so that we can just put tons of files and collaborate with as many people as we want. So I give them tons of references, and yeah, there's another vehicle that I hope will be in Wave 2, but I don't know. I don't know if the Hind will make it for Wave 2. It's going to be, we want to dial it just perfectly so the cockpit opens well, everything really, really works well. So I don't want to rush it for Wave 2. I'd love it to be in Wave 2, but it might be a Wave 3 vehicle. So,
Do you have a price point?
I have hopes for a price point, but I'm going to leave it at that. I would like it to be affordable.
Message me privately, Lawrence.
Yeah,
about that.
we definitely the ceiling is $200. We do not want to pass the $200 point.
That's
I
just
would,
good.
Yeah, I would like to bring it down.
And that's with pilot.
Yeah.
And
My hope.
And that's what I was wondering, like, if you had like a ceiling and a floor that you were looking at.
Yeah. Like the cheaper we can make it, the more we can sell. Right?
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of how we make it, how we can get it to take apart and all that stuff. Luckily, I have a couple of BBI Huey Cobras here. I have 2 of them. So I'm going to be sending one of them off to the factory, and we're going to look at, how they take apart, how they put together, different things like that, what we can do. We want to have it about as dialed as BBI in some of the ways that they were able to do stuff. They were quite brilliant with their hinges and their different things that they did to make it. So we want to, like, I love G.I. Joe to death, but their vehicles are awful. Like people will say, oh, I love the hovercraft. That was a piece of shit because it just broke. It would break all the time. Everything would break, but I love it to death. Yes, it's beautiful. We want to avoid all of that stuff. We want to be able to have these things, 10, 20 years from now. You would have had to have
because they weren't built to last because they didn't know we'd still look for unbroken veins on a whale 40 years later, right? That was the main issue, right?
One of the main things, like the Achilles heel of G.I. Joe, was also one of its greatest selling points was that it was like a model kit. It was fun. It was like Lego. You could take it home. That was so much fun. But at the same time, they sacrificed longevity, right? So we love these things to death, but to find a Thunder Machine with a good front bumper or a whale with good fins, or
back in the era, it was kind of like a more is more idea, right? Like I can't remember who it was. Was it Bob Budiansky? Somebody just dropped a bunch of files on his desk at Hasbro and said, I want you to come up with all the names of the Transformers. And he did it over like a weekend or something like that.
Wow.
Right. God, who was it? I think Denny O'Neil was supposed to do it, and like of all his names, I think Megatron was like one of the only few that stayed through it, and Bob Budiansky just did it really quickly. And I think Larry Hama did the same thing with the foul cards. He just did them as quickly as possible. So it was definitely a more is more thing back then because of your target audience. Right now, a huge chunk, like, yeah, I know we want to sell to kids, but we know that the initial base target audience is going to be people in our age group. And in that case, less is more. Like, we already have enough stuff out here that we want them to gravitate towards. You know, it's just the demographic has just shifted. That's all, right?
Oh, it totally has. And if we put out something that breaks or doesn't close or etc., it's going to be blasted on every, 4chan, 8chan, whatever, every place, right? And it's
but by the time this is out, though, like there's a high chance it won't be 4 and 5 year olds playing with them. It will be, people like age 10, right?
Yeah.
If we're lucky, right? So,
who take a little bit more care and maybe are a little bit more responsible with their toys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is what you hope, but who knows?
But you're also trying to do something that is real that's never been done before, and I think that's going to get people. I think that right there is going to get people to want to buy it. The O-ring collectors, like that. To me, that's something that's so cool because we've had so many tanks, And again, I guess maybe if you gave us an actual, Abrams A1 or A1 Abrams or whatever, right? Like, but you can only do so much with it. It's just the look of it. But to create the helicopter you want to, which is just looks amazing. I know what you're talking about. And again, I do find it odd that it's a Russian one that you just love. But either here nor there. I know which one you're talking about. It's. I think that makes people. I think that moves the needle, where O-ring collectors will be like, "Wow, I can have this." You can put it with your Joes. You can put it with your Cobras. You can put it with your line or the other O-ring lines that are military based.
Right.
I think in the end we all know it's going to be. I think in the end you're going to have more Joe people that are still going to want to buy it.
Oh, for sure. Like
I don't have a problem mixing and matching that type of stuff.
Yeah. One of the main reasons why I picked a Hind is because basically it's the hardest helicopter you can make. I mean, the canopy and a lot of the other things that set it up, the retracting, wheels and different aspects to it make it extremely difficult compared to an Apache, right? And so this is one that we're not going to rush. I don't care how people, how much they're foaming at the mouth. You're not going to get it till it's really, really dialed because we don't want to. Like when I was I think I was 13 years old and I used to buy Soldier of Fortune magazine. It was the only magazine out there where you could see really interesting photos, right? Without them being filtered through by all the nannies out there. So Soldier of Fortune, I saw my first Hind and I was like, what is that? It's my favorite thing in the world, right?
Huh.
Since then, I've been in love with the Hind. I love helicopters. Helicopters are my favorite vehicle in the world. So I'm really helicopter centric. But yeah, G.I. Joe's put out way too many tanks. I don't know if I'd want to really attempt a tank early on. There are some holes that they have not addressed. We'll be looking into those.
It'd have to make sense for the storyline as well. Like we need to be able to roll it out in the middle of the comic and just have it fit.
Right? Yeah. And Delta 17 right now is sort of a fast attack crew that is just sort of inserted, quick infill, quick exfil. So, to roll in with 40 tons or whatever it is, that complicates things, right?
Right.
So will we be getting motorcycles with Gatling guns on it?
More what?
Motorcycles with Gatling guns.
Oh,
Ram.
I'm sorry. That was one. So I never wanted the Ram cycle. Well, I did kind of want the Ram cycle, but there was one thing I never got. But as an adult, you're like, you read about the A10 and you're like, oh, so when it fires, it's so powerful it actually pushes the plane backwards, and they put it on a motorcycle.
Yeah. That motorcycle's got to be like, or sideways, right? Oh man.
But it's tough to keep shooting straight when you're front end.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's just shoot down the hind. If you're thinking about that.
Yeah,
there
true.
we go.
Yeah. Flip that
And
thing
then
over.
pulls it back.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, you won't see Delta 17 doing motorcycles anytime soon. That's been done to death, I think.
Dirt bikes, motorcycles, buggies, because they're cheap and easy to do, so everybody does them.
Well, it depends what you mean by buggy.
Dune buggy?
All striker.
Yeah, I was gonna say more like the all striker kind of thing, or if anybody remembers that small little Stargate line that came out like mid '90s, where they had a buggy.
I believe that was the all striker too.
Yeah.
Reuse.
It was it was definitely. So Allison was asking if you were planning on doing black and white covers, and then that way people could do coloring. It's something that's kind of common in the comic world where they might do like an.
She does a lot of coloring on her channel, which is why it's a bigger question for her. Yeah,
That's
right.
cool.
She's the one that covered Death Sparrow for us. On that.
Right. Yeah, I saw that video. That was very well done. I've got a lot of respect for artists and all that stuff. I love watching art videos. That's all I do on Instagram is just watch people color and draw and paint and all that stuff. I can sit there for 2 hours straight and just be like, whoa, I love it. So I got a lot of respect for that. I don't know. Because we're going to be a short run, smaller company, if we do print a comic, well, I mean, we will print a comic, but if, when we do, I don't know how many options we're going to have, really. It's the more we add, the more the price tag goes up. And it's kind of like, well, now our profit margin is getting slimmer and slimmer.
Right.
So the first issue is going to be 30 pages long. So it's going to be a deluxe, and then we're going to scale it back to 21 for the rest.
Right.
It's a good call. Come out with something real big, kind of set the tone and the pace for every. Well, as you can see with page 1 right there that you just showed us, like as far as pace goes, you're hitting the ground running.
Yeah.
Well, you introduce a new character right off of page 1. I mean.
Yes.
Right. We get a wave 2 character right there in wave 1 and in page 1.
Yeah, we're just.
Okay. There we go.
Color studies for her now.
There we go. I haven't seen these. I don't think I've seen these ones.
Oh, you took it off just as I was pulling it up. Very nice.
wow.
Oh, I'm loving this.
Wait a minute. You talk about profit margins. You're not just doing this for the love. You're not just I'm out.
We all love profit margins. I mean,
no. Hasbro 2.0 right here, Matt. No, I'm kidding. We're not a-holes, but yeah. Just kidding.
Here's your Night Force variant, your Tiger Stripe variant.
Yeah, no, not too many variants. Don't worry.
Wave 1 7 times, 20 different colors. Like actually, that right there is the wave list. It's not color choice; it's the wave.
That's literally that's the cross sell right there. That's wave 2.
Yeah.
We all know how the toy industry. We understand.
Yeah, wave 2 will be one figure done in 10 different paint jobs. Yeah.
So when you do vehicles, are you going to try and make them so they'll fit O-ring and like 4-inch modern figures? Because you do have a bigger buck. So
I was gonna say, in theory, they should already fit.
Yeah, I mean, Preacher is bigger, Rooster's bigger. We're going to have to take that into account at all times. Whenever it comes to vehicles, we're going to go slow. I mean, figures are what we thought that they were a bit more straightforward. You can see with some of the legs, they don't go up as far as we want them to go on some of the. But it varies with some of them.
That'll get fixed though.
It will get fixed.
I think you and Joe have talked about that already. In fact,
our production design manager is brilliant. His design team is brilliant in Hong Kong. You throw them something that you think is going to just kill the line, and 2 days later they're like, "Yeah, fixed it." Sometimes it's 2 hours later.
when your review came out, Lawrence, Steve was still on holidays. I messaged Joe right away, and then as you know, when Steve got back from holidays, they worked out the different way to get the legs to bend up.
Yeah, they have two different types of solutions for it, so that was really good.
And I want to say this, not that I would do anything differently, and Ken even said that's why I wanted you to have them. I'm glad you guys don't take it personally when I, pointed out certain things that I didn't like, because, it's not personal. It's that, hey, you're doing a review. I mean, I was recently told by someone that, they felt that since I had Lenny on, that I haven't been that hard on Hasbro, and I'm like, I'm just reviewing the figures for what they are. I don't attack people personally. I mean,
Right.
I'm not going to attack him or anyone on that team, but I find it a false statement to say that or people say that I shill, or a few people, because I was very harsh on the Valiver's blowback figure.
Oh, yeah.
They also leave out how much I praise the glow-in-the-dark Swarm Tracer, but
I noticed
Right.
that. Yeah.
yeah, but when they said, "Oh, the guy said you seem to have a hard on for Hasbro," I'm like, so those thumbnails with the females with one arm, that's good, huh? Me calling out Hasbro for the Vipers having, different color skin tone on their arms than their neck, like.
Yeah.
But again,
No, I get it, Len.
I've got to know you guys, and I like talking to you.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys are able to take, the criticism.
Well,
Lawrence really just likes to talk. So
yeah, here's how it works. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go
Here's
ahead.
how it works, Lawrence. First of all, no one should be hard on Lenny. The guy's brilliant, and he's great to. I would love to hang out with the dude for a beer or 12 or whatever, a coffee or what have you. He has a good heart, right? I think your review is great. It was fantastic, because if for 1 second I think, or Ken thinks, or anyone on our team thinks that at the end of the day we're selling a product, okay? It doesn't matter how much blood, sweat, and tears went into it and all that stuff and wah. Get me a violin, right? Like, just stop it. This is a product. We want to be taken seriously. And if we want to be taken seriously, we have to act in such a manner. Like, it really doesn't matter if Kestrel's my favorite or whoever. If someone doesn't like Kestrel, they can say it. It doesn't matter, right? If there's something wrong with our product, we need to correct it, because we want to enter the field and hopefully grow. We can't grow if we're just like, oh, come on, this is my favorite, or this is getting my kid through school, or my kid has autism. Why can't you guys just go easy on me? Wah. Just stop it with that bullshit, and let's get real here. I'm selling a product for real money that people work hard for. $25 isn't cheap. It's not free, right? It's affordable, but back in the day, I mean, we bought figures for $2.99 sometimes, right? Sometimes $5 or whatever. The market's changed. The world has changed. We have to give people value. We have to make them feel like this is good value. If something doesn't work, it needs to change. It needs to be addressed. So no, honesty is the best medicine for the toy world. It really is. I don't take it personally at all. If I make something that's shit, like before Wave 1 came out, I had a bunch of figures, and a bunch of them had to be thrown out because they were shit. It doesn't matter if I like them. I have to step back, take a look. Will people like this? If it's kind of like, well, maybe, then it gets turfed, right? So, no, honesty is king, and that's how we have to move forward.
Well, one thing I will say, Steve, you were mentioning about how, we used to buy like $2.99 figures. Always keep in mind the relevancy of the wage at the time, too, right? I often talk about the fact that, yes, when your figure cost you $2.99 in 1984, the average hourly wage was also around 2 something an hour if you had a, bigger
Wow.
job. Like
Yeah.
the average dollar amount per hour that people were working for at the time is actually almost comparable to a cost of a figure, right? You get paid $20 an hour, and mind you, not everybody makes like $20 an hour and all like that. Some people are
Right.
fighting for wages like that, but a $25 figure versus a $20 an hour wage is not like completely out of this realm, right? Like that is something that's
Yeah.
feasible. When parents
Fair
were buying $3 action figures, some parents' wages were not $3 an hour.
Yeah. Right.
So keep that in mind too when you're thinking like,
That was that was the number one comment that Lawrence would get on his video, or Hooded Cobra Commander would get on his video. It's like, oh, $25, these are too expensive. And to Lawrence's credit, he said, well, no, actually, it's fair when you think about it. I think we break it down, right? So
Yeah,
you know,
people again, you can't look at what we paid for in 1984. Again, I can go back. You could buy a Dodge Ram for probably 10 grand. Good luck. Good luck getting one now.
Right.
And again, to buy a 6-pack of pop now, you're paying what, $8? So don't complain about a figure that's going to be there for as long as you want it. And I understand when people say, "Well, I can buy a classified figure for $25 for the same price. It's more plastic, it's bigger," and at the same time, you're like, "Well, understand this is a small company, and a small company is going to make a lot less, which means to cover them, to obviously pay for themselves, because they don't do it just because they love it. They also do it because they want to make a profit, but then you also want to put that profit back into it. You have to charge more."
oh, so we're not giving these figures away. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, you can say what you want about Bobby Bala. He said, "Hey, you know what? Our figures were 32. We're making more figures. Our profit, the cost has gone down. We're going to lower the price of it."
Yeah.
Which no one else is doing. So you got to give them credit.
You know what? I was in the room. I think I've told this story before. I was in the panel room when that announcement happened, and just the deafening, like everyone applauding. I was like, wow, you got to give it to him, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Right. It was deafening when he made that announcement, right? And I think the first time I talked to him that weekend was to pat him on the back and say, you know what, I was really surprised by that, and great job. Right.
And then people will still say, "Well, that's still too expensive." Look at, I can still buy Classified for $25. Again, I believe, and I don't know how many figures they're making, but I do believe that there's just as many hooded, or not hooded. There's
How
just
many-
as many retro Cobra Commanders from that his tank as probably any of the figures that he's made.
Right.
Because there's just more people buying Classified, right?
Yeah. Well, my understanding is Hasbro's quantities, and I don't know how these are reasonably close numbers, but like they could be 40,000, they could be well over 100,000, depending if there's like a massive Marvel movie that just came out, right? Boutique companies aren't making that. Even a higher end boutique company, maybe they're making 20,000. I'm kind of ballparking there. Steve, you probably have just as good an idea on this one, but that sounds
I could see
so just
somebody like Super 7 or NECA being at the point where they're making numbers higher than that being in retail stores. But then again, I walked through that.
Are they the retail stores? They're in the like the DVD section, right? They're in
the collector's section. They have specific sections. And I will say this, I'm still looking at a lot of the same figures in that section that have been sitting there for the past 2 years too.
Yeah.
That is why I use the Retro Cobra Commander, because it was part of the HasLab. So we know there's about just over 28,000 that were made.
Know what that number is, right?
And I truly, I don't know, but looking at the people that follow Valaverse and stuff, I would doubt that there is any one figure that they've made 28,000 of. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but it doesn't seem like there's that many collectors. G.I. Joe has a whole bunch of collectors that have nothing to do with anything else. They don't care about Marvel Legends, AWOC, Mythic Legions. They see G.I. Joe and they get
buy
pissed if it doesn't look like the O-ring one from the 80s.
Well, I will say this about, and again, speaking about Action Force and what Bobby Val is putting out there, you know, Brick shared a link earlier this week to Nerd Zone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he talked about it.
Going over the numbers and stuff like that. And that's the one thing, like he was saying that he noticed the most in the last year. He could not keep enough of certain lines in stock, and Action Force being one of those. It, you know, because the amount of quantity that he could order would just sell. He's not sitting on the product. But I bet you he's sitting on Hasbro.
Yeah.
You know, let's just put it out there like it is, right? So do you want to print enough quantities that you can sell at a much cheaper price tag and then not sell? Or do you want to print at a slightly higher price tag so you can sell out and create demand for more?
Right.
There you go. And that's what it really comes down to. Allison puts it so eloquently. Shut the fuck up.
You know what? I don't have a problem with someone. I don't have a problem with someone if I do a review and I say how much they are. People said the same thing about Skeletron. Too expensive, right? I don't have a problem with someone that says, hey, you know what? I really like Classified. I can get them for the same price. And to me, it's just too expensive. That's cool. You're not criticizing. You're just saying, for me, they're just too expensive. Cool. It's when you come in guns a-blazing, like you know exactly what you're talking about, and you haven't spent 30 seconds on Google to figure out why certain things cost more. Why did the Dodge Viper cost so much more? Oh, because there's a lower quantity of it. It's not because I can fit 6 people in it, right?
Yeah.
It's not because it gets better gas mileage. It's because they made a lot less. But But people don't see that. They see, oh, that size figure used to be $3. It should be no more than $5 today. And you're looking around going, dude, I can't even buy eggs for that much at times.
Right.
So,
but the problem with most adult collectors is most of them will go out and buy a Mezco roadblock for $100 and not blink an eye at it, then complain because an AWOC is $35.
Mezco roadblock.
Exactly.
One of the best purchases ever. Oh.
He went through the Honey I Shrunk My Kids machine though. So.
You know, and all I say to people that want, like, that they're interested in a figure, maybe they think it's too expensive. But they like it and they want it, but like, I think it's just too expensive and I don't think it's worth it. I just say buy one and then see. And if you say, hey, you know what, this is a good figure, I just don't think $35 for an AWOC is worth it. Hey, cool. You took the chance, you know.
Yeah.
And again, I don't want to spend your money because I hate this term, but I think it works the best. I don't want to poo-poo $25, right? $25 is $25, right? So some people are willing to take that risk, like myself, and other people they can't. They look at it and they go, hey, you know what? I have to make sure that I have food for my kids and clothes, and hey, that's priorities, and good for you.
But to your point also, Lawrence, I think so many of the adult collectors, even today, still think about the fact that I was paying $1.99 for a G.I. Joe figure as a kid with my newspaper money, right?
They do.
We're not living in that world anymore.
No.
Right.
And you know what? They're sitting at Target looking at these figures going, you know what, this thing should be worth $10, right? And then what are they doing? They're going back to their shopping, buying stuff that was 90 cents back at that same time, but they're paying, you know, $10 for it.
Yep.
You know, you can't go through Target and look at anything and be like, oh, well, I'm not going to buy that because it used to be this much in 1984. I'm not going to buy that.
Look at vinyl, right? I have a record from 1981 that's got a price tag from Kmart or whatever store, like for $1.99. That same record is at Walmart right now for $29.99.
Yeah.
But it's totally worth it now.
Right. It's
Yeah.
totally worth it.
Yeah.
And I do laugh about the figures when people complain that $25, $30 is too much. And it's like,
yeah,
you go out. We bought Thai food today, right? Two things of Thai food, and then one little crab raccoon for my daughter. $40. Well, guess what? Some of that Thai food didn't even last an hour and a half. I mean, literally, it went in and came out within an hour and a half. In 2 days, everything, it's all gone.
Look at McDonald's. You can't take your family to McDonald's for less than $30 now if you got 3-4 people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like nobody's complaining when they buy their kid the Happy Meal for like, $10 that used to be $1, $2,
Yeah.
right?
You remember Taco Bell, $59, $79, $99?
Yep.
Hey man,
Good luck.
go back, go grab some of those 29 and what was it, 39-cent cheeseburgers on Wednesday and the 29-cent hamburgers on Sunday for McDonald's. I mean, come on now. We remember those days. They were great, right?
yeah.
They ain't here anymore.
Yeah, I used to be able to put a quarter in a pop machine and get a can of Coke too. That's now
used to scrape the
$2.75.
change in the back of the car to go out for a night of driving and not have to worry about running out of gas, right?
Yep.
I had scraped the change out of the back of your car now. Tell me what you get.
Yep.
But that was one of the things that I told Ken. I'm like, do not engage with people that start telling you that $25 is too expensive. Like, don't engage with them. If someone is asking you why, and they want to be educated, then educate them and let them know the reason why you guys, Skeletron, and all the other ones, and then look at the 6-inch figures. Why AWOC is $35? Educate them. I mean, it doesn't take very long, and if you have half a brain, you can put 2 and 2 together. Again, 30 seconds.
So,
I mean, I'm not telling you anything that you can't figure out. That's what drives me nuts about a lot of this stuff. I don't have inside information. So,
well, I mean,
no, go ahead.
Here's a statement right here. Like, people are used to free entertainment, though. So asking $25 for entertainment is brutal. Seeing a movie in a theater or waiting to see it streaming using your parents' credentials. Well, I mean, by the time streaming was around, I wasn't using my parents' credentials for anything because I was an adult. But, I mean, it's not free.
Yeah, they use my credentials. You kidding me?
An easy thing you pay, but I can totally see somebody trying to make this argument though of, when's the last time you went out? Brick, how much your movie ticket cost you tonight?
It was $13.50, I want to say.
No popcorn included.
I want to go to Brick's movie theater because the last time I went to a damn movie, that ticket cost me $21.
Are you serious?
Wow.
Did I just make that up? Hold on.
No, I totally bought VIP passes for Connor and I to go see King of All Monsters. And it was $21 for my ticket. It was $21 for Connor's ticket, even as a kid, because we were sitting in the VIP section.
Wow.
Now, mind you, the regular ticket cost was like $16. And the reason our tickets cost that was because we were sitting in balcony seatings, really comfy recliners. But here's the kicker, though. Our tickets came with a free small popcorn. You know how much that small popcorn cost? $5. So I already made back the cost I would have spent on the extra $5 I paid for my ticket. Now we just got better view. So like, it did not bother me to buy those VIP tickets, but it did cost $21 per ticket. And so, like, I mean, if you guys are going to cheaper movie theaters, power to you, because I wish we had those here.
Well, I gotta see Dune next week, so
There are cheaper movie theaters we could go to. They just weren't close enough. And honestly, by the time I paid for the transportation for us to go to the cheaper movie theater, I should have just bought the more expensive ticket. We could have easily
our regular price tickets are like $12 to $13 here, so that's about right. $13.50, something like that.
Yeah.
Matinees.
Yeah, because now you've got me wondering. And I'm looking online. I was like,
We have a local theater in town that's like $6 for a movie. So
Oh yeah, like there is a cheap movie theater that they used to be the 250 movies, and a lot of people will still call them the 250 movie theater, although tickets have not cost 250 in well over a decade there.
Yeah.
But that was the price when they opened, how much it cost per ticket. Now their tickets are like $13-14. But like I said, like after I would have paid for Connor and I to get to said movie theater, because I don't drive, so I would have had to, catch an Uber for Connor and I to get over to that theater. The cost difference wouldn't have mattered, right? Like, transportation cost plus the cost of the tickets would have probably cost me more than just going to a theater that was closer for about the same price. But
I just love that Brick is so rich that he's like, I don't know how much it is. Oh, now you need to look for you peasants. Hold on.
He's playing Zezre Minotaur over there all night.
You muted,
Brick.
Brick.
You're muted.
I was going to say, is Brick muted?
$14.75 is what it was, but my ass goes to Costco to get those. You get those $25 or $50 things for $40, basically, and that's how I figured the $13.50 to try and come
right.
Yeah. So hey, what's up? Oh, my bad.
I get Saturday mornings. My three kids, or the three
right
of us
there.
for $30.
Saturday morning, you have to go matinee.
Right.
Olivia's going. We're supposed to go to one today, I guess. Now we started yesterday. Now we're in today. And I looked up the movie, and I think it was like $7 or $8, but it's like 4 o'clock that we're gonna go. So before 5, I think it's still like $8 here.
Well, and that was the other thing too.
Yeah, that's just for the regular seat.
We went to go view like a 7 p.m. viewing of the movie, as opposed to the matinee. And yes, I did let my 4-year-old son at the time go watch King of All Monsters at a prime time thing, and he loved every second of it until he fell asleep in that giant recliner towards the very end of the movie. It was like 10 o'clock at night by the time the movie was ending. So.
The matinee here is like $1.75 cheaper. It's not even that. It was $13 to get in a matinee, and then $14.75 for
no kidding.
Yeah, ours is only like $1 here too.
And see, I figured Brick's movie tickets would have been way more expensive than ours out here because he's got that Bay Area tax.
Hey, California,
there was
where all the
local.
movies are made. It should be cheaper.
Shit.
Right? Shorter distribution. They just got to
That'd be
walk
great.
the
So that means all the
ship.
shipping in from Asia would be cheaper. Maybe some of the
I love now that you buy the big tub of popcorn and they're like, there are free refills on it. Like, you think I'm making it through this tub before I
don't even make it
It's like a gallon of pop that you get for the large, but you get a free refill. Yeah, I'm gonna drink
but
this
get
whole
the
gallon
refill
of
on
pop.
the way out and take it home.
Oh, you always do.
You have to.
Listen.
You have to. Because there's no cherry Coke better than movie theater cherry Coke. Except for this one place we got Brick Oven Pizza, where their cherry Coke's even better because it's like by the time they're done with the cherry grenadine syrup, it's all red. So
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Are you
mad I didn't get you Brick Oven Pizza while you were here, Lawrence? Is that it?
Roman came in here, got up on the little stool, and he's looking at me like, dude, are we going to bed soon or not?
I was gonna say it is 5 o'clock in the morning out here.
Shit, it's
We've
2
been
over
doing
here.
7 hours, which again for my first night back doing a 7-hour stream.
Do they have brick oven pizza that's Detroit style?
I haven't asked. But no.
They do have some brick oven around here. I don't know if it's Detroit deep dish style though.
You'll need to report back. We're gonna expect to find out by next
Yeah,
week.
we need an answer.
You got homework, Lawrence.
We need a review, Lawrence.
Go put yourself in the cry closet and think about what you've done, because now we need homework.
See if the pizza can do a fucking Van Damme for you.
All right.
We closing out?
We're close.
Yeah, let's close it out. Lawrence, give us a go. What you got coming up, brother?
This Monday Night Toy Ramblings, 9 to at least midnight. The topic will just be all the G.I. Joe classified stuff. I'm gonna make it easy on myself and talk about it again. Hopefully, I don't have to yell at anyone like Tony did, and then be completely wrong. And then this Thursday, Matthew and I will be discussing the Naked Gun because that did win by 1%. Came in at 31% over 30 to Airplane. So I gotta do that thumbnail now. Thanks.
I don't know. That's a tough call for me too, honestly. Hard choice between those two.
Yeah.
I figured out that Lawrence's members and viewership picks the weirdest movies for their choices. Like the last one we did, I figured Princess Bride was gonna kill it, and it was what the hell one? The wrestling one, Lawrence? They Live, right? No.
Predator.
Predator, yeah, Predator.
Then we did They Live After, but
yeah,
I was surprised at that too.
Yeah.
Princess Bride is one of the greatest movies of all time. It's the only reason I was on It's Academic. You know, that quiz show where they talk to all the really smart people? I wasn't actually on the show, but I got added to the team. And at first I was wondering, why did they recommend me to be on It's Academic, right? And like, I'm not smart enough. I'm sitting in here and all these other kids are firing off like equations and chemistry higher up than what I knew. And it's not like I'm an idiot, right? But this was all just like next level. Like, these guys are going into college and I'm like base level. And they're quizzing on it. And then like it comes down to the category of entertainment. And they were like, what is the name of the pirate in The Princess Bride? And like all these other kids were just like, what? I was like, Dreaded Pirate Roberts. And he was like, that's why you're here, Oz. And I was like, okay, I understand. I'm going to resign from being on the show, but if you need a tutor in pop culture and, you know, that kind of stuff, I will help all of these guys know information. So, although I never aired on an episode of It's Academic, I did help my team score.
Oz was to phone a friend.
Yeah, basically. Ed, what you got coming up, brother?
Let's see. So tomorrow night, Helidope's actually going to do a preview of their new website they're going to be launching. So tune into that at 9 p.m. And then I'll be hanging out with Lawrence on Monday for his ramblings for my second show that I moderate. And then Tuesday, I'll be doing my own show at 8:30. I don't know what the topic is for that yet. Then Thursday, I'll be moderating my other show with Lawrence. And then Friday night, I'll be moderating for Red Nom at 11 o'clock or something like that. And then next Saturday, I'll be back here.
Ed, you are literally pulling your hair out as you're telling us.
I was just gonna say, yeah, that's like every single night, man.
Yeah. I have Wednesday off.
He has Wednesday off.
No, you know, you're going to go live with Travis again on Wednesdays.
I probably will go live shopping with Travis on Wednesday.
We're going to need the Hexastack infomercial on Wednesdays.
Actually, in a couple weeks, Travis and I will be starting. Travis will be taking over because Luke will be leaving soon for the Air Force. So Travis is going to be the new co-host on Tuesday nights.
There we go. Very cool. Thanos, what you got on the burner?
Tomorrow, another episode of my Instagram retrospective. This is my half-year point. So I've been on YouTube for half a year. I've been doing toy photography for a year and a half.
Yeah, it's gone by.
Yeah, it's really flown by. And then just every day on Instagram. That's it.
Kenzo.
He said it once, brought it up in Brooks' channel, and then had to bring it up again here, because why not? All right. And, you know, just for Kenzo's knowledge, there was a Sergeant Slaughter Modi on tonight, which was like the one variant of Modi you did not make. So there's been a challenge. Hold on.
Yep.
And this is Cobb's next video, guys.
You got beat at your own game, Kenzo.
Or the Adventures of Modi.
I want
Sergeant.
that Modi with that with the hat on, riding the monorail.
Right.
And see
I'd
if
probably
it
fly off.
Some sticky
Yeah.
tack. You'd be all right.
For you, Ken.
That humanoid
Oh, yes.
Modi that he did with
Sarge
Brad,
and
though.
the Hitman.
Yeah, I know. I opened them earlier. I was like, oh man, where's Ken at?
That Hitman does look really good. The
It did
colors
look
really work with it.
It does, yeah.
Yeah. It fits right in with the line. The bright colors. Yes.
Oh, I think
Well-
those are Heartbreak Kids colors too.
At a different time, yeah. So, Steve, I know we were talking about it earlier, but for the folks that may not have been on, Kenzo, well, what's coming up for Delta 17? I know you were telling us something's finishing on Wednesday. Go ahead and let us know again.
Oh, just the lab test. So the lab test will come in on Wednesday. We find out whether or not our product is 100% lead, or if it's
That'd be a surprise.
yeah.
I mean,
So-
I'll test that theory right now. Hold on, since we're talking about putting toys in our mouths earlier.
Yeah. Does your head spin? Is it spinning?
Give it a minute. Give it a minute.
Yeah. If you get one side of your face start to droop, then you know you're in bad shape. But I mean, we're in the same factory that they made Star Wars Black and G.I. Joe Classified for years. If they had lead in anything, they would be in so much trouble. We could sue them to out the wazoo and walk away as millionaires just for that. So it's a bizarre thing that they set us up with, but whatever, who cares? So the results come in Wednesday.
Here's hoping for millionaires, though, right?
Yeah, right. Woohoo! But I'd rather make it more legitimately than that, right? We'll get there, but in a more legitimate fashion. So yeah, I mean, the stuff should be put on a truck relatively soon, and at the fulfillment center, store opened. I don't know, 2 to 3 weeks maximum. So
Beautiful. So we've certainly been waiting.
yeah,
A little more Delta 17.
yeah, appreciate it.
Rick something.
I'm gonna go watch Dune 2 probably like 2 or 3 more times. No, I'm just kidding.
No news tomorrow, guys. Brick's going to see Dune 2.3.
Yeah. Sorry, not. I was gonna say Dune 2 again. The news, Break Something News is tomorrow, or I guess no, later in about 12 hours and 29 minutes or so. Or no, sorry. Yeah, I can't even do math anymore. But I was supposed to have a co-host, but unfortunately, the co-host has stuff going on, so I'll be flying solo tomorrow. And so heart goes out to Jonathan, and he's got stuff going on. So, but it's cool. It'll be good to kind of jump back in, do my thing, and then the next couple of weekends, I've got folks from the Collection Nexus. So Berserk, Toy Box of Doom, and Jurassic Jesse, not necessarily in that order. Aside from that, just the shorts that are kind of coming out fairly regularly, and then I do have some editing to do, but we'll see. Got something going on with Cobb that we've got going on. We're gonna look at some Masterverse stuff, so we'll be collaborating on that relatively soon. But that's about it. Go.
Sure. Oh, sure.
Goes to TKO.
Yeah. Actually, it's funny. I wasn't actually sure what I was going to release next week, but next Friday, most likely it's going to be. How well can you see that? Most likely it's going to be that video.
Nice.
Yep.
Hold on.
Looks
I got you.
Yeah. There you
Is
go.
that your
Just a-
next Michael Mercy video?
Yeah. Apparently, I'm copying people, and the way it was phrased is copying exact. So you'd think I downloaded and just uploaded. We touched on a couple topics tonight about that. So yeah, that's
If you were copying, doesn't that mean all your videos would have to have a bunch of knockoffs? And
To be clear, folks,
copyright
anybody
strikes.
who's watching, he doesn't copy. What he does is he tells ChatGPT to make an original video that's very similar to Michael Mercy. So it's a little bit different. It's all right.
There we go.
Did I get that
There we
right?
go. Oh, that's right. I forgot I sent you that comment as well in one of the chat groups. That's right. I'm sitting there. I'm like, how did you hear about that comment? Anyway, yeah. So Patreon will have that. We'll most likely have that video up by tomorrow, and then goes public on Friday. So yeah, I wasn't actually sure until you asked. I'm like, yeah, I think I'll do that one. I think I'll do that one next week.
Nothing like getting put on the hot seat to actually make you be like, all right, I better shit or get off.
Well, yeah, it was while Brick was talking. I was like, I'm just gonna go look through my thumbnails to see which one could be on the docket next, and that's why I had the thumbnail ready. But yeah, people like the unproduced, unreleased stuff. Although in that case, I wouldn't be copying Michael. I'd be copying Ed Retro Geek Out, right? So
Hey, you know what? When I was originally coming up with the logo for this channel, I noticed a very similar style to my logo to Ed's, and then I immediately tried to start changing it, and all I decided to do was remove some slime. And now it's funny, I've added back a whole bunch of slime because whatever, I just don't care anymore.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm working on the monster edit of history of Transformers 1988. There's so many freaking characters, man. It's so ridiculous. I'm like, oh, I don't want to do this. This is the closest I've come to quitting on a video midway.
Wow.
Right, Brick, Oz, and Steve, you have the 5-minute preview on that video if you want to check it on the backup channel on the Patreon channel. I'm at minute 17 and I've just finished the Autobot section. Yeah, and I'm trying to condense the information. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think it's the most pissed off ever. Yeah,
it's going to be as big as your supercut for the 1980s Joes.
That's also coming. That'll be my Cobra Convergence video. Is the supercut of G.I. Joe in the 80s. I'm still deciding if I want to tweak it some more, but I think it's pretty close. It's not already done.
Didn't mean to drop that. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine because people already know that I did a supercut of history of LJN wrestling, right? So that's what I wanted to chime in earlier. Is that video's done relatively well, given that it's re-airing a bunch of old stuff, but with intros and outros cut out and a special intro put in. But people who are looking at the channel for the first time or haven't seen the older videos, they want to see it all in one go, right? So when the G.I. Joe one airs this summer, it'll be kind of the same idea. So, right. And there'll be a Transformer one as well because I'm already on 88, so 89, that cuts off the 80s, and that's the supercut.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very epic.
Yeah. One day there'll be a Motu one. That one will take longer.
Yeah. I don't know. They had shorter waves. I think you'll be fine with that one. That will be. Yeah. It'll peak around 85, 86, 80, and then die off. Yeah. So you'll be fine.
All right. Good stuff. Anyway.
Cobb?
Just recovering from the sickness right now. In bed last like 3 days. So this is the first time I've actually hung out with anybody. So go get some stuff recorded. Got some of those early figures we were talking about coming this week. So have some videos out on those.
Nice.
Like Brick said, a little something coming up. I haven't really been keeping kind of hush, but he said some Masterverse stuff coming up. Doing that with Brick, and that's about it. Just some videos coming out this week. Instagram, Web Collector, same thing. That's
and I sent you, I was working on that Dio so that, he and I can have similar backgrounds. And when you said you got sick, I was like, oh, did I send him my germs?
I don't know.
Time you're working on.
Just right my face.
There was a video of Cobb licking that Dio when he received it. He was so happy about it. And he's like, next day he's talking about being sick.
Well, when we do these clubhouse chats, we're all sitting around getting each other's computer viruses. So,
yeah. No, I wrap mine up, so I'm good.
Speaking of wrapped up, that diorama you sent me, man, that thing was packaged. I was on the phone with Carol when I was opening it. I was like, oh my gosh, there's another box and another box.
Yeah,
bubble wrap taped to a box.
I had to make sure that the contagion was well secured.
That's the way it is. Yeah, I know.
Insulated. You don't want it to die before it infects them.
Nope.
Totally kidding, by the way, for all the authorities who are watching.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, for me, as you know, we'll be back here again next Saturday because I am back now. This Thursday, I will be on yet another episode of the Amazing Toy Frenzy show over on Skelevator's channel. And you have, because I have no idea where I'm going to be the rest of this week. Somewhere on ToyTube, probably, maybe. I have no idea. And also, as I stated, in the next couple of weeks, we're going to be starting to get the Legions class study guides, where it'll be much more digestible content, where we can follow along and look at specific topics easier than hearing us shill for like 2 hours on Mythic Legions and go off on tangents and everything else like we do during the normal Legions class. And coming up later this week, because I don't have credits, I'm going to cut myself off with my intro.